And welcome to GDQ Hotfix. My name is Cutie, and if you're new here, if you're coming from SGDQ, Hotfixes are normally scheduled programming. So we have programs pretty much every day of the year, normally around 7 p.m. Eastern to 1 a.m. Eastern, or a little bit different on the weekends. But we have it year round. We also have a lot of events. So we have Black in the Flash, Fatales, AAPI, numerous events throughout the year. So you can tune in for more than just the main event. But speaking of the main event, I'm going to try to keep the intro short because we did have, a little bit of a slow start. The main event has been amazing. We raised over $2.4 million for Doctors Without Borders. Everyone involved with that, including yourselves for hanging out with us, for donating, should be extremely proud of yourselves. I have to give a big props and a big thank you to all of the staff, all of the runners, the volunteers, the commentators, our business partners, everyone who was involved, and of course, everyone for watching, donating, hanging out with us, sharing the stream. It has just been an incredible thing to be a part of. Thank you so much for what you did. All of that money goes to make a meaningful difference in a lot of people's lives. And I know that maybe you don't see that directly, but do know that it does make an incredible difference. Now, talking about our shows today, this is Perilous Paths. This is a show about Soulslikes, Roguelikes, Metroidvanias, and other adventurous speedruns. Now, every Hotfix show has its own theme, but today that is ours. Well, always that is ours. Today, that's what we're going to be doing. We have a special double episode, 6-hour, fully jam-packed bonanza ready for you today. So let's talk about what we're doing. First up, we would have Mega Man X7 Any Percent with Peter Afro. Mega Man is kind of the quintessential non-linear boss progression game where you choose what you fight based on weaknesses. You can go back, collect other things, fun stuff. Not every Mega Man works that way, but in general, we like to have the franchise on the show quite a bit. After that, we're going to have a little bit of a quick showcase of Mechabellum, which is a roguelike strategy game. I'm actually going to be running that myself. Just a short little showcase, give you a taste. It's something I've been playing with, and we had 20-ish minutes we needed to fill. just being honest with you, chat. After that, we're going to have the Arkham block. So we've got Batman Arkham Asylum, Any Percent with Morks. Super fun. There's a lot of zips, a lot of cool things that happen in that. Batman, of course, the Arkham series has been very popular over the last few years, made a big difference in the gaming industry, made you feel like Batman, came up with a special combat system, all that fun stuff. And then we're going to move to Arkham City, which is a little bit more open world, a little bit more Metroidvania, but we're going to switch it up. We're going to do Any Percent new game with Catwoman. So first, we're going to have Batman, and then we're going to have Catwoman. Now, Catwoman does operate differently, has different abilities, different fighting style, etc. So I thought it'd be a cool little juxtaposition. We have FOK running that. And then we are going to finish off with Haste. Yes, Haste in all caps, semicolon or colon. I'm never remember which is which. Broken Worlds. This is a game, is a roguelike that was built almost not exclusively, but it's built with speedrunning in mind because it's all about maintaining momentum, maintaining speed as you quite literally run downhill and dodge obstacles, dodge fires and bombs and bosses and all kinds of fun stuff. So it's going to be a great way to round out the show. With that, I think that's everything I needed to talk about. So let's go ahead and bring in Peter Afro doing Mega Man X7 Any Percent. Peter, how are you doing today?
Okay. Ready for this?
I was hoping for a little more hype than that, but let's try that again. Peter, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good.
There we go. That's better. So give us a quick little introduction. Tell us about yourself, what we can expect to see, and then whenever you're ready, if you want to give us a 3, 2, 1, we can get into it.
All right, this is Mega Man X7. I ran this at a hotfix before. I ran it at the 03 anniversary event. I ran New Game Plus. This time is a little bit different. We're doing 80%. Yeah. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck. Have fun.
All right. So we start the game with this new character named Axel. Axel functions like X. He has a gun. He can dash. So one unique thing about X7 is that the gun characters have a lock-on that will just automatically lock on the enemy. So there's no aiming you have to do in this game.
Interesting.
Now we're on to the 3D section. This is the only X game to do 3D section because the next day they abandoned this. You don't want to get hit by the sonars, they will knock you back. Knockback is really annoying in this game. It's not like the other X games where it's like a really short knockback and then back. It's like 2 seconds. This puzzle right here, you have to wait for one of these to turn purple and then shoot it. There's a button to change what you lock on towards.
Yeah, this is very interesting. This is unlike most Mega Man games that I've played or seen.
No, I have no idea why. I'm using this game normally doesn't run slow on my end, but I'm using GDQ's OBS and it's being crazy with slowing down, speeding up. I used to have this be a bigger problem. I'd even have this problem No, this is my end.
Oh, you're responding to chat. Oh, so I do notice we are playing in a different language. Is that just because it's faster, or you
Well,
prefer it
also,
that
you
way?
play on the USA version. For bosses have more health.
Okay.
Why is the game literally...
I can also do that on my end.
Oh man, this game's being insanely. If the game like stops slowing down, I don't know why this is happening. Last time I ran the hotfix, we had no issues. I don't know what's going on.
It's just one of those days for us, I think. It's all good.
So we have Zero. He is Zero with the saber. Not quite like in the PS1 games. There is no SDC. Well, there kind of is, but it was the crouch. You can do crouch slash. Well, no, I used to have slow down my end.
That is a really interesting fighting technique.
No, this is literally just me computer beat. Literally, I think the only way would be to like absolutely nuke the video sense, but we can't do that. I don't even know how this wasn't a problem in tech check.
It's okay. We'll keep working on it on the back end. You focus on doing
This is literally no. This is not a back end issue. This is me. It's slow on my end. It's literally runs. The speed is variable on my end. This is literally a game performance issue, not a stream issue. Alright. So when you're fighting the bee, when your slash is up, you gotta dash. Or down, you have to dash to cancel the animation. This is literally unplayable. We are up to the boss. I would be done by now if I wasn't having game issues.
It's okay. Maybe we take a short break after the boss, and then yeah, we can try to get this fixed.
I think the only way we fix is just absolutely nuke OBS video settings.
Yeah, and we can also give it a reboot and see if that helps. You know, the classic, as chat keeps saying, the turn it off and back on. You never know. That was a pretty cool looking boss too.
So yeah, this boss starts up an auto-scroller.
So right now you can't hit the boss, even though it looks like you could run
you
up.
can't hit it. Once you're down here, you can hit it, which is... I never really thought about how bizarre that is. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, also you have a, I don't know what the official name in Mega Man lore is, but you have a lightsaber, right? You would think it would go through metal. Z-saber. You would think it would go through metal, regardless of location, but... Oh, we're going for headshots, it looks like.
Yeah, so how the fight works, I try to get a hit and then I take damage. So I can't take damage down during the second hit.
Okay. That was quick. Alright, do we want to pause here and try to fix this a little bit? Let's go ahead and give it a pause.
This is literally...
Hello everyone, welcome back to Perilous Paths here on GDQ Hotfix. We hope we have a fix for Mega Man X7 with Peter Afro. We are resuming back where we were, so yeah, we're gonna get right back into it. Whenever you're ready, oh, looks like the timer already started, so yeah, let's just keep going.
So,
I'm enjoying the music.
Yeah, one thing that sucks about new game, you have to watch all these boss introductions.
It's very kind of like 007, like this is clearly a barrel of a gun around the world that we're pointing it at the world, which is a little, you know, suspect. But
I never thought of it like that.
And then I love this animation where he just spins around like that. So what is like some of the aspects? We have obviously the Maverick, let's call it a carousel, and we have a character select because you can play as other characters. Are there any other things you're taking into consideration right now when you're picking levels or how you're choosing where you go next? Are there weaknesses? Are there items?
So this game, most of the weapons are garbage, except for a select few, which are insanely broken. We want to get the insanely broken ones.
Absolutely.
Also, we need to get upgrade ships. Or Zero and Axle. That's a heart. This is going to be an upgrade chip right here. In the form of Reploids. Reploids in this game can die just like in the previous X game, but in X6 they can only die by the Nightmare Virus. There is no Nightmare Virus in this game. Every single enemy can kill a Reploid. Kill a Reploid, it's gone. Unless you like reload your save.
Interesting. I like how it says thanks when you run into them.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a mech suit.
So, yeah, this is a mech. We're gonna carry it for a bit.
Okay, so the green is... What is the green? Is that just water? I figured it would kill you.
It's like some acid thing. But you're in the mech and nothing happens.
Huh. I'm fighting the urge to do a Metal Gear Solid type thing here, but...
So you can do a ground pound with a special weapon button.
And is there any...
These three enemies here you had to kill, which is very weird. The game doesn't tell you that.
And it's interesting you're equipped with, like, drill hands. Is this kind of like a mining thing, or is there anything in particular?
There's no lore behind it.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll stop asking stupid lore questions. We're speedrunners, we don't care about that stuff anyways.
It's a Mega. Do people really care about lore of Mega games? I never did.
I think it depends. There's some, like, I think it's Battle Network is kind of an RPG, so there, obviously, you want to kind of focus on it a little bit more. But yeah, you know,
I
and there's an anime.
Network, so I wouldn't know.
There is an anime and stuff. Maybe there'll be a movie someday. Sonic got some love.
That actually was talked about before. It was supposed to be produced by Fox, but I don't think it went anywhere. So I see the blue mech. The blue mech only shows up if you enter this room with the red mech, and you want the blue mech to fight Gungaroo, because it doesn't look like it, but doing the last kill in the mech brings the boss fight.
I enjoy the voice acting for this, and it's just a kangaroo and a mech because that's awesome.
Yeah. So the first thing, the Gungaroo gets taken out really quickly with the dash shield dash, and you hit the special weapon button. Jumps up tons of health. Same with Gungaroo itself. I'll let you get in the corner. Dash. You cannot hurt him while you're in the ring of fire, so when that happens, get out of it ASAP.
This is going full, which fighting game has a kangaroo? Is that Tekken? This is going full Tekken?
I don't really play fighting games. What if you get a Mega Man with the same style as the cover of the original NES Mega Man?
That's true. There have been a lot of iterations of Mega Man over the year. If you do a movie, like which Mega Man is it? Which storyline? Which characters?
Maybe like the story, a plot-heavy one like ZX would work. Don't do classic. Okay. Classic would be financially, but as a movie, no. Okay, so they only show up again for the character to be the boss. As Axel's Gungaroo weapon is really good. You can launch a really powerful explosion and you replace your gun with a more powerful one. Zero's is garbage. It's like a shockwave. It's not useful. I used to think it'd be useful as a strat in Warfly a long time ago, but no. So we're gonna give them each character an upgrade. I'll be with you. I don't really remember what the Zero's is a higher jump. Axel's is, I think, faster shooting. Oh yeah, when you run New Game, you want to have the rapid fire on, not New Game Plus, because you want to be able to charge attacks. Or Jack Black.
Okay, so where are we heading next? What's going on here?
So next up is Brian Borski. We're gonna get Borski just as a it's kind of a filler stage. Because you want to get the want to have the dash upgrade for Axel, which we need 2 more upgrade chips for. So we get through a stage where you don't need to dash because you're in a bike. So this bike is a fair bit different from the other bikes. In this, you have to collect bombs. It's not too bad. Just gotta know when to take your foot off the gas pedal. And here we collect the weapon tank. We do need to grab that guy because it upgrades our maximum weapon energy capacity. Having the one from this one and Gungaroo will allow us to do 2 explosions starting next stage instead of just 1.
And is there anything on these people that is indicating what they give you or how they're helping, or you just have to pick them up and then find out what it is?
You find out what it is.
Okay. It's a treasure hunt.
Yeah. Oh, I should not have grabbed that one.
Is there a penalty if you grab the rock?
It's a waste of time. Oh, if you're wondering, grabbing the bomb the replay grabbed after the weapon tank and the weapon tank at the same time is not possible. This is Borski. How we're gonna fight Borski, we're gonna shoot an explosion and just do the Gungaroo gun the rest of the fight. He can either go really low or really horribly depending on the RNG. And it is really just RNG. There is really no skill in this fight.
It's interesting you started with a boxing kangaroo and now you're in like a rhino octagon.
Ugh. Oh yeah, never tell me that the knockback in this game sucks. You need to upgrade it. You literally just fall on your back. It's like a whole second loss. It's so annoying. Even if you have like a particular upgrade, you can still get affected by it. In like specific instances. Yep. Alright, Borski's weapon sucks. We're not gonna use it for either character. Get used to me saying that.
You found what you liked early on and you're sticking to it.
Not quite.
Not quite yet, okay.
Now for the next stage, we're gonna get the most broken technique in the game. From our good old pal, Tornado Tunyon.
And so what are these upgrades? Obviously, well, some of us can read the language. I can't. So what are we doing right now?
I honestly have not memorized all of them, but the one that I upgraded last is Faster Dash.
Okay.
Then again, because... Oh yeah, I've been trying to get X7 to a full-fledged game done quick for ages.
We do have, I think, a Mega Man block on every major event at one point or another.
I haven't seen a full-blown Mega Man block in a while.
I know we had a few at SGDQ. I don't know if they were put together at the same time.
They were not in the block.
Okay.
I know there was X4 and Mega Man 3. They were not in the block.
Oh, okay. Well, it's like Legos. You got to put them together in your own time, I guess. You can watch them together on YouTube. Make your own block.
Yeah, sure.
And speaking of, our SGDQ event and YouTube, you can always catch up on past hotfix shows, special events like SGDQ, GDQ marathons, anything and everything we show on the channel over at youtube.com/GameStoneQuick. And if you're in the future right now and you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to like the video, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you can see all of our content year round, because we do have quite a lot of it, and it's all genuinely good. I like how you were doing kind of like a spin of death there, just shooting bullets everywhere.
So this mid boss is awful. Oh yeah, it's gonna do it. This spin attack, you cannot damage it. It wastes like somewhere between 15 and 20 seconds. I haven't quite caught the exact time, but it is awful. It will kill your run if you're going for a like record.
This looks kind of like Fall Guys or something, where there's like a mat trying to sweep you off a platform.
I never played Fall Guys.
So is that really bad RNG to get it twice in a row?
It's bad. Real bad is you get 3 or more. And then that's like a whole minute down the drain.
Alright, are we gonna hit a record? Okay, no, we're good.
Yeah, if you get more than 3, then you got then that's some insanely bad luck. But yeah, you don't want those spins. Like that's like a big reset point. And now I'll grab that Reploid, and we'll grab this Reploid.
Oh. It's interesting, there's just like no indication that you can jump up here. I'm assuming you're not supposed to be doing this.
Yeah, they probably didn't realize you could do that. It's a shortcut. You're supposed to like go around. But nope. Alright, so Tornado Tunyon. How I'm gonna do this fight, I'm gonna start off with bullets. This is live.
Yes, this is live chat. Chat might not be live. Sometimes
I was very tempted to jokingly say you're watching a rerun. With live commentary.
That used to be a thing in esports back in the day when, Twitch and live streaming wasn't a thing. You would do live commentary over VODs or replays. I am old enough to remember that. I am old enough to have done that. So, that did used to be a thing.
Huh. I've been on the Speedrunning scene for a fair bit of time, but don't know that.
Oh, I'm talking like 90s, 2000s, like early
Oh, damn.
early
I definitely don't
Counter-Strike
remember
and
that.
stuff. StarCraft 1, Warcraft 3, that kind of stuff. The old days. I am old, chat. Yes, I am very old.
Then we got Battle Network 3. I never played that game, so I can't tell you if it's truly the best Mega game. He's recorded all this interaction in advance, predicting what we'd say.
Yes.
Yep.
Every chat that we're responding to is actually I shouldn't espouse conspiracy theories. Someone will believe me.
Yep. This is actually shouts to Rachel the Psychic for helping with that.
Oh, somebody mentioned Justin TV. Yes, yes. That name may not mean stuff to many of you, but yes, Justin TV.
All right, what's next? Stone God is.
I'm watching this August 5th. Okay. Now you have to set up an alert for when this gets posted on YouTube. Come back and repost that comment on the YouTube.
So this section, we are going to cut some replicas that are not ships, but for refill health, because we do a lot of taking damage here. Also, I was supposed to grab that Reploid. You do not want Reploids that... You want to make sure Reploids that you don't want to collect don't die. Well, I was going to collect the one, but... Because... As you might not have noticed, dead Reploids do... Changing weapons cancels dash animation. That's interesting.
We're learning new speed tech right here.
Well, I don't know if that's... I don't know how to wipe the speed check. Oh, I'm glad I didn't grab that left ball, because I grabbed that left ball on the platform and it screwed me up hard.
That was a really cool perspective change there, where we went kind of diagonal downhill.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense, gives you a better view of what's going on, so you don't do blind jumps. Alright, so this mid-boss, you launch a tornado. And then you launch another one. And now we're gonna show the most broken technique in slash weapon in the game, Zero's Tunyon. Oh man,
Okay.
this thing wrecks most boss battles, especially Stone Con. Honestly, I don't even know who's supposed to be Tunyon's weakness, because they basically all are weak to Tunyon. You were on Ustream? I remember Ustream. I never used it, but I knew it existed. I forgot that was a thing.
Alright, let's see this. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
that's the Shoryuken thing. That's a classic Mega Man move, right? But Zero's doing it.
It's not really a Shoryuken, but it's the same motion.
It's electrified, so it's even better. And with a lightsaber. A Z-saber,
Yeah.
sorry. We gotta be lore accurate here.
Splash 4 is weak to Tunyon, yeah. Now, yeah, I can't believe I forgot that, because that stuns him. Oh. Alright, we're not using Stone Con's weapon slash technique, it sucks. Well, there is an application for Zero's Stone Cock technique in Gungaroo, but it's not the best in the refight. The rest of the refight's like a really, really hard strat that I don't even know if I'm going to try. Alright, no more replica collecting after this. So after this, there is some route leniency, because the only weapon you're going to utilize is from the next 4 is Warfly, you would only use it on Highnards. So as long as Warfly is before Highnard, you can do whatever you want for the next 4 bosses.
So you said if the Reploids die, they permanently die. Is there any point in revisiting old stages? Because it looks like they're still accessible to you.
Actually, you could do 100% without any revisits.
Okay.
So this part is riding on planes, or jumping across them.
How did they even get up there to begin with?
Good question.
I shouldn't ask questions that don't have answers. Meanwhile, my head is doing the physics
That was
of like.
pretty good. If I was able to get on that red plane without doing a wall jump, I did that section really well.
Okay.
And that's right, Salty Cracker. This is Mega Man X7.
A wizard put them on there.
So
I mean, they are kind of
We're gonna torrent
teleporting.
these turrets. Then we gotta kill this birdie. And yeah, that's what it's called. It's called birdie. Birdie can be really annoying. Can go fly around and try to dive at you. And that tornado instantly kills it.
It's interesting. You walked through a door, but you still teleported inside.
Now that is weird.
These are the things that come up when someone who has never watched the game before is like, "That's interesting."
So this skip is a little tricky. Got it.
Nice.
Yeah, so you have to like wall jump and then dash and then wall jump and dash. You could try gliding, but it's really slow. I would recommend it.
So, do you actually use Mega Man at any point in the Mega Man run?
In this category, no. If you're doing 100%, you would use him basically the entire run. You would have him equip the entire run. And if you're doing 100%, you use him as soon as you get him. Alright, so wait, oh no, I messed up. Oh no, I messed the quick kill. I got confused with refight strats. You didn't even know there was an X7? What?
There's an X8 too. They go higher up in numbers even.
No, there's no X9. There'll never be an X9.
Well, 8 is still above 7 though, but I don't know about 9.
Yeah. And I can't believe you didn't know about the most beautiful X game.
Well, there is a Mega Man 11, but I think the numeral ones are different than the X series. I'm not the lore person for Mega Man, but I do know that there's like different continuities or whatever. But
X's series is like a sequel, so it is the same continuity.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. Crow Rain's weapon, garbage.
I mean, they have to bring Mega Man back at some point. Like they're doing like the Castlevania animes and everything. We got a Devil May Cry anime. Like Capcom and Konami and some of these, let's call them legacy companies, for lack of a better term. Like they're digging into the IPs.
It wasn't that long ago since the last Mega Man show, but no one cares on it. That recharge with all the bizarre designs. Alright, so this stage has continued addition that started with X5 of having a stage with a ton of mid-bosses. Fortunately, these are hilariously easy. With weapons, of course. So this plane on the platform, you gotta wave it. And when it starts moving, Tornado. And then gun. Just hold the gun.
That should be the answer to everything. Tornado and then gun.
We're gonna get a sub-tank here. You will want that sub-tank. Like for the red fight. Take advantage of the mat. Grab that sub-tank. It takes like literally no time to get. There's no reason not to get it. So we use the tornado to take out 2 of those dragons, and then we just use the gun on the other. There's a hard tank you get. It might be better to get that hard tank to 0, but that's a... Wait. Oh my god, I closed my splits. I was wrong. You have to have anteater. What? Wow. I said something false.
That's okay. Stuff happens.
This is literally the worst run of X7 done in the marathon. Do not think this is typical X7 marathon. This is...
Wait, Mega Man was in Street Fighter X Tekken?
Yeah, as the bad boxer. Okay, so you're supposed to have anteater. I totally forgot that. I closed my splits because I didn't really see the point to have them anymore, so... Yeah, you do need to do anteater for Warfight.
Ready?
Yeah.
A hyper
So we're doing this part is 0 because he has the upgrade. There's a technique you can do with him. Where cause if you do a slash before you jump, your jump's a bit higher.
Okay.
Hyper realistic open.
Ooh, this is interesting. Are we still in
Okay,
the world
so-
of robots, or are these like actual animals?
Nope, they're robots.
Okay. I don't want to make sure because I'm seeing like the dolphin. I guess it's a dolphin? I don't know.
It's it's not a dolphin. It's gonna be a very strange dolphin.
You're like, I don't know what it is, but it's definitely not a dolphin.
It's called a warfly. I don't know what IRL animal it's based off of. So you want to do the explosions here. And then 0 slash. And then... Wait, die! Perfect. One thing I suck about Warf... So, Warfly would spawn right behind you. That's why we got in the corner and then faced away from the corner. So he'll jump right in front of us. Down.
Ooh. That can't possibly be stronger than a laser
No,
sword.
it's garbage. Axel's Warfly weapon, however, is pretty useful. It's like a small water splash that's actually quite powerful.
And I see you're getting rankings at the end of every level. Does that do anything, or that's
No.
just like, okay.
I've literally no idea what the ranking system does, or what the point of it is, or how it even works.
I'm assuming it's like collect and kill everything, but like, yeah.
Probably. It doesn't matter. It's not like X5 where it mattered. It's the most pointless thing ever. It was pointless in X6. It's pointless in this game. I think it's pointless in X8. I don't know. Is it? It probably is. So this first part is yeah. This game should be called 0x7. Well, you mean 0 and Axel X7? You can't just shaft Axel like that, yo. Or is this part you're gonna use the Ornsteins to flip?
Okay.
Yeah.
I was not expecting that.
Yeah, it's pretty easy, and 90% of the stage is really easy. 100% it's really annoying. A lot more to memorize with finding Reploids, the tank, not the tank, the heart tank, and the capsule.
And has Zero ever had a spin-off game? It feels like
yeah, there was a whole series,
wow.
4 Zero games.
Clearly, I am not in the know. I just lost all Mega Man credibility with that question.
Yeah.
Way to soften the blow. Thank you for that.
Oh, ZXS is like is totally different characters. It's not really Zero. So Anteater is very annoying because this cylinder, you can only go around like a third of it, but Anteater, he can go all over, including where you can't damage him. So far, he's being nice. Wow, that was awesome. Oh yeah, Zero ZX games are good.
Well, I'll tell you what, chat. If you want me to watch Mega Man Zero speedruns, we're just going to have to get them on the show. So if somebody out there is a Mega Man Zero speedrunner, or if anyone has friends who are, you can always submit your runs on the GDQ website to be considered for a Hotfix show, whether that's Perilous Paths or any of our other variety of shows. So definitely, if Zero, if you're out there, hit me up. We got space for you.
I don't really talk to the Zero Six community. But yeah, Anteater's weapon, garbage. Favorite X-boss? You know, under what criteria? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Storm Eagle, classic.
Yeah, that's a normie answer. I'm gonna go Shield Sheldon because his name is funny. Oh yeah, play Mario and go, save the best for last. But don't worry, you will not actually hear Burn to the Ground.
Oh, that's the whole reason I had you on.
Really?
No, I'm kidding. Also, it's in Japanese, so it wouldn't even be doing that. But yeah.
It would still be. Yeah, he doesn't do any turtle in Japanese version, for just unfortunate. Yeah, so this stage is a lot of bombs that could kill Reploids, but if you're just going fast, they like despawn. What's really weird, if you're playing the Korean PC version, which is what we used to run on before X Legacy Collection came out, there will be some Reploids that you could not despawn before the bomb went off. I don't know if it's like spawning Reploids work differently. It was very, very strange.
It's interesting they had a separate Korean version. I don't hear that very often for games.
Yeah, it was at the time the only PC version of the game. And it was a pretty bad port, to be honest. Crashed a lot. Very limiting customizing controls.
Wow, that is like the slowest flying I've ever seen.
Yeah. So this is Axel's like unique ability. He can copy enemies and like operate them for a limited amount of time. It has a few uses. Like it's useful in Anteater stage to be the samurai and dash of walls and get Reploids.
Oh, you've got a pet.
Alright, this is Highnard. How he works, he's gonna ride on a goat, and there'll be 2 clones. Because I guess he's the evolution of Gemini Man. And you can't damage the clones. Well, you can hit them, but it won't deplete health.
What in the John Wick was that cutscene? You were just pointing a gun at a dog.
It's not a dog, it's like a hyena.
I mean, I'm not gonna get into the whole our hyenas canines thing, but you know, it was still a cutscene.
Yeah, so what you did was spraying the water at the legs, it disabled the goat temporarily. The blue isn't Mega Man? Yeah, you're not playing as X. So in this game, X became like a pacifist. He didn't want to fight, but you can still unlock him by either collecting 64 Reploids out of the 128, or beating 8 Mavericks, whichever comes first. Fire as weapon. Yep,
Okay.
you guessed it. Garbage.
Some of these emotes in chat.
Alright, so the fortress for this game is very, very silly. There's only 2 levels. One of them is the first one is an auto-scroller.
Ooh, our favorite.
Yep. Alright, we can play as X now. That would beat all the what happened to SGDQ? Oh, it ended.
Yes, so SGDQ ended. We are showing replays all week after our regularly. I can't say regularly. It's just a hard word for me. After our normally scheduled hotfix programming. So after this show, replays will be back on the Twitch channel. But they're also, the VODs are available on YouTube. I think all or most of them are up currently. But we are live. This is our live normal schedule. All of this is happening right now. So yeah, enjoy.
Yeah, don't worry. There will be another GDQ event in January. Look up for submissions when they happen.
There will be GDQ events actually year-round. We have...
Yeah.
Speaking of which, yeah, we do have Black in a Flash. We do have Fatales. We do have different things. Obviously, we have the mainline events, which get a lot of attention, but we do have events pretty much every month or every 2 months. And then, of course, daily programming, which is what we're doing right now.
Yeah, this is
And yes, newly announced Games Done Queer. I believe that is, Ray, keep me honest, in October, if my memory serves me.
October 31st to November 2nd. I am very much looking forward to submitting to that, by the way.
And yes, Ray very much might have something to do with that. I.e., I think all of it. So is there anything we can do? Obviously, auto-scrollers just suck when it comes to speedrunning. There's no really easy way around it. Is there anything we can do to speed this one up? Or we're just kind of just running?
At least not as far as I know. Because if you try to go forward, there's an invisible wall that'll stop you. So it's not like you can like go forward and just do it blind. Well, actually, I'm kind of glad that's the case. This part would be annoying because there are all boundless pets in this part. So if we had to do this going blind, I would lose my mind.
It'd be a pretty swaggy thing to do, though. Imagine you set the world record or something, but you're actually doing this section blindfolded.
Well, more like you don't see. Yeah. There's a Mega Man clone called Rocco-chan that actually has a strat where you can like do an auto-scroller, like get ahead of it, and just do it without seeing what you're doing.
Should we be worried about your health at all?
No.
Okay.
There is literally a big health coming up. I took the damage just so I don't like get hit by the thing and then fall into the pit. It's kind of it's like a weird safety thing.
I'm trying to figure out what this machine actually is. It looks like a steamroller, but
yeah.
Or like one of those crop, like corn, not corn, like wheat shucking things. I forget what they're called.
I just grabbed a big weapon energy. That fills up my weapon energy tank. I'm gonna need it for the next stage.
Okay. I didn't realize they kind of carried over like that. It's like a continuous. You don't like refill automatically between stages.
No. Yeah, I've only seen that happen like the X8 16-bit fan game.
Combine. Chat's got it.
Alright, so
Chat knows what I'm talking about.
We just do the explosion and we're done.
It looked like it just started breakdancing.
Yeah, yeah, it was like winding up its actual attack. Alright, coming up is the final level, but it's a really, really, really long level. like really long. Too long.
If we're talking about, there was a question earlier, favorite Mega Man X bosses, that's up there for me. It just does a full breakdance and then dies and explodes away. Like that was pretty sweet. Alright, we've filled the full bullet chamber now, so...
Yeah, this is the final level, a very long final level. Here's how this final level works. There's a little room, and then there's the boss fight. And then there's a few rooms. And then there's refights, which take a lot longer than your typical Mega Man refights. And then there's 2 phases of Sigma, which are super RNG heavy. Oh, and before Red and Sigma, you get a cutscene you can't skip. Because you can't skip cutscenes that take place in the level. Okay.
Because they're done in engine, and it needs you to finish it up so you end up in the right spot, I guess.
What's the world record? What's the record? I forgot actually. It's like a 55.
Look this up.
55 something.
Now here's a question I've always had. When you're looking up Mega Man games and records, do you use Speedrun or do you use the leaderboard?
That depends on the game, really. Typically, Mega Man leaderboards, some games can still keep up to date on Speedrun.com. Other game communities just really do not want on Speedrun.com. There's runners who do not want their times on Speedrun.com for reasons that I don't know. You would have to ask them. It's their personal reasons. I don't know. I'm not trying to start a war, but...
Okay, so RTA, it looks like if we're going by leaderboard, is 55 minutes?
Yes.
55, 30 something?
Yeah. That's a pretty good time. I don't know if I would ever try to beat that. This game could be... So how this fight works... need to wait for the turn. You want to do the turning, because making him turn allows you to get extra hits in one cycle.
Mega Man teaches typing. There is, House of the Dead typing, fun game, and various things like that. I wouldn't mind seeing a Mega Man version of that.
Mega Man typing game. Do they even make typing games anymore?
Yeah, surely there's gotta be. I think there was a couple that came out a year or two ago that were popular for a little bit.
And that seems like something like a niche indie project would do.
Yeah, like Typing of the Dead.
Alright, so that's the red fight. That wasn't too bad. I can tend to botch that up horribly a lot.
Yo, Chad's got you. They just shot out like four typing games. Where I struggle with typing games is I can type super fast, but I can't do it necessarily accurately. So if the game overly punishes
even when I'm not doing typing fast, I am prone to typos.
Yeah, it all depends how punished you get for typos as to whether or not I would be any good at the game.
This part we're gonna spam the water cannon at these things.
Alright, I gamed the system a little bit, but I did start a hype train in chat. So, I want to let everybody know. First of all, thank you for everything you did at SGDQ. But also thank you to everyone who is supporting GDQ Hotfix with your subs, your Prime Gaming subs, your gift subs, your bits, everything else, just being here. Your contributions do help keep our shows running. And since we do have a hype train, if you're enjoying the stream, do consider subscribing for exclusive emotes, ad-free viewing, access to chat during replays, which we will have after every Hotfix show because SGDQ just happened. And you can also always support the stream by sharing the channel with your friends, letting people know what you're watching. It's a great time here. But yeah, wanted to get that hype train started just in case anybody was feeling just that little extra bit generous.
Yeah, so we got one more room and then the refights. That enemy rush section, yeah, that was really bad. I already completed my sub-tank. There is a second sub-tank in Gungaroo we don't get because it's slow. I'm going to switch to 0.
Those are really cute dogs. You can't pet the dogs in this, I'm guessing.
No, they want to kill you. Why would you pet them?
It's an ongoing thing. If there's a dog in a game, you should be able to pet them. I guess we can only pet aggressively, but. This actually looks like extremely, not to make light of it, extremely difficult. This platforming. There's a lot going on.
The platform's not too bad, really. Just getting bombarded with all those enemies. Okay, I'm actually gonna get the quick kill right. The quick kill within the normal fight and the refight is a little bit different because of bosses having more health in the refights. So that kind of screwed. I had the refight strategy in mind. That screwed me up. Wait, you wait. In the normal fight, you would do 2 shots, then wait for the first attack. And here, you just go in the corner and spam tornado. And if you do it right.
Okay. What is making them loop
I say they're more annoying in this game. I mean, I haven't played X1 in a long time, but I don't remember them being annoying X1. In this game, they're the big nuisance. Next up is Borsky.
And are you doing these in any particular order to make sure you have enough heals?
To minimize weapon swaps.
Okay.
I'm not doing the next round explosions until we get the halfway point. Right there, you cannot hit force gear in that. So.
I was getting a little worried. I don't know how much damage the laser fence does to you.
I don't know. I haven't tried touching it. I don't know if it actually would damage you. Actually, no, it does, because that's what happens when Borsky rams you into it. What was next? Yeah.
Is there anything indicating which statue is which boss, or am I just missing that? Okay.
I don't think any Mega Man game has done that. Well, it's not official not Capcom made ones.
Oh, I thought in some of them, because they're usually in a circle, and that circle represents the level select screen.
The only one that actually happened was Mega Man 10.
Okay.
Some of them they're not even most of them they're not in the actual circle. Like they're not in a circle in 4, not in 3. In 2 they are, but I don't think they match the stage select.
I have just enough Mega Man knowledge to be dangerous, but not actually know anything.
7, no. 8, oh no, 8 they do resemble the stage select.
In chat, yes, it's of course saying burn it to the ground.
To the ground. Tornado of Mega Man against Drew really be OP. Really? Because I want to call Tornado below OP in Mega 9. Yes, we are using Tornado Titan's technique against him. He is the X-Series equivalent of Metal Man. In more ways than one.
I wonder if when you're fighting him, he's like, hey, where did you learn that?
Around! Tornado hold!
Do you do any other impressions we should know about?
No. I wasn't even I was just responding to the chat. So, oh yeah, I've actually ran the XC remake. It's really fun. Honestly, it's way better than the original game, and a much cooler speedrun.
And what is in the top right? It says what looks like 3D.
Oh, it's just telling you if you're in 3D gameplay or 2D.
And why does it need to tell you that?
Probably because like if you go into a game, you didn't know it was 3D. They need to tell you that hey, this is 3D because this is the first X series game in 3D.
Okay.
Because prior, the only 3D Mega Man game was Mega Man Legends, but like that was its own thing. So, not like
it just yeah, it just kind of feels like you should be able to tell, but like that might be one of the historical like things of like we forget this might have been new or different for a lot of people and confusing.
Yeah, it's the final boss Sigma again. Unfortunately, yes. The only exception was like X8 and I think Extreme 2. I never played Extreme 2, but wait.
And does that health respawn after every boss?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't know if we were managing like which one you healed between and stuff like that. We're back to the totally not a dolphin.
Yeah. It looks a little bit too thin to be a dolphin. And there's no fin. You know, like
That's
in the
true.
name.
It's a doll with a fin.
Clab says hello. I don't know who Clab is, but hello. Do you know who Clab is?
No, that's not for me.
Oh.
I'm just not popular and social butterfly enough to know who Clab is, apparently.
Me neither.
But whoever it is getting a lot of airtime, so congrats to you, Clab.
Don't worry, I don't think children want to watch Mega Man X7. So this is like the relatively easier strat for Guguru. You just use Tornado. There's like a way you can position yourself within his hitbox axle to wail explosions on him, and he will just do like the stationary kick, like back attack. It's really hard. Oh yeah, so that wheel, you don't want to do that because you cannot do the tornado while the wheel's up. Did I actually die? Oh my god! Why was I not? I was not paying attention to my health. All right. I'm gonna be honest, y'all. This is like the worst run of X7 I've ever done in the marathon. Not even exaggerating.
Yeah, I've done some of those myself. Even on the last episode of this very show.
Typical performance in this game. Oh god. I didn't get.
I love this.
If we're in a full-scale GDQ, this would not be this bad.
I just find it hilarious. You're trying to uppercut a boxing kangaroo right now. Like this is peak gameplay right here.
All right, action. Oh yeah, that's one of the few times the knockback upgrade does not actually help. I'm not the kid you used to know. I can't wait to go say that one day to someone who's been familiar with me since I was like 14. That'd be really funny. Like go to GDQ is like, oh. and go to someone who only knew maybe 114, and then when the context is appropriate, drop that line. It'll be beautiful. Alright, so do not ask why all 3 characters are here and in the red cutscene, and then one of them just disappears. It's very strange.
I was gonna say I didn't realize how much Axel and Zero kind of look alike until they were like standing right next to each other.
I don't see it.
That's okay.
Alright, so the first phase, we will just wail at Sigma with the tornado, in theory, because there is an attack where he will go in the background, and the only way to hit it is with Axel's like pea shooter, or X's pea shooter, whichever you have. So far he's being nice. Not anymore. Well, at least we're not doing Realm Warp. And Realm Warp, the Sigma fight's miserable because you have no weapons. Or no extra weapons. Okay, that wasn't too bad. So the second phase, we're gonna play as Axel. With Gungaru's weapon. Stay away from the hand. When you're using when you shoot with Gungaru, you cannot jump while you're firing it. So I had to stop firing to be able to jump.
That did a lot of damage.
Yeah. Livy, you don't want to fight this pea shooter. You have to in Realm Warp. Oh, Realm Warp, what a funny category. Wait. Ooh, that was almost a failure. Okay, halfway done. This is the final phase, by the way. That's really weird. So the reason I like this particular corner, it's basically a safe spot from his punches. Because you get hit by these punches, you're gonna get knocked into a bit. Or like, done. Or, there's no relief. Okay, apologies for not thinking to just put the laptop on gaming mode. I typically don't do that because it makes the fans laugh, but I really should do this with X Collection. That was my bad.
Yeah. Is that time, by the way?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, time. There we go.
Yeah.
you gotta call time first.
I didn't think you mentioned it. But well, yeah.
That's good.
Oh boy.
It's
Well,
all good.
Yeah, that definitely was not my best performance at Hotfix.
Hey, guess what?
What?
You're still underestimate, and that's all we want.
Okay. Well, technically. So yeah. Thanks for watching and sitting through me taking too long. Just put the laptop in gaming mode. Next time I play this game, I just do that. Anyways.
Do you want to take a moment to let the good people out there know where they can follow you, where they can watch more of your content?
Yeah,
I know you have a Twitch.
twitch.tv/TPASalt. I will be streaming Psycho Waluigi next up because I want to get good at that game as my 5th AGDQ submission.
Awesome.
Because every time the game's garbage.
Well, I look forward to seeing that. We are going to head to a quick break while we set up the next run. Now, on the schedule, you might have noticed it says that I will be doing Mechabellum. Unfortunately, given that we had a bit of a slow start, we're actually going to cut that run. I know I'm just as disappointed because I'm the runner, as some of you may be. Not a problem. This was not on your end. So I'm going to keep that in my back pocket the next time we got 20 minutes to fill. Don't worry, I will pull that out. So all you have to do is tune into Perilous Paths every single time the show is on until I eventually run that. But we are going to be back in a few minutes with Batman Arkham Asylum, any percent run by Morks. I'm super excited to see that. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Perilous Paths here on GDQ Hotfix. We are live. This is a rerun. Thank you so much for joining us. We're moving into our next run, which is Batman Arkham Asylum any percent with Morks. Morks, how are you doing today?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
Doing great. I mean, I get to sit here for 6 hours and watch some of the best gamers in the world do what they do. I couldn't be happier.
Well, I mean, I think you're in for a good run because Batman Arkham Asylum is probably well known in the community as well as like being one of like the first Batman game to be like, oh my god, Batman games can be so much awesome, and then afterwards it spawned like a million Arkham games afterwards, right? But I believe it's going to be a good one. If you're familiar with Batman speedrunning, especially Arkham ones, you're in for some treat, especially in the 80% category, because there's going to be a bunch of glitches, and I love these. So I'll explain them while we do the run, obviously, right? So I guess we can start right away, so we don't lose too much on the event timing. So for the time itself, I'm going to give you a countdown, but it's going to be inside the game, so it's going to be when I gain control of Batman himself.
Got it.
Let me just choose the easy category because that's the 80% one we're doing today.
And is there a big difference? Is it subcategorized by difficulty, anything like that, or just everyone kind of does it on easy?
There's two main categories on the leaderboard. There's easy and there's hard, and I don't believe there's one for the medium one. Probably somewhere like in an Excel file or something, but it's not like an official category on the website. So yeah, and both have different strategies because of it, obviously.
Of course.
So at first, normally we have some cutscenes at the beginning. I'm letting it run just a little bit, but I'm probably just gonna skip it. But basically what happens in the story is that Batman already caught the Joker and is bringing him to the asylum. And yeah, the game starts pretty cool like that. And obviously, if you know the Joker, he's probably going to mess around a little bit and try and find a way to escape, which is basically what happened. Not spoiling anything here, it's a 15-year-old game, so... yeah, Arkham Asylum, by the way, is more than 15 years old, so...
Yeah, 2008 if my memory serves. Yeah, we're getting up there.
2009. Time would be 1, 2, 3, go. Sorry about that, it was a little bit a little bit fast on the timer here, but yeah, there you go. But yeah, it's 2009 that this game came out. I remember it quite fondly. I was already done in high school. I'm super old now, man. I feel it now. Regardless, so I guess I could talk a little bit about what's going on in the run itself. So as I said, it's 80%, right? But most of the game is going to be, you know, core completed, as I mentioned, as I often say. What I mean by that is that we're going to do all the main things, which is beat the majority of the bosses, and we're also going to make sure to do things approximately in order. There are some items that we're going to get later in the game by doing different routes and zipping around, which is a concept I'm going to explain to you in a couple of minutes. But yeah, so there's a bunch of difference, obviously, between 100% and 80%, but if you were to do a glitchless strat, you would probably do levels the same thing as 80%, but way longer, because you're going to have to go through all the levels, obviously. But you'll see, once we'll get to certain parts of the game, especially the hospital, it's going to be maybe skip like half of it or something. You'll see, it's going to be quite fun to witness.
And we were talking in the green room. I'm so happy this is in English because the voice acting in this game is just spectacular.
Absolutely. I mean, I personally grew up with the French language here in Quebec, so I think it took me like 10 years before I played this game in English and discovered like the beauty of it.
How is it in French in terms of the voice acting and everything? I've never done it in a different language or heard like the Joker in other languages. Is there a noticeable difference? Is it the same style, the same personality? Is Batman different? Like, how do you feel about that?
It's kind of hard to explain. I would say personally that the French version is just as good. Obviously,
Okay.
because you didn't grow up with the French language, I guess it would be less awesome for you, right? Because you grew up with the English one. But they capture the same essence of what Joker should be. and what Mark Hamill brought to the table. I feel like they did a pretty great rendition in French as well, and paid huge respects to the voice actors that did it in the original language. So yeah, my answer is French language is great for me in this game for sure.
Okay. Yeah, it's always interesting, like when you especially watch anime, like English, Japanese, etc. Like the differences in how the delivery affects the product and how you're listening to it can sometimes be different. So that's really interesting.
Yep. I do agree with that, however. But most shows or most games I like to play in the original language, obviously because that's the intended artistic way that they envisioned how it's supposed to be, right? But yeah, you know, when you're young, I mean, in my case, English was not my main language, so there's some nostalgia that comes with French dubs, obviously.
Pacification system active. Shoot to kill permissions granted.
So right now what we're doing actually is, you know, we're bringing Joker back to the prison, but at a certain point during a cutscene that I'm obviously going to skip, he's going to get out and he's going to use, you know, like sort of his partners around to help him escape, and then afterwards it's going to be pretty much a train wreck in Asylum. You'll have to fix it yourself as Batman while everyone else watches. So that's pretty much what's happening here.
Isn't that the age-old story? Batman does everything while everyone else watches.
Yeah, basically. But then again, it's a fiction, right? A billionaire that saves ordinary people. So.
You're telling me this isn't real?
I mean, I've read books about it, and I think it's not.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will adjust to that. I think. I think I can. It's a big blow to me, but I think I can adapt.
You just have to make it real. It's real if you believe in it.
There was that Make-A-Wish kid where they made him into Batman for a day, so it was real for one kid.
Oh yeah. I think I heard of that story. That's pretty amazing, right?
Yeah.
People that gathers around to make like this wish come true. That's awesome. Human beings sometimes are great. Yep. I mean, you have the two spectrums of a human being, right? You have this event that was amazing, and then you have people that don't place their card properly in the grocery stores. It's like
those are the two people. You could either be on the GDQ. Oh my goodness! You could either be with GDQ or you could use your shopping cart incorrectly, and those are the two options.
Yeah, it's fine. You can also be the guy that, you know, or anyone that just places the cart in the grocery stores. That's basically, personally, I don't even work there, and sometimes that's what I do, and I get reminded by the girlfriend that we need to go. So that's when I stop trying. I'm stopping my OCD right there.
This is not glitchless chat. We are gonna have glitches. I don't know what they are. We'll find out later, but we're gonna have glitches.
Yep, exactly. We're gonna start with one pretty much at the beginning. I'll explain it in a couple minutes. But yeah. It is a regular 80%, the easy difficulty, which is the most popular subcategory for this category. The beginning is, there's not a lot going on, by the way. We just follow Joker until we arrive at the cutscene where we can skip it. But speaking of which, I guess we can take time for to explain pretty much the first glitch I'm going to execute in this run, which is called trophy storage. So, for people that have played this game before, you do know that they are, you know, like sort of a side quest where you can gather trophies around that were laid there by the Riddler, if you know about that guy as well. And once you pick up one, normally you gain about, I think it's about 300 or 400 points to put into your Batman stats in order to improve some of your skills. However, with the trophy storage glitch, using an infinite scroll wheel on the mouse, you're able to actually duplicate that trophy and gain a lot of points in the beginning. So that's pretty much what we're going to do at the beginning here, which, by the way, we're starting to play right now. So
gameplay.
We're going to get at these guys real quick. It's sort of like the tutorial side of the game, so it's pretty easy at first. And then while we wait for some gates here to be open, we're going to open that gate. And then afterwards we're going to get the trophy once we get rid of everyone here. Then we do specific movements here to make sure that we get it as fast as possible. And then we set up the glitch. Just give me a second. There you go. We should have, there you go, about 10,000 points instead of 300.
I was gonna say that was a lot of bats.
Oh yeah. And there you go. So at first they explained to you that you can improve skills, right? We're only going to improve the critical combo at first, and then afterwards we're going to improve the other ones across the games. We only need like 5 upgrades in this category, but with this amount of points, it's going to make well sure that we have enough for the remaining of the game without going too much out of our way to get other trophies, right?
How long is it gonna say Riddler trophy found? Is it gonna do this for like 10 minutes?
I mean, since we got 10,000, maybe for a number 5 minutes or so.
Wait, we got 10,000 points or 10,000 trophies?
No, we got 10,000 points.
Okay,
in
I
terms
was
of
like,
trophies,
man.
we probably got a couple hundreds, maybe. I don't know. No, not hundreds, but close to 100 at least. That's for sure.
I was like, you really worked that infinite scrolling mouse wheel if you got 10,000 trophies.
Yeah, I mean, it's that's basically what they recommend you to do when you do this speedrun of this game, is that they recommend you to actually buy a mouse with an infinite scroll. You can do it without it, but it gives you way less trophies, and therefore you have to go a little bit out of your way to get the remaining ones.
I'm looking at my mouse right now. What is an infinite scroll versus just like a normal mouse wheel? Like my mouse wheel just keeps doing circles. Is that infinite or there's something special?
I mean, I'm not exactly sure how you explained it, but basically, I guess I can show it on the camera a little bit. Can you see that? Like I just press it like that, and it just never stops until I stop it myself. That's basically, yeah. That's like an option that you put on the mouse. You press a button, and then it just infinite scrolls whenever you want.
Huh. I've never thought about that. That's a really interesting. I'm sure that has a lot of applications in speedrunning. I'll have to think about that.
Yeah, exactly, and it has a lot of applications in Batman Arkham speedrunnings in general, so you'll probably see our next runner FOK in Arkham City use that kind of glitch. I'm not exactly sure which category this person will play, but in any case, I'm pretty sure that he's going to use it.
They are doing any % new game plus with Catwoman, so it's going to be totally different and super exciting.
My god, that's a special category. It's going to be a fun one.
Yes. I thought it'd be really cool. Obviously, they're very good at that category, but also the Batman. Since the gameplay is sort of similar, Batman versus Catwoman. Like, how do they do the same kind of world, but very different ways?
Exactly. Yes. This is actually a side of the game that I never played with Catwoman. I think I played like 5 minutes of it, and that's it. But yeah, it's still Arkham City is an awesome game.
Oh no, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
This isn't a simple escape attempt.
So we still have the Riddler trophy found shown on the screen. Don't worry about it. It's gonna it's gonna finish at some point. Because afterwards, once it's finished, we're gonna have actually alerts for there you go, characters unlocked. That's basically what we needed here. That means that we're finished with the trophy, and then it's just gonna show us that the character buyers are unlocked. So it's gonna take a little bit more before we don't have any message on screen.
I don't know, I kind of like it when a game gets broken so much that there's like some sort of visual indication of how much you've done to it for a little while. Like, I don't mind it being on screen.
Yeah. I mean, it makes it fun, right? We all play the game we love like over and over again, right? And that's speedrunning. It does exactly that, but it gives you like a new touch of freshness. And then you become even better at it the more you play. It's just like a very clear indication of self-progress that I believe is very special with speedrunning overall.
Okay, I trust we're trying to die here.
No, I'm just bad. Just kidding. Obviously, we're...
Okay.
So, what we're doing here is the boss is not really beatable. I mean, there's a way to do it, but it's very slow. But since in that case with Batman, we can just take every hit at the end once a Batman reaches a low health like that, it's simply just it gets a heart attack and dies instantly instead. By the way,
I was gonna say that's probably the one part of the hard category that's faster, where that boss probably 1 or 2 shots you.
Yeah, this is one of the parts that is faster indeed. We're gonna do another trophy storage here. By the way, I'm saying trophy storage, but the trick is actually called trophy duping. Sorry about that. It's Diddy Kong Racing Force of Habit. We do have a trick in there called trophy storage.
I should
Confusing
go back to
both the
holding
entire
cells.
weekend.
The
Anyway,
bulb wasn't too
so
small.
once again, the Riddler trophy found is going to appear on the screen for a couple of times, but not as much. We only do about half.
Now I want to get Diddy Kong Racing onto the show. I don't think it fits my show at all. I would have to come up with some way to get it on, but...
I mean, let me know if you want to. I could do it, or I could ask my good friend Obayo. You know, like, we pretty much all know each other in the community, so let us know and we could arrange something.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. We got FOK in chat, who's going to be our next runner, cheering you on.
Hey, FOK, how you doing? Neat little trick here. We're gonna make sure that we get in the door.
That is
really
true,
fast.
Ray. I didn't think of that. Ray says, what is a racing game but going down paths really fast? And there's explosions and items and things. Like, yeah, I think I can swing it. Let's do some Diddy Kong at some point.
That would be a good idea. Donkey Kong Asylum, that would be an amazing concept.
Donkey Kong. Oh, there is that one. Is it called Ape Escape or something? There's a new Ape Out, maybe. There's a newer indie game where you play as a monkey in a skyscraper. So like kind of the same idea.
Oh snap! That sounds good.
Oh, what the hell?
I'm sure chat's got me. Let me know if I got one of those names right.
By the way, you might have noticed with the webcam, maybe not, because the webcam is not really much down, but most of the game I'm playing with the controller here. But all the, I'm using the auto-scroller, not auto-scroller, but like the infinite scroll on the mouse as well, but sometimes I'm also switching on the keyboard. This is something that's been, that the whole Arkham City community, or not Arkham City, just Arkham in general, will be able to do in real time. Right now, I'm going to do an example of that by using the keyboard instead to line up, and it should be good to go. And it wasn't, so we're gonna try again. There's a very small gap here where we can land on the other side and then just use the back claw to rise up properly. That should be good. Let's try that again.
Frank, what are you doing? No, put it down.
That should be good.
Frank, what the hell?
There you go.
Very nice.
Yep. And really tightly knit setup, but it is a run killer when you're running the game, because obviously you're going to want to be super fast at that part. But yeah, that's a fun one.
And that's skipping quite a lot. If I remember this section where you kind of have to go to ledge to ledge to ledge, and so yeah, that's probably saving you what, 30 seconds a minute.
Oh, at least, yeah. Because normally you have to crawl under a lot of places, and it just like really bothersome. However, so yeah, that's it. Definitely skipped a lot of this rise up right there. You're gonna see a couple of neat tricks like that during the run, but you'll see that once we get the next weapon in our arsenal, which is going to be the explosive gel, that's where the game will completely be explosive, I would say. By that I mean we're going to use the explosive gel to teleport ourselves pretty much everywhere we want. Not all the time, but in most cases it's gonna let us be able to zips around and completely skip some parts of the game.
I'm sorry, I'm trying really hard not to laugh with Batman just like taking 100 bullets to the back.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't care.
Exactly.
I've got a
Batman
vent
knows
to
it's
go into.
In the hard mode, obviously the strat would be different here, right? So.
I would hope so.
Yeah, you would die instantly if I was to do so in hard mode. Alright, so we're going to do a little bit of manipulation here. So, once this guy gets down, instead of waiting for the next cutscene, we're going to save warp our way to the next part of the level. Like that. So as soon as you see the bottom right spin loading animation, it means that you're able to load your save back again without any problem. And then we're going to wait for that guy to come up. And then just jump on this guy, destroy him, and normally we should be able to destroy that guy pretty easily. And this part would be over, however I need to do a special trick afterwards as well in order to skip a Riddler cutscene. So I'll try to focus on it to make sure it works, because sometimes either it doesn't, or either sometimes it soft locks the game if you're not fast enough. Don't worry about it though, we have a backup if anything happens, but I guess we could always do so if something happens, but normally it works most of the time. The community would probably tell me to just not go for that trick in the marathon run, but I don't care.
Oh, go for every trick.
Exactly, and it works, so there you go. In your face.
I always tell everyone who comes on, whether it's like a Souls game or whatever, like go for the hardest strat first, and then if it doesn't work out and you die, like who cares? But I always tell everyone, do the hardest thing first. Like that's what we want to see. That's what you've practiced. That's what you want to show off. Like don't be afraid to do it.
Yeah, we're doing this for fun, right? So as long as we have backups, like I don't mind this run being invalidated if I have to like load a specific part of save to come back to where we were. You know, it's about showcasing it and having fun, basically. So once we talk to Stone Cold Steve Austin here, then we have to exit the asylum, and we'll be in the main part of like the whole prison section, right? So, but before that, we're going to capture this radio here, and it's going to give us a couple of points for upgrades. And we succeeded to do something that we're going to try to do for the most runs. When we go for doors like that leads to a different section, if you press 3 buttons on the same frame, which are L, R1, and A, the action button, sorry, it's going to simply skip that animation of the door, and it's going to be called door cancel. It saves you about 2 seconds, and I mean, if you miss it, it's not too bad, but we like to go for it as much as possible. So with Batman right now, we're out of the asylum, and we're going to get it to our Batmobile. Fortunately, it's not drivable in this game, but it's where we're going to find our explosive gel, which is going to help us throughout the whole run. Yeah, let's skip that cutscene. There you go.
I love how you're moving so quickly. You just always have like some form of voice chat running where somebody is talking to you.
Yeah. I mean, that's a fun part of it, right? Joker is always nagging around on the intercom, right? And sometimes it's like other characters that are nagging you as well. It's just, you know, it's a very I would say active game, but like, you know, it's always interactive, right? There's always something happening during the game, and I think that's one of like the most unique things for a game at that age to be able to do so, right? Like there's no stop, it's just constant fun, right?
There's a supply of explosive.
So
yeah,
now,
Arkham Asylum is one of those like rare games where like I have trouble finding anything that like is wrong with it. Like I'm sure there's some glitches or it wasn't optimized. I think it had a bad PC port at one point or something. But like it's such a game that does everything right in terms of like gameplay and story and acting and just like how it's designed. And it was kind of like very revolutionary almost at the time, and then you saw it get copied by a lot of other franchises and stuff later on. But I'm sorry, I cut you off. You were probably trying to explain something super important.
Oh yeah, don't worry about it. I was waiting for you to finish your sentence. It's fine. It's a showcase. I can wait, right? So normally we don't wait 30 seconds like that on that part, but I just wanted to show you. So normally what we do with the explosive gel is that we set up what we call corner zips that we can then use to teleport us around. So depending on the corner that we use and the angle that we're doing it, we're going to go different places with the zips. So how do we set up it is that we do quick batterings like that, but then we cancel on the second animation like so. And then we have the explosive gel in our hand, and with that it's going to lead to a bunch of crazy stuff. And what's fun about it is that once you use it, the zips, so the teleport, when you teleport it, you can actually recycle it, so you can use it again over and over again. As long as you don't pick up the battering. And that's going to be fun, because with that we're going to be able to do 2 consecutive skips. Their first one is going to get into the hospital here. And once we're in, then we're going to go out of bounds and skip pretty much half of the hospital. So the first one is going to be right here. I'm just going to concentrate a little bit, make sure it works. It should be fine. Alright, we're good, but there you go. And then we can just enter it that way. The other one, we're going to activate the night vision because it's going to be needed in order to see what's going to happen out of bounds, like so. And now we're out of bounds. And we're going to land on this little sort of ceiling grate on the top and make sure that we don't fall, or else The run is not over, obviously, but if we just want to nail that trick, right? And right now what I'm doing is setting myself up in the corner very specifically, and I'm going to focus on the next part because I need to be very specific in order to fly in a cutscene. Unfortunately, we missed it. So that means that we're not going to be able to skip from that part, but there's a backup for it, so that's where we're going to go for. So as I said earlier, with that skip, what happens is that if you use the batarang, or in that case, restart a checkpoint, you lose that corner zips, and so we are not able to use it again once you restart, obviously. Hence the reason why we need to do a backup here. This trick that I attempted is pretty well known in the Batman community for being quite troublesome to learn and trying to get consistent with. So not surprised here, but you know, we're gonna showcase the alternate strat. Yep.
I was gonna say, it didn't seem like you actually had a lot of like reference points to go off of. At least on my end, I just saw basically a black screen, and so I'm not. It's really tough. Like normally you have like an icon or a pixel or something you can kind of reference, but it seemed like you didn't really have a lot to work with.
No, exactly. So I mean, there's a section here that we do know with habit where it's gonna be, right? But in this case, it was a little bit out of the way, unfortunately. So we missed it barely in that case. It's fine though. There's another backup we're gonna use here. Let me see. So it's been a while since I've done it, but I should be able to do it properly. Reduce it. Woo! There you go. And then from there, just gotta be careful in order to not miss it. There you go.
Nice.
Yep. I'm kind of relieved because that one I haven't practiced in a while, but it's fine. So normally that's where we would have landed with the other trick that we missed earlier. It just would have been a little bit more, a little bit faster, obviously.
That's the funny thing about backups. As you get better, you don't do the backups anymore. So then when you need the backup, it's like, oh no, I haven't done this in like years.
Exactly. You would think about it, but normally, you know, in marathons, you do want to practice some backs here and there, right, to make sure it works. But you know, I like to live dangerously.
It's Perilous Paths for a reason. That's the only way we do things here.
Exactly.
Chad is talking about the Batman villains acting like the Three Stooges. If you watch some of the old Batman, the Adam West, including like the Adam West movie, you will see a lot of that. There's very silly Batman stuff out there if you go back to like the 60s and 70s. So if anybody looking for that, you can find it.
I think Batman is one of like the not the villain or protagonist. What's the word for it? Heroes. I'm sorry. Wow, I forgot that word. But I think it's one of the heroes where you know, there's so much variety in terms of how it is approached, right? In terms of is it dramatic? Is it funny? Is it horror? Is it comedy? You know, like there's so much different types of Batman arts out there that I think there's one for pretty much everyone on the planet. So someone's like favorite Batman art would be maybe Batman Beyond. Someone would be maybe the Joker eras, and for others it would be like the old Adam West Batmans, right? So
yeah, Chad is mentioning Bat Shark Repellent. That's a classic.
Yep, I remember that. You also had the Bat card in the Batman and Robin.
That is true. The when they were playing hockey, I think.
Exactly. By the way, you saw Scarecrow, but we're just gonna skip him real quick, alright?
Well, you did say in the green room, I think, that Scarecrow is your favorite villain. How do you feel about skipping him?
A little bit sad. I mean, because when I was playing this game casually before, it was my favorite part of the game. And we entirely skip it. But it's fine, you know? We get used to it.
Can you hear me?
And normally you're actually encountering Scarecrow way more in Batman Arkham Asylum. I think it's twice more at least in the remaining of the game. But we're gonna skip all of those in this run.
It wasn't Gordon.
Someone's asking what killed the dinosaurs. I believe it is Batman. What do you think of it?
Yeah, the Riddler in those older ones, like the riddles are just spectacular. And they're solving them, and he's like, and Robin's like, yes, of course. It had to have been that. That's the only possible answer.
Yeah, it's nagging you for being smart, right? Because he's so smart. I mean, it's so well written, this game. It fits the entire universe super well. They understood what characters are to the point, right? That it is like bluffing that this game was made by this company that didn't really work on a Batman game before, if I remember. So that's very it's very convincing, and a form of art that are very much respect.
Which may be a good thing, because if any of my boys...
It'll be interesting to see if we get any new ones or if a new studio takes it over or something. Obviously, we had some missteps in the recent couple of games that didn't go quite as well. I'm hoping that that means we will get something, down the line. I hope that's not the end of Batman.
I mean, we did get a Batman Arkham VR, right? So
We did.
yeah, it's quite recent as well, and I think it's doing pretty well for what it is, because I think that Batman Arkham's like they did like reach a certain crowd that does play games overall, but if they want to like reach a younger audience, sometimes it's a little bit hard to piggyback on like a franchise that's this old. But I think they did a pretty good job. By the way, what we did, I'm sorry, the game is going so fast, I have a hard time explaining everything, but so we stopped Harley from destroying Gordon, to put it mildly, and then afterwards they are so mad that they sent Bane to try to beat us. But the thing with Bane is that it's very easy to beat, especially if you know where to position yourself so that it charges you as fast as possible. So for example, here I would position myself exactly here, and normally you should, there you go. And Joker sending his armies is not even going to be helpful here because Bane is already dead. And there you go.
Is there ever a worry that all of the goons, let's say, call them, is there ever a worry that they get in the way of your inputs? Like you try to attack Bane and you punch one of them instead or something?
Not in the Bane fight. Sometimes in the run, yes. There's going to be at some parts enemies called, and I'm not kidding, they're called crazies in the game. And basically, these are people from the, not the asylum, but like the prison that got out. And these guys sometimes can be in the way because they run super fast at you. So it can be bothersome, but normally with enough setups, you should be fine. By setups, I mean I was not supposed to do that, so we're gonna restart the checkpoint.
I was gonna say, Batman just went underwater. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, just take a little swim, right? It's summer, it's hot, right? We all need a little bit of...
He's got the Batman air scuba thing. I know he has canonically. He has like a little mouth breather thing. I don't know what it's called, but
this guy has everything. Yeah, if he wants it, he has it. Like he's a billionaire, right? I was supposed to be at the right spot. Normally it's this corner right here, but maybe I had to wait a little bit more. There you go. So that's where I was supposed to go. But I think I was a little bit too fast trying to do so. It's fine. There you go. Then we set up it again here, and we're gonna actually just make our way through the entire section until the next building by doing some zips here and there. So I'm gonna set it up here.
I found a cave entrance, and over the years have moved a number of supplies here.
There you go.
I wonder if this is how Batman actually works in the shows and the movies and stuff, because he's always on like a rooftop and then he disappears when Gordon turns around. What if he's actually just zipping out of bounds? And then like this is actually canonically accurate.
That would be a fair assumption. Developer intended, right? That'd be actually quite amazing. I would like an anime of that. There's gonna be a setup to enter here. So normally this part of the run, we can only get once we go into the Batcave to get our Batclaw. But we're gonna skip the Batclaw actually and get the Ultra Batclaw a little bit later. And we're doing so by doing a very precise setup to zip inside instead.
I like how it's called the Ultra Batclaw.
Oh yes, it is. You'll see it's gonna be a very big one, a very fun one. All right, so once we're in now, we're gonna make another quick setup here to go out of bounds. So just give me a second. Back, forward. Oh, we missed it. We're gonna do it again. Don't worry about it. Fun thing about these is that you can always just set it up again, and it should be fun. I think it's gonna be a little bit harder now because I forgot to set it up again, but don't worry about it. We're gonna do some casual play right now because I don't remember doing this part at all. So what we're
It's
gonna do
it's
here?
now GDQ's Let's Play edition.
Exactly. I wonder what's gonna be actually faster. I'm thinking about it. What can we do? All right. So guys, do you know where we're gonna go now? I think it's gonna be up there, right? I'm legit confused actually. Let me see. There might be some way for me to save that. I think that should be fine. We're gonna try that, all right? Yeah, there you go. Bear with me, all right? There you go. Shh, nothing happened. Shh, shh.
That's the funny thing about watching speedrun runs of games I love is I'm always like, I want to see more of it, but I don't get to because the whole point is to see as little as possible. So like that's always one of those weird dynamics.
Exactly. I mean, as I said, it's fine, right? So we're just gonna try it again. Don't worry about it. Should be this one. Yeah, there you go. All right. I think the hardest part here is that once we're in, we're not supposed to get rid of the zip storage, as we call it. And yeah, I think that if we miss it again, we're just gonna make sure that we get it again before continuing.
I once saved an unfortunate inmate from leaping off into the rocks below. I found a cave entrance, and over the years have moved a number of supplies here. It's a regular home away from home.
All right. Thank you, FOK. It's been a while, man. And also you have to like watch like a million cutscenes, right? So yeah, definitely the best way to do it, especially since it's a showcase, right? It doesn't matter. We're gonna lose 5 minutes. Don't worry about it.
Ah, that's nothing.
Yeah, it's nothing. You have 5 minutes, right?
Yeah,
Everyone has 5 minutes.
I'm here for 6 hours. What is 5 minutes?
Exactly. All right, let's try that again.
This is the best day of my week. I got nowhere to be.
There you go. So let's try again with this track here. So I'm gonna make sure that our foot is lined up with the wall here. Should be fine. There you go. All right.
And chat does make a good point. It is good to hear Kevin Conroy's voice again. For anyone in chat who doesn't know, Kevin Conroy has been the voice of Batman for, I think, decades at this point, and did recently pass. I forget exactly when in the last year or so. So yeah, getting to hear him again is great. And 5 more minutes of hearing that, can't complain.
I wouldn't complain as well. But there we go. We got the trick this time. So
Nice.
What it did is that we clip in through the fence there, and once the screen went black, we need to pause for a second until another part of the game was loaded, and then we can simply reach this section and go back to save again in order to skip pretty much half of this section. So there you go.
Oh wow, he passed away in 2022. I didn't realize it'd been that long.
Oh snap. Yeah, it's been a while. Alright.
The wheels of time, I just keep getting older.
That's how time goes, right? Nobody can escape it. So normally this guy we would need to approach it a different way, but then we can just throw the battering that way and get rid of him. And that's gonna be the last time we see Zaz in this run.
You monster! You evil, evil!
The fun part about this part here is that we're able to do sort of like hard combos by simply doing critical strikes by timing your inputs. And I mean, what it does is that normally it just kills them instantly, and that's a little bit faster, hence the reason why we picked up the skill in the beginning of the game. As soon as we got it, we save time immediately. So now that we scanned this, normally we would have to go doing like a bunch of the part of the levels, right? But with this, we're simply able to get stuck in this chair. But once we get stuck in this chair, then afterwards we go to this door. We do the trick again. It's a little bit faster. And then we do what we call the bell skip. So with that, The bell can be quite troublesome sometimes. Even if you aim properly, sometimes it just doesn't register the hit. But we're gonna hope it does, or else, you know, it's not that bad. We only lose 30 seconds per attempt, so hopefully it's gonna work out. There you go.
Batman should be in like Major League Baseball or something with a throw like that. That was quite the distance.
Yeah, I don't want to be a bus killer, but I think it would be illegal. So yeah, I mean, unless you're playing for the Savannah Bananas, I guess.
Yeah.
If you're not aware of this baseball team, go check it out right now. Sort of like the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball. So now we're already done actually with this part here, and we're simply going to go to the prison. And Harley is gonna wait for us there, so we're gonna get rid of her.
That can't be true. Kiryu Kazama has never killed anyone in the Yakuza series? There's no way that's true.
As of 10 minutes ago,
I've played a lot of the Yakuza games. He's definitely had to, just like Batman, I guess, killed a couple people.
Yeah. I mean, in the lore, he probably did, but I think it was all accidental. You know, like not the core one. How do we call it? What do we call something that's like official from the company? It's
Canon?
Canon. There you go.
Yeah. Oh, if you go into Detective Vision in Arkham, it always says unconscious. And there's great little Easter eggs for that. You can look at, I think it's in Arkham City when Joker is played by Clayface, and if you go into Detective Vision, you can tell it's not actually Joker. Or when Joker is dead, you can tell it, that he's not actually dead. So there are cool little Easter eggs with that too.
Yeah. A lot of attention to detail here. So instead of going through the door like normal people, since there's enemies in the front, we're simply going to skip them as much as possible. So we're going to zip here and go through the door the cool way. Oh, I guess we're not doing it the cool way, we're doing it the lame way instead. There you go. You could call it the lame way, but it's kind of fun though, because we're still beating some ass, but yeah.
This is making me want to pull out the game. I think I have it on PlayStation, maybe. I gotta go find my copy. I might be playing this later tonight.
It's on a lot of consoles, to be honest, and there's also a sort of a remake that came out at some point called Return to Arkham City. I would recommend you playing that version, especially if you're not speedrunning it. I think it's the...
I didn't know they made it. They did a remake? Interesting. Oh, it's only $5.
Yep. I recommend it to people that haven't played this game. Casually, it's still a gem, obviously.
I'm gonna have to look into that. I did not know that. So why would you not speedrun the remake over the older one?
That's a good question. I cannot answer you on that.
Okay.
I think some of the tricks were patched and everything, right?
Okay,
So
I was gonna say oftentimes it's they fix something, or you know the graphics are newer so that they have like lower FPS, or there's usually a lot of reasons why you might play an older version.
I do believe there's people that speedrun this category, but most people do run on the Game of the Year edition. Also, specifically, you can play the Steam version of the game, but what generally people do is that they play the Epic Game Stores of the Epic Game Stores version of this game. There's a small difference between those two, is that in the Epic Game Stores, instead of having to restart the game sometimes, because once we do the double out of bounds stress like we did earlier in the run, it's in the Steam version we have to restart the game, but in this one we simply have to reload the save and it works properly. So I guess that would be one of the reasons, right? Generally people go for the faster version regardless.
You stay here.
So that would be the reason why.
Good idea.
Alright. I think it should be fine if we do so. Okay, there you go. I need to be wary of the skills, right? Because I'm gonna be able to get certain points in the remaining of the run in order to get the last cryptographic upgrade. So I need to make sure to get that. There you go. And these are the guys that I was talking about a little bit earlier in the run, where these guys normally just throw themselves at you, and there's no real way to escape them. So as soon as we see one, we generally just punch their face and end their fun right there and there.
Just don't get
No.
excited.
Yeah, I love how Batman is the world's greatest detective, but 99% of his problems are solved by his fists.
He doesn't have any choice. People don't let him. They don't let him do anything other than that, right? So no, don't go away. Come back.
Okay,
Right here.
someone in chat has said that every time that they hear the word bats, they're eating an Oreo. So I'm super interested to see how this plays out, and whether or not you can. Well, I guess we're doing Catwoman in the next one. I don't know how often you'll hear bats in the next one, but oh wait, are you eating one when I say it? Can I trigger Oreos? I don't know if I can be trusted with this power.
It's a dangerous game. I've done it before. Alright, let me do this right here. There we go. By the way, these lines that you see when I do the cryptographics are RNG, so you need to adjust pretty much every run that you do. And just for safety, I'm going to get rid of those Joker teeth, which is going to lend us a couple more points. And ideally, I would be able to get them as soon as possible so that I can get the next upgrade before the next section. It's not a... I just saw it. I just saw what was written there.
I'm sorry, you're just like going down the hallway, you're just doing this thing, and the guy's like, ah!
I'm sorry, I was
don't
actually
know why.
laughing at a diabetes speedrun. I've definitely done that before too. But yeah,
that
these
guy,
guys.
I don't know why. It broke me. I just started laughing.
Yeah, they're very hyped up to see Batman right there.
They're diet Oreos, so it's okay. I didn't even know there were diet Oreos. I'm
you
learning a
think,
lot during this run.
You take a cucumber with cream cheese and you slice up 2 slices. That's what
Is that a real thing?
No.
Oh.
I would bet it's a healthier setup, right? But I've never seen someone do that. Alright, so we save those guys pretty easily, and then we're using the double battering to save them. Obviously, there was one that didn't work, so we're going to do it again. If we were to do so before deactivating, they would actually just electrocute themselves. And since we're a good bat, we're going to let them live. And we need that to advance in the run, so... It's just situational that we save them. Let me see. That should be good. It goes super well. Where is it? There you go. Alright. Then I need to advance that way.
Move it!
I love how the guard just yelled, "Move it! Get out of my way, Batman! I got places to be."
Yeah, exactly. They have quite a big mouth for someone that just got saved. Now I cannot hear it. They just run into you and just get absolutely destroyed for it.
This run is becoming unhinged, and I am here for it. I don't know what's happening anymore.
No, Batman!
Alright. So since we got the enough points right now, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna get the last upgrade. It's gonna be an amplifier, so it's gonna help us simply solve those puzzles a little bit faster than usual. And instead of going up the stairs, we can simply do it from that corner instead. That should be good. And then a little bit skip. Alright, that worked. So by throwing and battering at the same time here, we can simply skip the cutscene and run straight to the door.
That was interesting, like, camera situation where, like, you're doing the cutscene thing, but you're still moving.
Yep, it's a neat little trick that saves you a couple seconds. We do it whenever we can. Oh boy. Okay. Whew. Alright, should be good. No, it shouldn't. It is not good. Don't worry about it. There you go. There you go. And there's still 2 people on the ground. It should be fine. These guys are gonna wait here because obviously there's electricity on the ground.
Now, when you say not good, I know we're playing on easy. Is there ever a risk of death on any of these fights or bosses or anything?
I would say yes, but simply because if you're nervous and just like trying to punch your way through without really thinking about it, yes, there's a good way for you to die, actually. But normally it's not too bad. I mean, usually once you get the hang of it, it doesn't take too long for you to simply be able to kill everyone there, right? Should be fine. There we go. And as I said a little bit earlier, there's like sort of critical hits that you can do here, which kind of helps. And I think that should be the end, right? There you go. So we didn't see it in the cutscene, but Harley got captured and is now in the cage right there. And we're gonna leave her there. She's gonna be fine, don't worry about it.
Oracle,
I love how you just cut that off. Oracle I need, and then nothing.
Yeah, pretty much. Someone in the chat said that Poison Ivy has killed them many times on easy, and I do agree. I even lost a run to Poison Ivy at some point because I wasn't really wary of my health. Especially someone that doesn't know exactly how to approach her at first. You know, like you have to avoid certain phases where their Poison Ivy's sort of like poison balls that she shoots at you do a lot of damage. So obviously we're gonna want to avoid those as much as possible. In the speedrun, though, we have strat to make it a little bit faster, so we are a little bit more risky, but not enough to obviously die during the run.
Chat's saying that Batman was calling Oracle for Bat Oreos.
That would be amazing.
I'm actually on the, we're doing the show's too long, I can't hit a grocery store. I'd be getting some Oreos tonight. I'd be unpacking my old Batman Asylum cartridge or disc with some Oreos. That's gonna be my Tuesday, chat. You've inspired me.
You guys have a bad influence out there. So, as I said earlier on, there's going to be someone here that might be in the way for the next part, so we're gonna have to be a little bit careful. This guy going down the stairs can be in our way, so we're gonna try to not be. There you go. Zipping here sometimes can be clipped by this guy, so we got a little bit lucky here. We should be good. Alright. So the next part of our run is going to be in Poison Ivy's garden. Obviously, she's not going to be there yet because she's in the prison that we just went through. But it's going to be useful because that's where we're going to find our last item of the run, which is going to be how's it called? I don't remember. We'll see in a couple minutes, I guess.
I'm sure it starts with Bat. I know that much.
No, it doesn't. I mean, I don't think
doesn't.
So. Yeah, but don't worry, we'll find it in a second. I have the word in French actually, but not in English. I don't remember it. We'll see. So once again, we're gonna skip a bunch of this level here, and it's going to be pretty much the same thing as we do zips, but this time it's going to be a vertical one. So there's a setup for it that requires a little bit of precision. So I'm gonna focus for a second. There you go. So normally there's a huge bar here that you have to go through, but we're simply gonna skip from the right and go straight to the next section, which is going to be releasing a bunch of hostages, and right afterwards we're gonna have to fight our first double titans of the run. A Batman Returns cereal. I think I've heard of that. If they had it in Canada, I definitely tasted it for sure. Kind of my kind of a cereal too, the sugary ones.
Joker's men are all wearing the security.
There you go. So here I have to be careful because if they say me too fast, not this mission, but this part is going to simply not work, and then the hostage are going to get killed. It's one of the parts where it explains to you actually that sometimes guards can have like a sort of a sound detector, right? So if you kill one, the other one are going to know about it, and they're simply going to raise the alarm immediately. But since we kill them faster, then they can just, you know, they don't have time to react, and they just die instantly.
Joker wanted the entrance to the Titan production plant guarded.
Alright, let's see. We have to do the cryptographic 3 times here, and we'll see if we get lucky. Should be fine. Nice. Nice, there you go.
Was it the same on all 3?
Yes, it was. Sometimes it happens.
That's a great password. That's the equivalent of your password being like 111.
Yep, I love it. It should be, oops, it should be fine still. Alright. So what I'm doing right here is that, I think it should be fine. Yeah, it is. So I'm putting explosive gel on the ground because when I do so, it does lower their health both at the same time, and then we can simply chain them one after the other. So I'm waiting for that guy to be a little bit closer, and then we're gonna repeat the process. And this is also a strat that we're gonna do pretty much at the end of the run as well, once we're gonna have to do double titans as well, but with enemies around. So it's gonna be a little bit harder, however, to do the optimal strat for the one in the last bit of the run. Alright, so these guys are going to die right now. Then we explode these barrels right here, and this part is going to be over. And while everything is closed, we do some crypto openings as well.
That was quite the sound effect on that.
Oh, yes. I mean, Arkham games are known to have amazing sound effects, right?
I'm going to need something to get over this ravine.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. When I say die, I'm talking about, you know, dice. You know when you roll the dice?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The plural.
You're only sleeping, don't worry about it.
Yeah, everyone's just unconscious. They might be unconscious forever. We're not gonna worry about that, but
they fainted. Yeah, just realize that we don't look at the explosions. Indeed, yeah. I mean, you guys don't know about it, but once you reach a billionaire status, you're then invited to go see a monk in a mountain far, far away that teaches you about teleportation. It's kind of the perks that super rich people get.
I think that's called a private jet.
Oh, yeah, there you go. If you can afford one or maybe 10 of them. Alright, so now we're going to exit the garden. So pretty much the same thing that we did beforehand. We're going to exit by doing a vertical zip right here. Whee! And then I'm going to set up the zip again because I'm going to try to use it at a very specific part of the next part, right? Because we're going to try to enter the sewers to go see Killer Croc, but the opposite side, so it's going to require us to do a couple of zips here and there. Some precise ones too, so we're going to try to make it work. Alright. You're going to make sure that you don't see me before I go out the door. And there you go.
I want him dead.
Oh yeah, by the way, the private jet that you just saw from Batman, you only see it once. I mean, that's not true, you see it in the ending cutscene, but you could have just simply used it to go and reach the other part of the run, right? But it doesn't allow you to do that. Kind of a bummer.
That's the classic flying to Mordor kind of thing, right?
Yep, exactly. I mean, I had this discussion with my girlfriend like maybe 12 times, and she insists on telling me that no, it wouldn't have been possible because the eye was watching you and everything. But yeah, I don't know. You guys in the chat tell me if it was possible or not to just fly there. All right, so let's set up this trick right here. Kind of a precise one. Hopefully, it's gonna work out.
Chat's saying they can't see how a military jet would be helpful. If you play further in the game, you get a very militarized tank that you just drive through the whole game. So
exactly. Get out.
Without the Witch King dead, the Eagles would get owned.
It probably would, yeah. Oop, that's the one I wanted to have. There you go. Oh.
Lord of the Rings lore goes so deep, I'm not even gonna weigh on this. I've only seen the movies. I can't. I know there's like so much in the books.
Alright, let's try for that trick right now. We did store the zip a little bit earlier on, right? So we're gonna try to use it here to reach the other side of the wall that we cannot access otherwise. So hopefully that's gonna work out. There you go. Once we're on the top here, out of bounds, into that door right here. And then we're going to do the door cancel animation to stay on the other side while it loads the door. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, so we're going to try again. Alright, it worked out, but since we're on the other side, we have to once again go into the door. And now that section is loaded up, and we can continue with our run. There you go.
Batman, we're running.
Another door cancel right here, and the next section can be a little bit stressful. because we're gonna try to keep our zip storage for the entirety of the sewers. But at any point that we make a mistake, we lose it, and then we have to do Killer Croc the normal way, I would say.
Can you hear me?
So we're gonna try to keep it as much as possible. Hopefully, it's gonna work out well.
I'm close to Croc's.
There you go. So we start right here.
These floating platforms.
We can serve it, and you see at the left of Batman, sort of like an indicator that you're making too much sound. The thing is that if we run and we don't take that into account, we actually might die because Killer Croc is going to come from the water and simply gobble us up. So we're gonna have to be careful on that. Speaking of him, there he is. We get rid of that guy and then simply continue our way through. And what we're doing here is actually just trying to gather some solution on the ground like so. And once we gather enough spore, then we can just exit out and find the cure for the Titan virus that's spreading around from the Joker.
These spores don't contain enough of the antivenom mold.
That's gonna have to be here. And the next part is gonna be a little bit stressful because it's kind of a hard part. And if we miss it, as I said, then we're not going to be able to zip in that place anymore. So let's see how it goes. Nice, we got the animation cancel here. It saves a couple seconds. Alright, let's see if that works. Nice, we got... Alright. It's not over yet, obviously, but like the scariest part of this section is over now.
I didn't realize when you said this was like a hard, scary section, and then the music came in. I was like, oh my god, it really is. Like my heartbeat jumped. I was like, oh, I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, if you hear this music, just be careful with this because this guy is going to run through you, like here. But fortunately, we'll be able to simply just get around him, like so. But when you don't know, it can be quite a stressful part of the game.
I also love that Batman only feels the need to hold on with one hand. He's just doing a one-armed pull-up for like no apparent reason. He could use two hands, but no, just the one arm.
No, it's just for fun, right? He's flexing on the guy. At that point, he probably beat Killer Croc like a dozen times, right? So.
Yeah, that's true. He put him in here, right? So.
Yep, he did. He's a fun fella. Here, gotta be careful because we need to make a cycle so that the ground starts shaking only a little bit later, so that the remaining of the sewer run should be fine. There you go. That's the one we were looking for. Then we do another one here. Hopefully we don't fall. Okay, all right. Oh, there's this guy. So this is a little bit of our RNG where he spawns there, but he did spawn in the proper section, so I'm kind of happy about that one. Yeah, I mean, you know, I've done this. I've played this game over and over, right? So seeing Killer Croc is just another day in the office.
He's just an old friend at this point.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Getting out of here.
They'll get a beer afterwards. That's pretty much how it goes. Alright, so near I need to be careful. I'm not exactly sure where he is, but I can simply just avoid that guy by doing so. And then we do so. There you go. Oh, I gotta be. Woohoo! Okay, good. Sometimes it can be a little bit scary, that part.
And they claim Batman's not meta-human while he's literally teleporting.
Yep. But we said it was canon earlier on, right? So that's how you sneak ups on fools. So this part is a little bit glitched up, but that's gonna be cool because Killer Croc is gonna be right in our face right here, but we're going to explode right now, and then that's it. We're done with Killer Croc.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
this section
that was
went,
interesting.
Yep, this section actually went super well. It's an easy run killer, this part. Alright, so now we're out, and as I said earlier in the run, we're going to pick up the Ultra Batclaw now. So we completely skipped the regular one, and with the Ultra one is going to let us be able to complete the remaining of the run, but the glitches aren't done yet. Right after picking up the Ultra Batclaw, we're going to do another vertical zip, and really neat setup in order to get back to where we're here. But it's going to be quite precise, and if we miss it, I mean, it's not too bad. It's like maybe a minute loss, but hopefully we'll get it this time. So for those wondering, right now we're just entering the Batcave the opposite way. Normally we do enter the other way in a casual playthrough, right? So, there you go. Very
It's
specific.
cool that they let you do it either way, though. Like, there's not a mandatory trigger. You have to come in one direction before you can enter or exit.
I mean, that's correct when you speedrun the game. In casual playthrough, it's pretty linear how you have to do it. Alright, let's have fun. And now I just need to be careful because I'm gonna have to land on this very specific part of the corner here. That should be good. There you go. And then that should be fine. Yep, we got it. Perfect. And then we land right here in the water. Does it make sense? No, but it's fun and it's faster. That's the whole point. So now we're sort of like in the out of bounds section of this part here, which is basically the room that we just went in beforehand. So we're gonna reach the same that we reach a little bit later on there. Oh, it didn't work out as much as I thought, but don't worry about it. We'll reach it manually here. Ouch. And there you go. And then at that part, we're doing a double out of bounds, so we need to really save in order to load the level properly. For those wondering, by the way, in the chat, the game is running, I think, at it's 1080p or 720, but it's only 30 FPS. However, that's the settings that we can do depending on the category you play. Especially for 80%, we need to put it at 30 FPS in order to pull off more tricks during the run.
What's he doing now?
I'll look into it.
Well, I think specifically on the stream, I'm watching the stream, I think we might have had a quality dip compared to what I'm seeing in Discord. So there may be something on the tech side that chat's responding to rather than.
Oh, okay. I thought you were complaining about the game itself. There.
But the game is, you know, it is an older game. It has different FPS requirements, but I think there is specifically like a resolution thing on the stream. But
yeah, it might be. Oh yeah, don't worry about it. It's definitely 720p as well. I got confused for a second for sure.
Yeah, I think we've got it fixed now, chat. Thank you for letting us know.
Thank you guys for letting us know. Alright, so normally there's a section here we need to find more items. However, we can simply skip this by, you guessed it, going out of bounds and exiting through the broken elevator. So that's gonna be a fun one. Once again, I'm gonna make sure that the setup is proper here. So let's see. It should be fine. It is not. Let's try again. This is not the out of bounds you're looking for, alright?
Star Wars in my Batman game.
Yeah, it was a little bit messed up. I think it was like sort of a input error from my part, so don't worry about it.
There is a couple of times where I think in the animated series Batman does that, but obviously not using the Force. But I think there's a section in one of the cartoons where like he's in a gangster's office. One of the gangster henchmen opens the door, sees Batman. Batman just looks at him, and the henchman just slowly closes the door again. So he does have his own version of the Force.
Probably invented it.
Part of the Himalayan training. You get teleportation and mind control.
Exactly. He has everything. That didn't work out as intended, so we're gonna try again. Here we go. I think we're able to set it up again. We'll try.
I like how the teeth are just like chattering around your feet while you're doing it.
I'm sorry? Yeah, the teeth, right? Yeah, it's scattered a little bit around the game, and there's actually a sort of side quest in order to complete them. that's what I said a little bit earlier about like this game having like being alive. That's so much part of it, right? So just having those around is sort of like a treat for a game this of this magnitude. So, all right, we're gonna try again. And yes, world record is definitely way lower than what I'm doing right now. I do believe that it's at a 1 hour, 3 minutes, and 50 seconds, if I recall correctly, by Elite, one of the long-time runners of this game, and all the Arkham games as well. All right, let's try again. There you go. All right, we got a setup red. From here, we can go right here. And our goal here is just to land up in the elevator room, but there's sort of a little finicky setup for it, so we're gonna try it. Should be fine. There you go. Yeah, perfect. Then here, it's kind of weird. We have to get off the ledge and come back in order to put explosive gel. It's a little bit finicky, but that's the fastest way to do so. And then we go out.
I like how he could have climbed that, but when in doubt, use a grapple hook. Like,
Oh yeah, for sure. It's
I know
fast,
I would
right?
do that.
It would be very practical, right? You want like a glass of milk or something? You can just backflow your fridge for a second, and then there you go. I would definitely do it. If my
Superman's
fridge
got
didn't cost me, like-
crypto. Batman's got his grapple hook.
Exactly. So what we have right now is only 3 bosses to do. So we're going to reach Poison Ivy at the moment, and once we're done with her, then we're gonna do we're gonna go to Joker's party basically. And before we have to fight Joker, we have to fight the Double Titans fight, and then finally we have our Joker fight.
So did we skip the rest of, I think there's 3 or 4 Scarecrow sections. Did we skip all of those? Other than the first
Yep.
one we sort of saw?
Absolutely, we did. So normally there's a couple of them like scattered around the game, but we only had to play the first one, and even the first one we can simply skip it as you guys saw. So yeah, unfortunately my favorite enemies didn't get his moment of glory in this category.
My babies are grown.
All right, I have to do like a little bit of a sort of a jumping setup here in order to get past that section. So there you go. I want to answer someone in the chat that says if I like this category compared to the other ones. The fun part is that that's the only category I know. The reason that's the only one I know is I started quite recently. I've started speedrunning this game maybe 5 months ago or something. And yeah, I tend to sometimes just having like a different one every 6 months or so, or a different game sometimes even. That's kind of the way that I enjoy speedrunnings now. So you might see me in a different category in a couple of months, or you might see me, I don't know, running Muscle March. Who knows?
Or Diddy Kong Racing?
Or Diddy Kong Racing, yeah. It really depends, so I guess we're
I'm
gonna stick with that.
curious, speaking of which, I'm curious, like, those are very different games, right? Batman Arkham Asylum and Diddy Kong Racing. I'm curious, like, what led you to the games that you pick or that you're interested in? Is there something about like the how you run them or the genres? Are you looking for variety? Like, because a lot of runners, they specialize in something, and you're very much seemingly different to that.
It's sort of like a it's a pot of pretty much everything. So I think it's a mix of I don't know. It really depends. It has to take a lot of me to say, okay, I'm going to speedrun that game instead, right? So, I don't know. I guess I go with feeling on that one. I used to be like a one-game speedrunner before. When I started back in 2012, my first game was actually Donkey Kong Country 3, which I had the opportunity to present at GDQ 2014, if I remember correctly. So I played that game over and over again, and then I don't know. I just decided to speedrun different games, and I think my main criteria would be: did I play it when I was a child? Did I have fun? Like, did I have nostalgia about it? Did I enjoy it? Do I want to enjoy it a little bit more by speedrunning it? I don't know. Sometimes I can like ponder for a speed game for like months, and then one night I might be like, okay, I'm gonna play that game instead, and there you go. Yes, I'm an old person now. My back hurts sometimes for no reason.
It's that magical number when you hit. I think for me is when I hit 30, and then you're like, yeah, the back pain, and suddenly you're like, yeah, I can't do all nighters anymore, and like all that kind of stuff.
I mean,
Don't worry, Gen Z, it's coming for you.
Yep. Life waits for you. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much how I do it. You know, like once you, I mean, I have a career, I have a girlfriend, I have like family, jobs, friends, whatever, you know. So speedrunning is more like a hobby right now. Like I don't have time to put like most hours in it, so it's more like, okay, I want to give some time to that game and see how far I can go. And yeah, Batman, I don't know, it just came one night and then it became like a huge part of me for the last months, and that's had a lot of fun with it. I might speedrun the new game minus category that someone said in the chat. I just haven't had the time to come around it, but maybe in the following weeks, who knows?
See, I thought new game minus was a typo. I thought they meant to say plus. What is a new game minus?
So new game minus, you start new games, but with all the weapons. So you're able to actually skip most of the game by doing it in about 20 minutes. And it's basically just exit the asylum and go straight to Joker. That's pretty much how it goes. And it's called new game minus for that reason. And there you go, we're done with Poison Ivy. It's not a super well-known category, not a popular one, obviously, but it's a fun one if you want like something real quick to experience with Batman Arkham speedrunning. Then again, I think that the new game plus category in Arkham City is very well known. It's probably like the most popular speedrun category in Arkham speed games in general, I believe. Alright, so now we're gonna get to Joker. Obviously, we can do it the normal way, going through the door, but we're going to do the cool kid way by simply zipping into it. Yee!
Oh, wow. I love how you land on top of a guy's head, and he's just like, what happened?
Oh, we missed a skip at the beginning. Normally, we would have done something to get the to get right inside the door, but not the door, the window. But it didn't work out. So we're gonna do it that way instead and just wait.
Tell me you've not been looking forward to it.
That's a good explanation, actually. If okay.
Surprise!
Whose footprints are these? Which one are you talking about? These ones, or?
You don't want to miss this.
I think it's just dirt, right?
It'll be a blast. 10, 9,
We got a countdown.
8, 7, 6, 5,
Yeah, it's a funky one, however. We're just gonna go a little bit away while it does so.
This is how we also start and end the timer during GDQ runs. We have countdowns just like this.
Exactly.
However, I did do a run once during a marathon. I mistimed when to start the timer, so I went 3, 2, 1. so like,
for like a minute.
It does happen. Yeah.
Oh yeah, don't worry about it. I'll give you a proper countdown once we're at the Joker section for sure. All right. This one can be a little bit finicky. Hopefully they're gonna behave properly. They don't, obviously. But it's fine. We're gonna try to go around that and make it work still. Oh, okay. So this one didn't get. Okay, it's gonna be a fun one. Actually, shh, we're gonna restart it. It's gonna be a little bit easier. Yeah,
a lot of times restarting a checkpoint is faster than trying to deal with whatever happened.
Oh yeah, exactly. But even then, sometimes, you know, the run just can be cannot allow you to go any further, right? So.
Are you trying to line up the tackles to hit the minions or no?
It's not exactly tackle them. It's more about getting the titans in a proper section, and once it's done, then I can be able to do them to line them up on the ground, and then I'm gonna bring all the enemies in the corner so that I can use the explosive gel to make them stay in the corner, sort of. So I guess I'll focus just a little bit more here since it's our second reset. I'm gonna make sure that never mind, it's gonna be our third reset.
Third time's the charm. Or I
Third
guess
time's
it's
the
four.
charm. Exactly.
Third reset is the charm.
It's gonna be our fourth first try. Don't worry about it. There you go. Finally, we got something. Okay. These guys sometimes charge at you at the beginning, which is normally what we want in that kind of situation. There you go. So 1, 2, 3. Then we jump that guy. 1, 2, 3. Should be fine. And then from there we can simply bring them all in the corner like so. And once that's done, we can simply explode them. And normally, if we're well placed and keep them in the corner, it should be going properly. There you go. And then we do it another time here. There you go. And another one.
I love how
Finally.
Batman just like literally stands on top of it. It's knocking down everyone, and Batman's just like, what? Like,
should be fine, I think. Let's try that. Okay, this guy's not dead, fortunately, but I think we're gonna kill him right now. Alright, die, my guy. Million punches in the face. Boom! There you go. Alright, so now we're to the Joker phase. It's going to be 3 phases of like him messing around, sending his goons, and then we destroy him while he has his back turned. So very easy fight, but you can mess it up pretty easily. So there you go. Yep. I'm sorry, I think I interrupted you, Red.
oh, I was saying, I just think it was funny you didn't bother to finish off those last 2 henchmen. You just kind of punched them once, and you were like, hey, stop it. Like, and then,
Oh yeah, just a warning, right?
yeah.
Like I destroyed the Titans and completely exploded them, but yeah, this one is a warning, guys.
Yeah, it's like when you shush a cat or something, you're like, stop it. And then the cat's like, okay.
When the cat is going for your cereal bowl, right?
Or your
You're like,
Oreos,
no.
if we want to bring the Oreos back in.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I didn't forget, chat. I didn't forget.
I think I'm gonna go for some afterwards.
Hashtag not sponsored by Oreos.
No, it is not. A timeless cookie for sure.
Although if they do want to make GDQ branded Oreos, and I don't know how we would do this, but if that wants to be a thing, somebody let us know.
Yep. You could do it like an Oreo eating contest with Oreos, and would be in a thematic of like going fast.
I think we might do the cucumber version of that. I don't know if we want to have people eat like 500 Oreos.
Oh yeah, for sure. Should be fine. There you go.
The Ultra Black Bat Claw.
Oh yeah, Arkham Origins sometimes has these kind of shenanigans that can happen as well. But it makes the game even more fun, I believe. All the different animations that can happen. Like
yeah,
when
that
you
Deathstroke fight is just legendary.
Yep. So as you noticed earlier on, I pulled back Joker by his back. So the last time I'm gonna do it is going to be now, and once he reaches to the ground in the cutscene, then it's going to be the time. So I'm gonna tell it a little bit louder so you can press on the button on the right time. There you go. Should be fine. Oh no, there's this guy. Come here. There you go. All right, so it's going to be time.
GG's.
Thank you, thank you. So that was Batman Arkham Asylum. I must admit, not my best run, but it was definitely one of the most fun I ever had running this game. Just having you guys around, being able to explain how the run goes, going back and forth in the commentary, and having you guys. It was really a treat. Thank you for having me.
No, it's been our absolute pleasure. People, I cannot tell you enough how distracting I can be to runners. So the fact that you pulled it off with me in your ear making Oreo jokes is just spectacular. I know I'm a huge distraction. Now is a great time while we are watching this cutscene. If you want to tell people where they can learn more about you, maybe find your stream, you talked about some other games you might be doing, shout outs, anything and everything. Now's a couple minutes for you.
All right, perfect. While the cutscenes are rolling, I guess I can do that. So first of all, shoutouts to the Batman Arkham community. I've entered their Discord maybe a couple of months ago, when they were very welcoming and helping me with the strats for this category. So shoutouts to you guys. Thank you for having me. Also, shoutouts, I guess, to the whole GDQ community for having me today. Such a pleasure. Shoutouts, I guess, to No Reset, which is sort of, I'm not sure if you know about that one, but it's like sort of a speedrunning organization here in Quebec, more specifically in Montreal, and they do events biannually. So there's going to be one in September that we're going to do a whole weekend marathon. So it's going to be a fun one. And yeah, I guess for the remaining ones would be my socials. So you can find me on Twitch, YouTube at Morks QC. So MORKS QC. And yeah, I stream very sporadically, however, so you won't see me that often. But give me a follow, and sometimes I'll pop up with maybe maybe a Donkey Kong 64 randomizer, a Batman run, Star Fox 64, Diddy Kong Racing. Who knows? It all depends on the day. So hopefully I'll catch you there and have some fun as we did today.
That is quite the list, and I am penciling you in for a Diddy Kong run sometime in the next couple of months. We'll chat about it. We'll get into it.
For sure. Yeah, pleasure.
Well, thank you so much for joining here. Of course, we do have another Arkham game coming up. We talked about Arkham City a little bit. That'll be any percent with Catwoman, New Game Plus with FOK. Before we head to break, we will have a break between games. But before we do, we are the Monday show of Hotfix. I know a lot of you are joining us from SGDQ. So if you're curious what's coming up on Hotfix, what Hotfix is, what shows we have, the themes, the schedules, all that fun stuff, make sure to check out the schedule and the full lineup at gdq.gg/Hotfix. We are only one of many shows. We were only the first day of the week. So definitely use the break time to catch up and learn more about that. But we'll be back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere with more amazing Batman Arkham action. Be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Perilous Paths here on GDQ Hotfix. This is a special 6-hour double episode edition, and we are now officially in our second 3-hour block. And we are going to be doing Batman Arkham City any percent with Catwoman, New Game Plus, lots of category stuff. But that is going to be with Fok. How are you doing today, Fok?
I am doing just fine. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm fine. Yeah, it's 5 a.m. and I'm glad I ruined my sleep schedule for it.
Yes, we are very lucky. I always appreciate whenever, especially international European runners, are able to join. It is a very big commitment. It is difficult on the scheduling. So it does mean a lot that we were able to put together this Batman Arkham block with you and Mork. So thank you so much for being here. If you want to take a second, tell us a little bit about the game, maybe like the differences in New Game, Catwoman, or we can talk about that, as we get running. But whenever you're ready, give us a countdown. We can get into it.
Yeah, we'll just talk about it in the run itself.
Yeah, let's do it.
So I'll give the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. So not now.
Okay. I was like, that was a fast countdown.
3, 2, 1, go. Right.
Good luck, have fun.
Right from the start, we'll do some glitches. Let's see throughout the game a couple of times. If I'll not fail them, I will. Which are ground takedown cancels. Not getting game out there. Why though? Alright, technical difficulties. You should. Oh, it's not. It's not. Yeah.
One second, everyone. We're just trying to make sure we can get game audio for all of you because, of course, as we just talked about in the previous game, the audio in these games, the voice acting, everything about it is spectacular. We want to make sure you can hear it.
All right. Oh, did I not? Oh, no. I'm saying. All right. Now we should be fine. All right. So, the stuff I just did, was were the ground takedown cancels. We'll see them a bunch from Batman, and not only from Catwoman. Now we'll just start from the basic. What is any percent with Cat and G+? What does all that mean? Any percent, complete the game as fast as possible. With Cat means that we will play with Catwoman, which is originally a DLC that you would have to activate when you bought the game, like on disc. In my case, for example, when I just bought in 2011, it was on PlayStation 3. I would have to go to PlayStation Store and activate the code to get the Catwoman DLC. Now, on PC in Steam, it is just Game of the Year edition, so we have to do some shenanigans in the files to get rid of Cat. NG Plus means that we'll start with all the gadgets that we got in the new game, the first playthrough, which is also the reason why we complete this game way faster than original playthrough, like double the faster, or well, almost double the faster, because we have somewhat of a gadget, but like not the gadget. That's just kind of like, it's hard to explain. When we get to this point, I will tell what that is. For now, we'll play as the guy called Bruce Wayne. Before we'll get to the actual Batman gameplay, we'll get to that hero. For now, we have this weird filler with this guy. No idea why he should be there, but well.
Yeah, this random guy, certainly not important at all.
I don't think so. Like, it's just like narrative stuff, I guess.
Yeah, he's just really rich. Don't worry about it.
Just to show like how difficult it is to survive in Arkham City. And this whole place is Arkham City. Like out there will be a huge area called Arkham City. And this bald guy is the guy who has some thing called Protocol 10, which will do something in 10 hours, but they'll stop it in 30 minutes. Whatever. Not really important. Yeah, it's first like 5 minutes is just walking forwards.
Not unlike Batman Arkham Asylum, where we did walking forward with Joker. Now we're as Batman. Now we're walking forward as Bruce Wayne. So very walk heavy early speedruns.
Yeah, I think it's just Origins that starts from the bat. Pun intended. In Asylum we have to do this walk with Joker. In City we have to walk with this guy. In Night we walk as a policeman. And while we walk, we also do one glitch that we can do this guy in the cuffs. When I press caps lock, he should get in the crouch position, but he doesn't, because he doesn't have this animation. But animation stores somewhere out there in the memory of the game, and if you'll do anything else, there will be no animation of doing this second thing. And that's how we skip the counter-attack animations.
Interesting.
There's Penguin. You will see him once.
It was funny you were saying the only game that doesn't have an intro where you just start as Batman is Origins, which is funny because it's the one game that should have an intro and just doesn't.
Yeah, like what I mean is like when you just walk, just do nothing
just the walking,
before the gameplay, and then Origin starts right away. You have to go there, you have to punch this guy immediately. Here, just relaxing, we just walk. And that's nice. Here we counterattack and breaks this guy's arm. And then we just punch him in the face. And that's it. We'll never see Penguin ever again. Break out the cuffs, and here I will try to do skip, called dumpster dive. Or interface skip, or whatever people like. First I need to...
I like dumpster dive, that sounds fun.
There's people to get out of place. Come on. Really? Alright. Second of the charm. It saves like 25 seconds, I want to say, on this difficulty. And yeah, just small neat thing to skip this fight. And we climbed on this building to do something. I don't know. I didn't play the game.
I like how the helicopters are just like ignoring this.
Yeah, no. Regular Tuesday. Happens.
That reminds me of that old Street Fighter movie where Bison says, for me, it was just Tuesday.
Alright. Now, we'll activate this weird thing. And then Bruce Wayne will mystically disappear. And the actual protagonist of this game, Batman, will show up. I really don't know why they decided to put this guy in the start, like he just disappears and does nothing. Weird. like bad writing, I guess. Right. So now what we do is we hack the thing that we got from this first guy. I guess that's the only point from that guy that we got little chip to hack into the tiger guards comms to find out what's going on out here. And we find out that Catwoman that we played at the start got captured by Two-Face, and now, yeah, we need to save her. Well, we also have this cutscene, and I will also say that we are playing in Spanish. It's faster by like 12 seconds. And fun fact, Asylum ideally would have to be played in German, but it's RNG dependent. You would either save 0.2 seconds or lose 3 seconds. So the choice is obvious to play in English.
I do enjoy, though, after we just played through Arkham in English, like getting the different language is actually really interesting to kind of hear the differences, because we did just hear, you know, Kevin Conroy as Batman, and now I have no idea who this is, but hearing someone doing the different voices in a different language is really interesting.
Yeah, let's hear one English line. Anyway, we get to the fight. I will explain this hops I did either. I'll also explain it when we'll have time. Whoops. It felt weird. Anyway, because we have all upgrades, we immediately can do a thing that kills everyone. It's just a thing he does, you know.
Just a thing.
Yeah. And that's how early fights will be done pretty fast. So it will be very fast, like it's hard to keep up because I have to explain the story and the glitches. But whatever, right now someone shot us in the courthouse, and it was coming from the church. And this guy who shot us was a Joker. And now we're going to go to the church, except we'll skip this church. By doing this, that's how we got the storage, and that's how we will get the storage. It's way easier than in Asylum. And then we'll get this storage. We have 2 bearings, so we can do 2 different types of storages. And then we'll try to skip these guys. We did. And now we'll do some shenanigans. We'll get a line launcher. Tightrope somewhere right here. Then we'll do another thing called rack storage. And then we'll zip our way to the place where you have to go. And that's how we skip the whole church section. But that's not it. We also skip the bell tower by doing this. So it was a lot. Zips, you already saw how the zips works. It's pretty much the same as an Asylum. It teleports you to tries to teleport to the center of the map, and the only thing that can stop you is collision. So we use it to the fullest to get to the place where we want pretty fast. Then wreck storages. We'll do some shenanigans with remote electric charge gun that Batman has to get in this position. So if we do another action during this wreck storage, Batman will get confused and will do some weird stuff. For example, if we'll do the wreck storage and we'll pull out the Batarang, Batman will do anything he can to get into the position where he got this Batarang originally. So for example, I'm standing on the ledge, I did the wreck storage, standing on the ledge, got the Batarang, doing the wreck storage, and even if I'm on the ground, Batman will have the animation like he's standing on the ledge, even though he's not, he's just standing on the floor. And that also helps to do the zips anywhere we want, not only from the corners. And the other thing that we did was a freeze climb. These are like the whole minute optimizations that will not bother to explain, but they just look cool. So one more glitch that I did was the freeze climb. Freeze grenade climb, that's the full name. If you remember back in like 2012, there was a video called Machinima, actually, that was called Escape Arkham City, where the guy showed that if you stand on the end of some ledge or billboard and you will start throwing freeze grenades, Batman will eventually start flying up. And because we did all this whole wreck thing, and Batman thinking that he's on the ledge when he's actually on the floor. When we'll throw 3 grenades, he will go up, which helps to get some boost to get rid of sticky situations. That was a lot of words, and it's okay if you did understand. I didn't understand either. As I said, I'm running this game and playing this game for the first time. And here's the fight. It's very fast with this upgraded, kills everyone. You know, the thing he does.
They're just unconscious. They're just sleeping. They're all okay.
They're sleeping, yeah. Yeah, sure, they're dead. Anyway, plot-wise, we're in the steel mill. That's it. That's all you need to know. Now we'll do another zip from different place. At least I'll try to do that. There is a possibility that we'll fail it. To skip these guys. Oops. It's actually fine. I will fail it. Yeah. I will not skip them. Whoops. And that's actually a problem because it's NG+. And they really can kill. They can really kill you. That's a problem. Anyway,
so in this one, in Arkham Asylum, we watched Batman take like hundreds of bullets from lots of machine guns, but in this one, you'll actually die.
Yeah, he, you know, ignore him. Or goons adapted, I guess.
They got armor-piercing bullets.
Yeah. Actually, hard in this game is actually pretty hard. You can die from like 2 bullets of shotgun, which is not nice. And now we got into the Predator section, stealth section. They will obviously do very silently, and no one will hear nothing.
This is all just a normal day at work.
Yeah, you can see me doing ground takedowns that I was doing. Oops, I was doing as Catwoman, but with Batman, with Batclaw. Really easy to do, save a lot of time. And now when we got the red gun that we already had, but well, I guess Batman just had to get it twice the fun. I've got to set up the zip. Not even the zip, it's like you just get in the corner to grapple through the wall. Ignore these guys. So this thing that I'm doing, like weirdly jumping, I roll and then cancel the roll with the Batclaw, called roll cancels. Wow, original. This way, walking's faster. Now I'll do wreck storage again, and this way I will skip the. I'll skip the mini boss called Mr. Hammer. And yeah, Joker's dying. Like, whatever, we can play as Catwoman now.
Oh, interesting. There's a hard switch there to Catwoman.
Yeah, there are total 4 Catwoman sections. We will play only 3. And the reason why, like, the last Catwoman section is right at the end, and it is required to have one location fully open for Catwoman, because otherwise you cannot complete the game. So that's why if you'll go to Speedrunning.com, you'll see 90% NG+, which is a 14-minute run, compared to this run, which is 37 minutes. This whole 25-minute edition is solely because we need to open the location for Catwoman. As soon as we'll open it, we'll just get straight to the end. Right now, as Catwoman, we want to what's the word? steal the stuff from Hugo Strange's vault. That has a lot of money, and we'll ask our friend Poison Ivy to help us. And I have a bad feeling that will not go well.
So in terms of gameplay differences between Batman and Catwoman, obviously we see that you still have a grapple with the whip. We saw you could kind of climb on ceilings. That's a little different. What are kind of the main differences between the two?
She has only 3 gadgets, and yeah, overall it's just a worse version of Batman. Like any playable character besides Batman in the Batman Arkham game is just ass. Because it's like it has slow animations, it has low variety of gadgets. It's just you know, in Batman game it's just better to play as Batman.
It's interesting to see the goons coming out of the Venus flytraps.
They do. Trying to focus here because these ground takedown cancels are kinda annoying on Catwoman. Oh, did them? Now this last floor will do different thing. Just trying to open the door to time stuff. I'll throw the trap right here. I'll just stay right in the center for people to come at us and fall. So when Poison Ivy will shoot, we'll just kill the majority. And that's it. We're done with Cat 2 section. And now we have a whole minute and 40 seconds of nothing. It's a cutscene that we cannot skip.
Oh, interesting. And this is the cutscene where, if I remember correctly, Joker injects Batman with his blood, so now Batman is sick as well.
Yep, he does.
Oh yeah, we can see the little IV drip in the background. I haven't heard the Joker in other languages. This is interesting.
Yeah, I didn't really like test like different languages, or, like looked into. But yeah, like obviously they do a worse job than Mark Hamill. At least he tried. But Spanish translation over like voiceover it's meh, in my opinion.
I mean, it's really difficult to ask anyone to follow Mark Hamill. Those are some big shoes to fill. That is tough.
Yeah. Funnily enough, you'll hear one Mark Hamill line in the run, because for some reason they just forgot to translate one line and they left the English one.
So what is it, or should we keep it as a surprise?
Keep it a surprise.
Okay. All right, chat.
When
you hear Mark Hamill, they are giving him blood, chat. So story-wise, Joker is sick. He has a form of blood poisoning from the Titan formula that he used in the first game that we saw earlier. And so Joker can't be bothered to cure himself, so he gives the same illness to Batman in order to force Batman to find a cure, and then knowing that Batman will give the Joker the cure because Batman doesn't kill people. We're all caught up on the plot now.
Yeah. That's the Batman plot right now, to cure himself, stop Joker, stop whatever Protocol 10 is, and all of that in 30 minutes.
Yep. Yeah, there's a lot in this game. It is open world. There are side quests. The Riddler's still here. There's a lot going on. I'm sure we're not going to see almost any of it because, you know, speedruns. But
compared to Asylum, it's a fairly big game. Right, we go to the coldest point in Arkham City, where probably Freeze is, which is the old GCPD department. Hack into the thingy comms. It's probably one of my favorite Predator rooms in the NG Plus runs. We take out this first guy and we blow ourselves to the tract. these three guys, and we just explode them too. And that's it. We interrogate the guy to find out where the Mr. Freeze is right now. And we find out that Penguin caught him and that he's hiding him in museum now. Which is the location that we need to open for us to finish the game as Catwoman. That'll be the last, not the last location we will visit, but like the last location that we would have to visit in the Glitchless run. And then we'll do all the shenanigans.
Oh, I didn't even think about the passcodes being in another language. That's interesting.
Yeah, the only difference, the only problem that can happen, appear from this is the last password. So this zip here. And now we go to museum. The last password is multiple choices. I think there are like 15 possible ways you can make a password, but there is one, and in some languages actually 2 different correct passwords. I will also mention them and we'll get to them. So now here's museum. I will ignore these guys and just hack the panel from the distance because we have the upgrade to do that.
I like how they're just watching you. Like Batman's just there, like literally right in front of you, and they just don't respond.
And then we'll just ignore them. These 2 guys, screw them. Now we do zip. Hopefully we'll do it correctly. Yep. Hello. Oops. Oops. Come on, dude. Nice. Talk to the GCPD guy, and now we are doing the grunty skip. So originally, we wouldn't have to get to this point yet. We have to leave the museum, break the jammers that don't let us hack the door that we just went through. Yeah, we have to do this museum thing. This whole museum fight the big guy in the end called Grundy. We won't do all of that. We'll just, as I was saying, we'll open the museum for the Catwoman, and then we'll just leave it, and we'll go straight to the end. Press all the buttons that we need.
Catwoman's better at stealing stuff anyway. She's used to going in and out of museums. That's her whole thing.
Yeah. Do this secret glitch called reload. And we make our way to the place. Open this gate to the elevators. It does not exist. We'll have to do the parkour to get on it. Whoop. Kinda tricky. Blow up this full ceiling. Then blow up this wall. And now we just go to the other side of the museum and leave through there. We don't go there, we don't go there, where the cops are, like where Penguin keeps the cops that we need to save, and where the freeze is kept. We just ignore all of that. Under this section there will be a big Grundy fight, whatever, that doesn't matter. We just go to the end.
And that's because most of those sections of the game are defined new items and new upgrades, right? So since you already have those because it's New Game Plus, you can just keep going.
Yeah. We do one more zip here. to go to the place where we were at the start as a guy. Here's where he was originally kept.
Chat's asking if we've ever had Arkham games at the main GDQ event. Given that the games are 15 plus years old, I have to assume the answer is yes. I can't tell you. I can't tell you right off the top of my head, but that has to be true. These games are amazing. They were very popular. There's almost no way that it wasn't.
Yeah, the latest was 2023 with Shaken, running 80% easy, and I think the earliest I remember it was either Bubbles or Kojo in 2016-17.
We've got an encyclopedia of knowledge right here that can answer those questions, chat.
Yeah, I know some stuff. Alright, what I just did is I zipped into this elevator, and you can do that in the regular game. You can just go here, but you won't be able to hack this panel because you don't have the tiger codes that you get in the original playthrough, and for some reason NG Plus also transfers these codes even though they're not considered gadget. The one side effect is that this hatch won't open, so we have to go through the ceiling because that's his ability. You know, Batman can do that.
So what happens if you don't do that? Will it crush
you?
You?
Get squished and it's painful and it's like it's gory, it's like it's awful. I would want to traumatize the viewers. Well, you would just go through the floor, that's it. And you have to restart and do all that again. But we also do the freeze grenade climb right here. If you do it too early, you also clip through the elevator. Can clip through the elevator. So you have to start at the right timing to get the height to grapple here. Then we go over here to trigger this red text. And then we just go all the way to the top. And because we don't hack the panel right here, the enemies are not aware of us. And they will ignore us. Whoa. Okay. That works too. Yeah, I have to go do there, but okay. The problem is that we cannot find them in detective mode, as we usually do. Like, they're literally invincible. So we have to look for them. Sometimes can be annoying. Anyway, killed all of them.
Is all of that because you didn't hack that one panel we saw earlier?
Yeah. The last panel. Here are the multiple choices. The right here is Herdeta Gotham, or like something like Gotham Protector. I don't remember what is in English. But also a fun fact, in some languages there is a second correct answer, which is Ball Genius.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
interesting.
Kind of fun.
It's interesting Hugo Strange would put that as his own password, Ball Genius. It sounds like a Lex Luthor thing, like.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Anyway, we stop Protocol 10, there is Rage under here, dead, whatever. That doesn't matter, that's like something that happens, just, you know. And here's one more 1 minute cutscene of Joker saying how cool he is, that he got this random woman that we never saw. We're not attached to her at all.
I mean, we might, depending on the timeline, have a child with her, but, whatever.
Yeah. We'll be just sitting here, waiting for his monologue.
So you actually can't move. This is like a hard set cutscene.
Oh, you can move, yeah, you can, but you can't go anywhere.
Oh, interesting. So you couldn't jump off the ledge or anything right now?
Nah, like I'm literally just walking forward to do that. I can't. It would be nice, but well.
Spanish voice actor is not that bad. Has a good laugh.
Now we go to this place to get rid of these snipers, and the way we'll get rid of these snipers is that we'll just yoink their guns.
I don't know why chat keeps saying jonkler. I don't know if that's what it is in Spanish, but somebody let me know what's going on.
Yeah. By the way, here was the English line.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Whoops. Yeah, jonkler is a canonical name in Spanish.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
We're learning a lot on the stream today.
Here's Clayface. Whatever, like, yeah, I mean, yeah, he's just here. There's no point, like, you know. It's a 14-year-old game, you should play it. To find out why Clayface is here.
I was gonna say, I was gonna explain why, but that's actually a pretty big deal why Clayface is here. So yeah, if you haven't played this game yet, because some of chat has said that they haven't played this game yet, go do it. This is, you know, this is a very big, important scene.
I did the glitch thing called double bomb, which if you explode the bomb and then Clayface will roll into it, you'll get the double damage. That's nice. That's pretty rare because the timing's pretty tight. I think it's like quarter of a second.
Okay, I'm glad we got that.
Yeah. And now I should not screw up this clown with this gel. No, I didn't. Sometimes it's faster to just get the damage from Clayface, so that's why I'm just tanking it. I'm waiting for him to roll into the bombs. Now we just get the sword. Oops. And the gold English traditions. By the gold English traditions, we just shank him. That's not it.
Además, ya no tienes que salvar a ninguna chica, ¿verdad? Uy, lo siento.
He has a comically large red button.
It is like very big. It's the size of his head.
Yeah, it just explodes the floor. Yeah, you know. I have one.
I like how Batman, the world's greatest detective, is standing in the middle of what looked like 8 to 12 bombs and did not look down, did not notice them. Just, whatever.
They really just do not exist there, like when you fight Clayface. So right here, I'll shank these guys, and I'll just place sort of 5 fruit grenades in this pool to skip the one face. During this Clayface pop-up. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and just 7 for good measure. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for good measure.
This is what it would look like if Batman hopped into a Ninja Gaiden game.
Oh yeah. And come on, no! Oh, I didn't skip the phase. It's literally one hit. These guys blocked the fruit grenades. Alright. But yeah, that's how you beat the Clayface. Get something blue from his mouth, and that's it. You finish as Batman, but not as Catwoman. You still have to play her. You just do very secret trick called skipping the cutscene, and then skipping the credits. And now we play as Catwoman, the last Catwoman section.
That's interesting. So you actually get to the credits before the run is over, and then you have to keep going.
It's an epilogue. Some sort. Well, if you run the category any percent with cat, please finish the Catwoman. Get to her apartments to get the stuff to leave Arkham City, and it will be a GG. It will be run over. Yippee, yippee, yippee. I hope nothing bad will ever happen. That's a shame. Gladly.
Wait, so was that the end?
Well, she has, let's say, like 5 more lives left. So it's
I
not
meant
really the end.
I meant the speedrun timer. Should we turn the timer off?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, hell no. There is like 4 minutes left.
Oh, okay.
Right. We fight those guys. Whoops. How they
Spirit cats.
got him? Alright.
Yes,
Get rid
everyone,
of
bring
those
out your cat emotes. Cat emotes for everyone.
Get rid
I
of
don't know
those
if I
guys.
have any, but if you do, spam cat emotes.
Alright. Get rid of those guys. We find out how did my house blow up, and we find out it was Two-Face.
You're spamming cat emotes while running the game.
Okay, you know, when you run this game for 5 years, you have some amazing skills like alt tabbing.
If you're watching this on YouTube later, he put in cat emotes into the Twitch chat while running during the cutscene, so that's what happened. But yes, there is now a wall of cat emotes on Twitch chat. Thank you everybody for participating.
Yeah. So now we go to the museum where Two-Face is hiding. And first of all, we just skip these guys out here by just running past them. Catwoman's run is silent, so that's why everyone ignores her.
I mean, it is Catwoman.
You can zip as Catwoman, that's what I'm doing right now, and I somehow got stuck. Oh. Did not see that in a while. That's why we can just reload and try again.
This is officially called Cats Done Quick or Games Done Meow. I love them both.
First I'm the charm. Oh, come on. There we go.
Is the glitch relatively same to how you do it with Batman, or it's a completely different glitch?
It's the same, but the timing is different because of the animations. Whoops. Double whammy. Okay, I'll just beat you to death. And you can also skip the door animations with these balls too.
It looked
If
like
you're
you
cool,
whipped the
I'm
door
cool.
open. Like you threw the whip. Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah. Now these guys are a lot of guys. It will be a huge fight, and I know. Okay, but we can just ignore it. Yeah, you know, just leave them. Oh, we can actually because they still remember us. Yeah, if they forgot.
Yeah, you know.
Might be a
Short-term
wind.
memory loss. They've been hit in the head too many times by Batman over the years.
Must have been a wind. Now we go out here. Just make our way to the last room where Two-Face is. Oh no, I slipped! That's fine, I can teleport. These guys have guns, whatever. How did I miss them? Holy. And here's the boss fight. And what we do is we just jump on this guy, attracting attention of everyone else around Two-Face. And when Two-Face is alone, we can just start doing beatdowns on him. And time is coming soon. Somewhere right now.
GG's.
Yeah. Well, that was fine. Give me a second. I will open my own timer. 41 minutes. Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's pretty good. I don't have any expertise or context, but I think that's pretty good. It looks fast to me.
One more fun fact for you: I actually got a PB earlier today, like 2 hours ago.
Congratulations! That's always exciting.
Yeah, that's nice. And well, that was Batman Arkham City, 10%, NG Plus with Cat.
Yeah, thanks so much for showcasing that. Now is if you have any shout outs, if you want to tell people maybe where they can find you, if you're a Twitch stream, a Discord, anything like that, now is a couple of minutes for you to kind of tell the wonderful people, you know, anything you want to talk about or where they can find you, that kind of fun stuff.
Yeah. First of all, shout out to Batman Arkham community. Pretty cool guys, pretty chill guys. You're nice. Been rocking with you for like for over 5 years now. Wow. And yeah, it's pretty cool. If you want to learn this game, hop on our Discord. It's on Speedrun.com page. We'll teach you. We are friendly and we are glad to see new faces. Yeah, shout out to me. It's FOKKER4. The title lies. It's not FOKKER. It's also 4 in the end. And on Twitch, on YouTube, you can find all the links there to YouTube, to my Discord server, to all that kind of stuff. And yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Well, again, I want to recognize you joined at 5 a.m. local time. It's almost 6 a.m., so maybe you can get some breakfast.
It is 6 a.m., yeah.
It is 6 a.m., yeah. So I appreciate you being here. I know that's a big commitment. It's difficult on the schedule. Like, it means the world to me that we were able to showcase the Arkham block. I know chat enjoyed it. We're going to take a quick break. We do have one more run coming up, which is going to be Haste Broken Worlds. And while we are on break, I do want to let everyone know, speaking of Discords, that if you are looking to get more involved with the GDQ community, you can join the official Games Done Quick Discord and add the Hotfix role, which will let you stay in the loop on upcoming events, chat with staff, and more. So you can use !Discord in Twitch chat for an invite and more information. Especially if you're coming from SGDQ, do know that we have content year-round, and we want you to be a part of it. So check that out during the break, but we'll be right back in just a few minutes with another fantastic run, and thank you again so much for joining us. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to GDQ Hotfix. This is Perilous Paths. My name is Cutie, and we have one more spectacular run for you today. This is Haste Broken Worlds. This game is basically built from the ground up to be speedrun. It is a roguelike. There are random elements, and we try to go fast. It's basically Sonic on steroids. I'm super excited for this, and we've got the amazing Kaiju Kaze joining us. How are you doing today?
Doing great, man. How about you?
I'm doing great. I've been here for 4 or 5 hours watching some of the best gamers in the world doing their thing. I could not be having a better day. I love Mondays. I love when the show day is. And of course, we just had SGDQ. We talked about it earlier. Amazing event, 2.4 million, over 2.4 million for charity. So yeah, I'm pretty hype and heavily caffeinated if you can't tell. But I'll toss it back to you. Tell us about Haste.
Yeah, I mean, Haste is I guess 3D platformer is the best description for it. Came out right on April Fool's. So
really
nobody thought it was real for just a bit, but yeah, it's a really cool game. It's basically the big joke is it's all about going fast and not going slow. And yeah, we're just going to be running down some hills and flying through the air and hopefully getting some cool item builds to make it go quick.
And apparently it just got a co-op patch, and I'm seeing the play with friends on the bottom. So I don't know if there's a 2-player speedrun coming up in the future sometime, but that's really cool that they're still actively working on it.
Yeah, we just got disaster mode not too long before this. Won't be seeing any of that today. It's after the game's beaten, but yeah, and then co-op came out, I think, a week ago. So still working on stuff for that, but hopefully we get to see some cool stuff soon.
Awesome. Well, whenever you're ready, you can give us a 3, 2, 1. We can get into it. I know we got a couple of hours to hang out, so don't need to beat around the bush. Let's get some action going.
Yep. So I'm gonna start when I hit the timer here. So 3, 2, 1, and we can get going.
Good luck. Have fun.
Sweet. So yeah, kind of like I was saying, this is Haste. It's really just going fast, not going slow. It's kind of funny that this is my second ever speed game. The first was 8 years ago when I saw Defunct at a GDQ, and it's also a game about going down hills fast and coming off of them even faster. So the tutorial's not too crazy. For the most part, we're just going to be trying to time our jumps to be as much of a downward pull as possible without tapping the button, because that gives us the most speed.
And true story, when I played this game, because I have played this game, it took me a lot of tries to get past the tutorial. I don't know if I'm just bad, but the tutorial is harder than it looks.
You're definitely not alone. It's,
I swore you were going to say you're definitely bad.
No, we have had more than a few times in races where we'll just like start off, everybody's on the timer, we're going, and I missed the circle. Just every single time it happens to somebody.
And so as we're getting through the tutorial, we're learning about the mechanics in real time. I know there's some images on the screen telling us basically how the game works, but what are we looking for here? What is good? What is bad? I know you got a surfboard. It's a whole thing. Like, what's going on? Walk me through it.
Yeah, so the big two things we're going to be looking for from items in the run is going to be boost and energy. So the energy is the yellow bar at the bottom of the screen. That's what lets us use our active items. These first three worlds, we're going to be on the board. The board is not the best item in the game, believe it or not. That's going to go to, currently on this patch, the cowl, which that's probably worth talking about too. Most of our runners at the moment are kind of running on a down-patched version because we had a really cool grappling hook glitch that made it a nice viable item in lieu of the cowl. And unfortunately, that was patched out. So we do usually play on the down patch. Tonight, I've decided to play on the new one because it gets a little bit more item variety. So we can see hopefully some more builds than just the plutonium coin, which is the dream. That said, if I could see 10 plutonium coins and 10 shards, that would be best.
It sounds dangerous, plutonium. Is there like a radioactive element? Is there something else story-wise? Like, or is it just called that for fun? And obviously there's like it looks like a Slay the Spire type thing going on here.
Yep, so this is our map. Not too crazy as far as how routing goes. What we're going to try and do is take as few playable nodes as possible, as weird as that sounds. This one was average at 6. It's about normal. I think it's 50% of the time on Shard 1 to get 6 nodes. You can get as low as 4, which is like a sub 1% chance, if I'm not mistaken. I've never seen one at least. But yeah, so our mapping is basically going to be picking as many occurrences and shops as possible to skip these about 40-second levels on average. And then some of the other big stuff we're going to be doing is we are not going to do a single one of those occurrences. When we get into them, we're going to find the fastest way to jump off the side of the map, because that's faster than chasing down weebos or following after one of the other characters in the Yada. All we're really doing at the moment is these first 3 shards are all stuck with board. Board is capped out on speed. It only does so much for you. So we're just trying to get as much air as possible, build up some good speed, and then kind of try to carry that through the level.
And so in terms of building up speed and boost, it's basically landing on a hill going downwards is good. Doing pretty much anything else is bad, right?
Yeah, that's the gist of it. This game does kind of track boost as a force propelling you forwards. There's air resistance, gravity. The longer you hold the button, the more speed you build. What we're really looking for, if we can get away with it, is at the bottom of the screen there, every time I land, it should say perfect, and it should never say bad.
It said good. That's not bad.
You'll know when it says bad, because you'll see me come to a complete stop and get really sad. That's our friend Dolly. He's the shopkeep's assistant, and this is Gan. He's the shopkeep. And that is the best item in the game off rip.
That's what we like to see, marathon luck.
Yep. So the 2 items I picked up here are the plutonium coin and the aromatic herbs. The plutonium coin is the dream item. It actually got its rarity increased in this patch, so we'll see it a little less often than the normal patch we run. And what it does is it gives me 10% energy on a cooldown. So you'll see whenever it activates, it basically gives me most of a use of my ability. That's going to be really good later when we get the cowl. Aromatic herbs are a pet item of mine because I'm really, really good at hitting stuff when I shouldn't. Aromatic herbs do the same thing as plutonium coin, but for your health. So they'll tick me up here and there as I hit stuff and keep me from wiping out, hopefully.
And so when we're talking about the shopkeep and what items are available in roguelikes, what items are available is often a big routing thing because you might unlock them or develop them in certain ways. Is there any kind of strategy around manipulating item generation or what you unlock or what you don't have? Or is it just everything's available at the beginning and you're just hoping for the best?
Everything is not available at the beginning, but we are hoping for the best. Because the way this game works is the order you unlock items is completely random. So basically, at the end of every shard, we're going to get some number of anti-sparks, which are used to buy permanent upgrades. And that number of anti-sparks has a kind of hidden counter. Once, I think it's every 100 or every 50, something like that, rewards you an item. That item is completely random from the pool of items that have yet to be unlocked, meaning we could get super lucky and get Blood Engine right off and get some really cool builds, or we could never get any of the super meta items into the pool at all and kind of have to throw together some janky builds to make stuff happen. So it's really kind of a mix of figuring out what you've gained and what's available in the pool and putting together builds from that and just kind of what the shop gives you. So in this run, we see a few more of the kind of niche items that have cool builds, like General Relativity, Blood Engine. Sometimes we even get a funky little Spark build going, which are these little items here we use in shards to buy stuff from the shop. So you're going to see hopefully some really cool ones. In practice, I had a couple of really neat builds, even one or two that I haven't gotten before personally. So that's the main reason to run the new patch.
I like any game where one of the good builds is called Blood Engine. Like that, I want to see that. I don't know what it is. It's so metal sounding that I want us to get it.
You'd be hard pressed to find anybody in the Discord that would argue that Blood Engine isn't the best item in the game. We stick with Pluto Coin because it's one you'll actually see. Blood Engine has a nasty habit of not turning up ever. Cool. Another super good item here, and then a not super great item. This is the Anchor Safety Pin. What this is going to do is it's going to periodically give me 10% boost, so basically a higher top speed every few seconds, but only for as long as I have maximum health. As soon as I take any damage and my health bar isn't full, it's going to stop working, and I'm going to be sad. And then the other one is, I forget the name of it because it's not a very good health item, but what it does is every time I have a close call running nearby a tree or a rock or anything I'm about to hit, it'll heal me for a tiny bit.
Now, I will say when I was playing this casually, my runs did not look this good. This is flashy. Especially those little holes. I was not very good at those.
Yeah, it's weird because playing casually, you feel like you're going super fast. And sometimes you are with some of the builds. And then I know when I watched the game the first time, I saw somebody running and they were doing like 160 meters a second. And I was like, oh, I wasn't going fast at all. I was like the decay was catching up to me. Speaking of, this game does have lore. If you thought the Dark Knight and the Batman series had some really cool stuff going, we're fighting for all of reality at the moment, or at least trying to figure out why reality is going away. So it's kind of like Kirby. It's very friendly and cartoony, and then super existential horror on the back end.
And then this is a boss fight. So there are boss fights in our, I don't know if I can call it a Sonic, but in our running game. So let's talk about the boss fights a little bit. There's missiles, there's lava, like what's going on here?
Yep, so this is Jumper. We're going to see him 3 times, as well as 2 other bosses 3 times, and then the final boss. Each iteration of them is going to be a little harder than the last. So this first Jumper, he's 4 hits, just like the other 2. All he's going to do is toss lava on the ground for us and throw that wave, so nothing too crazy. This one's pretty easy. Jumper 2 is going to add some extra mechanics, and then Jumper 3 doesn't really add any extra mechanics. It just kind of sets them to wombo for us. That's one of the 3 fights in the game to be genuinely scared of, the other 2 being Convoy 3, excuse me, and Snake 3. So this one's going to be pretty straightforward. Just move fast, make sure you get over the wave, and we'll get through this nice and easy.
Now, also, you have a health bar, you have hearts on the bottom. So how risky is some of the stuff you're doing? Is there a chance of dying? Obviously, it's Perilous Paths. So I gotta ask, like, what are the risks here? What are we looking at for that?
So the lives are how many you get per shard. Shards are basically just worlds in this game. We have 10 of them. More or less, it's pretty rare to take a shard wipe outside of a boss. But inside of especially those last 3 bosses, definitely more than a few people have wiped out several times on even like Convoy 2 coming up here. Right there, nice easy tech. We just saved and quit to go back to the main menu and come back into the game. We have 2 reasons for that. It's a little slower real time. But the first reason is, one, it is technically faster with the in-game time that we use to watch the jumping out of the portal cutscene instead of the one that shoots a beam over to map 2. And the second is that when you load back into the game, it'll always load you at that same spot, regardless of which shard you just finished. So you can make a consistent route to the next shard.
Okay, I've seen a couple people in chat asking about something called Convoy Clip. Are we considering that?
If we get a decent build here in World 2, I will give one shot at Convoy Clip. Notoriously, I'm one of the few people who just refuses to do this trick.
There's no pressure from me. I don't know anything about this. I will say, if you're worried about dying or something like that, I always advise every runner take at least one stab at it. But there's no pressure. I have no idea what this thing is. Just chat is bringing it up.
4, 5, 6, 7. 7's not super great for Shard 2, but it's passable. Yeah, Convoy Clip we'll get to when we actually make it to Convoy, but it's probably our most famous glitch at the moment, other than maybe Death Grapple. It's ultimately saves something like 15-20 seconds per convoy you do it on. But it is also not the most marathon safe, I determined after trying it out for a couple hours. Because even our top runners who swear they get it consistently somehow always have 2 lives despite entering convoy with 3.
We now have random people in chat just spamming and chanting Convoy Clip, and then in parentheses says, "I have no idea what this is."
Oh, the best part is there is a setup, like a fairly consistent setup for Convoy Skip. I do not know it, so I'm going to do the raw dog Convoy Skip, where I just kind of throw myself at it and really hope it lets me through. So look forward to that.
If Batman can do it, we can do it in Haste. It's all good.
Yeah, for sure. That one wall is a suggestion. The rest are real, but that one is maybe not as real. Cool. So we're in the desert biome. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say we are starting to see there was like small stars or fireballs, and the hazards are starting to up a little bit. Like, is this kind of the progression system for the game as we go shard to shard? The hazards are gonna get a little bit more. What's the word that I'm looking for? Perilous, so to speak. Anything like that?
Yeah, that's one of the big changes from the kind of previous patch that we play on normally to this one is they changed level generation. Excellent items, all 3 of those. Basically, the level generation used to be random. Level 1 could be hard, level 10 could be easy, it doesn't really matter. And even within the shard, the earlier fragments could be super hard and the later ones could be super free. They supposedly changed it. It's kind of hard to tell, it's all vibes, but to where the earlier levels of a shard are going to be easier, and then you'll see more stuff kind of pick up as you move through a shard. And then likewise, as you move through later shards, for sure, you'll start seeing lasers, rockets, the dodecahedrons of doom.
Okay, that's a name. That's a name for sure.
They're the bitrate killers is what they are. They're basically giant dodecahedrons that look like that.
Okay.
And they're my personal mortal enemy because I struggle to comprehend them, and then I hit them every single time.
Okay, some people were talking about Subway Surfer. I remember games like this. I think I played one on TI-83 calculator at one point that was about like maintaining speed. So like, yeah, this has somebody else mentioned SSX or SSX Tricky, like some of the snowboarding games. Like, This has a lot of that DNA in it. I do remember, like you said, I think the game was kind of stealth dropped, and then it was like super popular for, especially in the speedrunning community, for a few weeks to months there. Obviously, it still is, but I remember this being everywhere not too long ago.
Yeah, it's really funny that people compare it to Subway Surfers. Because after I started running and I got a halfway decent time, I was hosting races every single week. And one day I opened up TikTok and I saw like a Reddit AI reading video with this game in the background instead of Subway Surfers. And I was like, we made it. This is it. Like, we're famous.
Yeah, when you're the background, you know you're there. You're there. Now, was it specifically your gameplay? Because then you've really made it if it's your gameplay.
No, it was not my gameplay, unfortunately. Oh, good event. So Garden Roots is going to give us maximum energy at the start of every level. This would be way better with Cal, but hard to complain. The items we've kind of picked up here. Basically, we have 3 because we got duplicates of 1. The first one, the Spark Furnace, is really good with Cal and kind of okay with the board. What it does is every time we pick up those shining sparks in those nice trails to follow, it'll give us a bunch of energy. This is way better for Cal because our Cal energy is worth more, but it will let us board around, kind of save ourselves from a few situations. You can see it filling up massively there. The 2 golden necklaces we got are each just a flat 10% haste. And then the last item there that's on a cooldown is the perpetual motion machine. That's going to give us a 10% boost every couple of seconds. So between all of them, we're kind of cruising at a nice 30 boost. In the top left, you can see we're hanging around 140 to 160 speed, depending how we're doing.
Now, speaking of Haste, I've been curious, why is the name in all caps and then the sub-name Broken Worlds is not? Is Haste actually like an acronym in the game? Is it something that I'm missing? Is it not really in all caps? Like, what do you know what's going on there?
To my knowledge, there's not a particular reason. It might have something to do with the fact that the game was like originally supposed to be a battle royale, was the intention. So I don't know. All caps might have caught more attention. We ended up getting the single player version, and then they put multiplayer back in anyway. So we got it in the end.
Interesting. So how would this have worked as a battle royale? It'd be 8 people or whatever running down the level, and like 2 die every level or something like that.
Yeah, that's kind of what it seemed like. We actually didn't get too much information on kind of what the battle royale would have looked like. Definitely multiple people running in the same level, kind of like how multiplayer is now, and then most likely some kind of elimination. I do know now in the multiplayer, like the shops, items are first come, first serve. So if somebody sees a Pluto coin and gets in there and grabs it, it refreshes for everybody else. So maybe something similar to that.
Okay, and then you add in some Mario Kart shells and that kind of thing, and yeah, I could see it.
We definitely begged for the Mario Kart items mod. It hasn't happened yet.
Oh, are there big mods? Is there a whole community like modding this, adding in different things?
Oh, absolutely. There's all kinds of silly ones. A lot of model swaps are allowed. Like there's a Peter Griffin model swap, a Sonic.
I've seen that one, yep.
We do use one mod mandatorily for the speedrun, which is the Landfall speedrunning tools. It's actually made by Landfall. So they're the ones who gave us our auto splitter, all that good stuff. We're very thankful. This is going to be our one attempt at convoy skip here. Convoy
yes,
is
we're doing
train.
it. It's a big train. Sorry, I cut you off. I was too excited.
It did not let me through. So convoy skip is, like I said, probably our most famous glitch. One of the things we're going to be doing throughout the run is staying inside of convoy once we get to the front instead of coming out and going back around. Convoy skip is basically this thing's made up of 2 walls. If you hit it at the right speed, so lower than I think it's 65, or just really fast and kind of go for it, it'll sometimes let you through that front wall and go straight to the crystal. That's the boss's health. And then you can use the normal way of staying in to kind of just get your 3 hits without ever leaving. It's like I said, it saves about 20 seconds of having to go all the way around that one time. And then this is our kind of stay in defaults is we go up this wall, bounce off, and keep it moving.
Interesting, okay. Somebody in chat said they must have patched out convoy skip mid-run.
Yeah, for sure. That's what happened.
Yeah.
I definitely didn't get it in practice like 2 hours ago.
All right, so
once
as we
again, doing
shift,
the save and quit.
oh, I was gonna say, as we shift between shards, what are some of the big differences or escalations or things? This is kind of an open world here. I'm guessing there's some story and some side quests and things that could be done here. But in between the shards, like what are the big changes or escalations as we go from say shard 2 to shard 3?
So one of the big things is that kind of as you saw, shard 2 was a desert level. The desert levels are kind of neat because if you are playing well and things are going good, you'll get a lot of dunes and you'll be able to kind of maintain your speed. But if you're playing poorly, it's really hard to regain your speed, as sometimes those dunes are not lined up well if you don't have a lot of momentum. So that's kind of the movement as far as the desert goes. As you can see, we're kind of back in the forest here, so we'll be seeing another jumper, this time jumper 2. This time he's going to have even more lasers that you'll have to dodge on top of the lava and everything else. And you'll start to see we get these chasms starting to open up in levels. We'll start to see more of the lasers. The dodecahedrons might pop up here. As we get through the shard, we'll start to see more stuff. The big escalation point for this run is going to be after this shard, both in difficulty and in speed, because after this shard is when we do our first buy, where I'll be picking up the cowl. Which is my item of choice. The two are kind of cowl and grapple hook. Javelin is the official name, but it's a grapple hook. So I like cowl because it gives us a really cool tech and it's kind of safer. And both of them, when executed at the top end, are really, really solid. The grapple hook's a little cooler, but man, those guys are kind of nuts at the game. They put in some work.
Definitely seeing some more laser action here, but it seems like you're keeping relatively low, so you're not really at risk of any of these really hitting you. They're just kind of aesthetic.
Yep. So for the most part, what you want to do is go high, build up some speed, and then kind of try to stay low as you get towards the end of the level. Mostly just because as you get closer, that time spent going up in the air is a little more wasted than it is early. So often you'll see, because the board has a set speed, we'll use it coming off of a hill to gain a little more airtime, set up a better drop. Or we'll just use it to kind of save a bad run. Like right here, I won't make this hill. I can kind of board to create a little more hang time and let me get over it.
And this being, roguelike with seed generation and all that means, is there ever situations where maybe it gives you something really bad or a level that's like extremely difficult to complete or a terrible item set? Like, is there anything that you're really hoping to avoid or is it you can kind of work with anything?
For the most part, you can work with kind of what comes across your path. Ironically, one of the things you can do is kind of brick yourself if you have too much good stuff. There's a pretty notorious, if you have one general relativity and you take a second one, you can go to Mach 10 and fly off the map, and now you can't use any of your items because you've gone too much. I have a clip of it somewhere on my channel where I got lost in the void for a bit and managed to circle back. But for the most part, everything is usable to varying degrees. It really just kind of depends on especially what item unlocks you have. Spark Propeller, which gives you boost as you collect sparks, is a lot better if you have Magnet unlocked or if you have heal on sparks or that kind of thing. By itself, it's not very strong.
And so in terms of, I know you said there's a lot of lore, we've been introduced to some other characters at different points. Is there any point where you mentioned shopping earlier, do we need to unlock any abilities or go hang out with people or do a side quest or anything like that? Or we're just kind of focused on shard by shard?
For the most part, we're going to be focused on shard by shard. We are going to take a detour to go see Gan in between shards 3 and 4 to pick up the cowl as well as some item upgrades. And then we will swing back by there for a safety buy with an extra life because the shard 8 and 9 bosses terrify me. And then we'll swing by there one last time before shard 10 to kind of spend all of our anti-sparks and get shard 10 moving as fast and flashy as possible.
Now, lore-wise, you said the universe is ending. What is your subway surfing doing to protect the world here?
So Zoe is, I believe, a interdimensional messenger or mail person. And she kind of just realizes that the worlds are collapsing bit by bit. As we go through, we meet some of the side characters. They're all likewise kind of trying to move away from the worlds that are being destroyed. And then ultimately we do meet the one who's doing it, challenge her, defeat her, and then there's a very vague kind of choose your own ending, how you believe things happened at the end. So kind of left up to interpretation whether or not we actually saved anything. This is not good. Can we save it? Nope.
That's okay. We got plenty of lives.
Yeah, it's fine. Every rest gives you an extra life too, so we're pretty early on, relatively into the shard. Jumper 2 isn't the scariest boss in the world, so not too worried. This is actually a challenge level, which I don't know if we've seen one yet. I'm doing it again. These challenge levels are supposed to be kind of the worlds that have already been destroyed, already been taken over. They have some of the more complicated environmental things like these, I call them carousels. I'm not sure what the official name is. As well as later on, we'll do a couple of these. You'll see there are some kind of gravity bombs that suck you in. There are just normal bombs. There are ones that slow you down and then tend to throw you into rocks to do a ton of damage. And the big difference between these and our normal levels is that these give us a choice of 3 items at the end rather than just giving us a set number of fragments to spend in the shop.
And now I know
so these
we're
big red
probably
ones are bombs.
we're probably never going to see this because you're very good at the game and going extremely fast, but you are being chased through these levels, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Behind me, there is a giant void that is consuming the world behind each of these levels. When we get a big jump here, I could probably take a look back and see it. Probably be easier with grapple later on, but there was something black back there. It's a little far, but
you're too fast. You can't even show us.
Oh yeah, on the chill difficulty, which is what we run on, it's not too hard to outrun the void there. Once you get to the higher difficulties, it's kind of on your tail the whole time. Even if you're playing well, you'll see the ground kind of creeping on you and take a little bit of damage here and there.
Yeah, I know when I was doing this casual, full disclosure, I did not finish the game. But when I was doing my casual playthrough, if you bonk a tree or something and you slow down a lot, and then suddenly you get real worried as that stuff catches up to you.
For these rests, it's kind of minor optimization. We just turn around and run out because it's slightly faster than going to the one across from us. But yeah, the health is definitely a problem. I'm always a fan of aromatic herbs because I'm definitely a magnet to taking damage, and so it kind of keeps me safe, especially in a setting like this. I'm a little more nervous and a little more happy to see an item that'll keep me from dying too badly. You can see there from the rest, we did get our life back, so we'll be back to full strength for Jumper 2 in case it decides to troll us. And kind of like we were talking about before, you can see things are getting a little more cluttered. We're going through some of those stone areas, these arenas, starting to see a few more of the differences between levels instead of it just being hills and trees.
Okay, the leaves and trees are optional, I see.
Yeah, so the branches are solid. You can hit them. The leaves are not, so you can go through them. It's really just kind of a gamble because you're pretty likely to hit some branches.
I was going to say whether or not you knew where you were going or if we just got lucky.
Right, so this one's going to be Jumper 2. It's going to look real similar at first. We are going to have blue lava this time. We're going to take a really interesting hit right off rip, just to add some dramatic tension. One of the big things I'm doing on each of these jumper fights is I'm trying to hit them up in the head because that puts us higher up in the air, and then we're able to use our board to kind of build our speed back up from that forced slowdown. And then you'll see here that the new thing for Jumper 2 is he shoots big lasers at us. 2 of them, in fact. That make it a little difficult to see where the lava has hit the ground and sets you up weirdly for the wave sometimes. This one isn't too bad. Jumper 3 does the same thing, but even faster. So hopefully by the time you've made it there, you have a good build and you're familiar enough. I can't call it an official strat because nobody else has acknowledged it, but my personal kind of strategy is to just stay really close to the first one. And I find that there's usually enough space then to kind of finagle your way around the other big lasers.
Hey, any strategy that any runner uses is the official strategy. And if it turns out that it's the fastest one and you get the world record, believe me, everybody's going to be copying it. So whether or not it's official now, it's official for you, and that's all that matters.
All right, and we have a nice clean jumper too. Nothing too crazy happening on this one, other than that wave trying to get me there. And we'll be able to get our last hit and kind of move on to our third area. Finally, we'll see something other than trees and desert.
And while we're transitioning between seeds, what part of your builds or things come with you between the worlds? Are you resetting all the items? Are you resetting all your money? Is there anything you're carrying with you? Is there a longer term meta progression that you're working on or not? Because obviously you're going to do this in one shot. What's going on as we transition worlds?
Yeah, so the only thing you get for each shard, you don't take any of your sparks with you. You don't take any items. What you do take are those anti-sparks you'll see in the top right-hand corner there. What we're going to do with those is we're going to make two kind of big meta progressions here. We're going to buy the cowl, which is the best item, and grapple hook players can complain about me. And then here we're going to buy item rarity, sparks and fragments, and starting sparks. Item rarity is exactly what it sounds like. It's going to make us have more rare items pop up. We'll see more blues and purples, hopefully Pluto coins. Starting sparks is how many sparks we start the shard with, and sparks and fragments is quite literally how many sparks are going to show up in each level. So we are now in the third of 3 biomes. We are officially in the ice biome. This is where Snake lives, who is notoriously everybody's least favorite boss, because he is pure RNG, and we love pure RNG. Not so much in that he'll kill you and you'll just get messed up, in that he'll waste a lot of time. So the only big difference between the ice biome and the desert and forest is that the desert has those big dunes that promote maintaining speed. The forest is kind of balanced, and the ice biome has a lot of really massive hills. So very similarly to desert, you can get kind of stuck sometimes. One moment. Cool, good map. You can get kind of stuck sometimes trying to make your way up the hill if you don't have enough speed. But that's what our cowl is here for. So one of the things you're going to see me doing for the rest of the run is what's called cowl pumping. When you have the cowl, it has a couple of big benefits. The first is you can save a bad jump by cowling right before you hit the ground to turn it into a perfect by getting your angle better. The second is as soon as you hit the ground like that, you can press the cowl to give yourself a 10 meters per second boost of speed. And the third is it is a really good oh crap button when you mess up, and you can just get some airtime and kind of save yourself a little bit of headache if you get into a bad situation.
Now we see what looks like, let's call them danger zones, these big circles of death. What happens if you hit one of those? I assume that the mine explodes or something, but what happens to you as the character?
So those big red ones are just bombs. They can send you off course. They do shoot you slightly, but nothing overly crazy. They mostly just do damage. Some of the later ones do have, kind of like I said, gravity effects where they'll suck you in and then throw you out in a random direction. Slow down, which just takes all speed away from your character and then launches you after a period of time. So the red ones are the main ones we want to avoid because they just do damage. Once you get enough speed with a good build, you can actually just go through them and they will detonate behind you, which feels really cool. But they're not too crazy. Every now and then you'll get a bad pattern where 2 of them will be side by side and you'll have to kind of figure out a new path. And then this is everybody's favorite level, the train.
I was going to say, I did see you go through one of the trains at the beginning, so I'm going to count that as a convoy clip. Just like that.
It's hurting me.
All the good glitches hurt just a little bit.
That was the vault. It is a 1-minute auto scroller where we get as many sparks as we want. We don't go there. And then this challenge level, we should hopefully see one of the other obstacles I was talking about for the challenge levels. Maybe some of the bombs. The big gravity wells are really cool, look really flashy. And then hopefully not the slowdown ones because I have a bad habit of hitting those.
And I'm guessing the purple seaweed is not good for you.
I don't think it actually does anything if you touch it. It's nice and aesthetic though.
Okay.
We did get lucky with a Pluto coin early on into this shard. So this one should be a relatively fast overall shard, and it looks like we got a nice peaceful challenge level too. There, we're going to take the Void Charger. What that does is it gives us 50% energy as soon as we enter a shard. So we'll always have 50% of our energy. And then we just got arguably the second best item you'll see regularly in the game, the Rocket Boots. The Rocket Boots are nice and straightforward. They give you a 50% boost for a couple of seconds, and they kind of let you go really fast. We try to use those twice per level now that we have them, and that way they're off cooldown for the next one.
It looks like your feet are starting to catch on fire.
Yeah,
Should we be concerned?
The more boost you have, the more her feet are going to glow. Hopefully by the time we get to shard 8, 9, 10, and we get, more items in the builds, you'll start to see the galaxy boost on her feet instead of just the plain red. That one's always a treat.
And so you mentioned getting slingshot off the level before. Is there a theoretical safe maximum speed that you can get into, or it's uncapped, or like how big can we make that number?
As far as we know, the speed is uncapped. It takes quite a bit to get out of those speeds. When I had the super crazy build that I shouldn't have pressed any buttons on, I think I got up to 16,000 meters per second with that particular one. I know some people have gone well into the tens of thousands and like endless mode and stuff like that. So theoretically, the speed is very, very high. Even Death Grapple on the old patch for grapple hook players can get up to 300 meters a second and fly through these levels. What we're looking for most of the time is a speed around 120 to 140 when you have no items, and then upwards 140 to 180 when you have kind of more of a build put together.
And I did see in chat, Moobot just mentioned Black in a Flash, so I do want to take a quick minute to mention that Black in a Flash is a community that uplifts and connects Black speedrunners of all levels, hosting special events throughout the year to raise money for charity and celebrate Black voices in the speedrunning scene. So if you want to learn more or apply to get involved you can learn more or apply, I can't read, to get involved at gdq.gg/BAF and follow at blackinaflash.bsky.social on Blue Sky for the latest updates. As I mentioned, we're coming out of SGDQ, but we do have amazing communities, amazing events year round, so definitely check those things out. And thank you, Moobot in chat for prompting that. I love that we have a constant source of updates in the chat. So if you don't have Twitch chat open, have it open because the community is amazing and you'll learn lots of fun stuff. And I'm going to throw Discord command in there too. So join the Discord too. Don't forget that. And now we're purple.
We are purple as we're picking up even more boost. We've now picked up the golden necklace for 10% more boost. The spark furnace, so that every one of these sparks we grab gives us even more energy. And the aromatic herbs, once again, my goated item to keep me alive as I'm kind of hitting stuff.
Do you have a favorite herb? If you were going to have an aromatic herb in real life, what is your favorite herb?
Does mint count as an herb? I feel like it does.
I believe it does, and it's very aromatic. Mint's a good choice. I think that's a great choice.
Random item here. We're going to get a momentum recalibrator. All that does is every time we would mess up a landing, we don't.
When in doubt, that's a good item to have.
All right, sweet. So this is Snake. This is everybody's all-time favorite boss. Totally not frustrating. Not a problem at all. The way this works is we're going to have to hit him in the face 3 times, and we're going to miss the first one because he ducked us, which is exactly why everybody loves him so much. So from this point, Snake is going to take off really, really fast, and we're going to try and cut her off. The problem is they're just going to keep changing directions. I think they're now cutting right. And they only slow down for kind of short periods. So the goal is to kind of catch them when they slow down with an interception and then go mess around for a little bit while you figure out which way they're going. Looks like left this time.
And is it invulnerable, or is it vulnerable this entire time? Like, could you cut it off at any point, or it's only opens up for attack after when it slows down?
So there is a invulnerability period after you're hit. Lasts 5 or 6 seconds. It's quite a while to give it time to speed up and get away from you. Then you are able to once again kind of hit it. With the item nobody uses, Hourglass, you can actually cheese that boss super hard if you time it all well, because you can use the Hourglass to slow down time, which stops the snake from moving. The invulnerability period still counts in real time. So you can kind of freeze it in place and get a second and third hit if you're good at timing it. We tried a couple of for fun races with the Hourglass, and we did not have a ton of fun. It was very long, and everybody struggled very deeply. Because the best part about the Hourglass is to use it optimally, you have to continuously click at, I think, like 129 beats per minute or some awkward number.
Huh.
So it gets messy. Here we have something cool. This game does have filters at a set percentage. Couldn't tell you what those percentages are. But there's black and white, pixel, neon green, neon blue. You get filters over the level sometimes. This is my personal favorite, cotton candy.
Okay, I was gonna say it's getting kind of hard to see the bombs. At least for me. I don't know if anybody. I'm not colorblind, but you know, red, green, colorblind, whatever. I wonder if that plays into anything. But I was struggling to see those danger zones a little bit on that level.
The worst one by far is pixel on the desert. If you get pixel on the desert, just good luck. You're not going to be able to see for the rest of that level.
I mean, what is sand but just a lot of pixels, right?
Yeah, that's basically what happens. Is it all looks like one big yellow in front of you. So you just kind of avoid the lasers and get through it. Did not actually count my nodes there. I'm very confident that was the fastest path. No clue how many nodes it ended up being.
Oh, this one doesn't seem to have any... Oh, there's a train, finally.
So a train level early is super good for us. One, because we don't have that much boost or anything to give us speed, so getting a bunch of free boost. You can see we're coming down from 180 meters a second. But also, in between all of these boost rings are sparks. So we actually picked up almost 200 extra sparks there, just following the train along.
Okay, somebody in chat does mention they're red-green colorblind, and some of the mines in the desert are basically impossible to see. I could see that. Are there options in the game, like accessibility settings? Like, could you turn the game, if it already has built-in filters, into black and white or anything else? Or it's just kind of part of the game mechanics and that's it?
Truthfully, I'm not 100% sure on the accessibility end. Landfall's usually pretty good about that kind of thing, from what I understand. I'm likewise not colorblind, so unfortunately not something I've had to look into. I do know the filters are not disableable.
Okay, interesting.
By default, because I got a pixel filter one time and was like, I'd rather never see a filter again than have that happen.
Now I'm kind of hoping we see it, but also I don't want to put you through that. I can Google it. That's what I'll do.
Oh, we saved it? Question mark? Yep, we're there.
And it looked like you did kind of almost like a wall run to save that. Is there a certain speed where you're fast enough you can still run it back up, or is there anything there, or it's just kind of like hoping that you can cobble something together? And I have no idea what is happening right now. That was a lot of bullets.
These are, I call them mortars. I think that's kind of the general term a lot of people use for these. These are really annoying when you're first getting into the game. They're not as bad later on. They can sometimes cheese you, but the big thing they do is they bounce off of each other. So every now and then you'll end up in a tight spot where you don't have an option to go but one way, and one of those will land right in front of you and just take a hit. So those are some of the obstacles that start cropping up a lot more often. In Shard 10, you'll see something like that in basically every single level. And then in disaster mode, it amps all of that up to Wumbo again, and you start seeing 5 or 6 of those in every single level.
And do they look like bullets, but do they explode if you're not going fast enough, or they just land and you just try not to hit them?
They just land, and then they kind of function similar to trees or rocks. You take a big hit when you hit them. Damage in this game is very, very funky. It seems to be based on speed, but sometimes you'll barely tap something going 80 and it'll do 90% of your health bar, and sometimes you'll hit something at 300 meters per second and it won't do anything.
Interesting. Yeah, somebody in chat like a half hour ago said like hitting a cactus going like 150 meters per second would probably hurt.
For sure. We did end up getting something kind of neat here. It's not uncommon, but we do have double boots. So earlier I mentioned we always want to use boots twice per level to try and kind of maximize our value on those and make sure they're up on each level. In double boots, it's the same thing is true. We want to use both boots at the same time as much as we can, twice per level. But it is actually, weirdly enough, a loss to wait for their timers to sync up. So normally what's going to happen is I'm going to forget to use boots, and then they'll sync up, and then I'll have them good for the rest of the time. But at first, you're supposed to try and stagger them.
How do double boots work? Is there one on each foot, or she's wearing boots on top of boots? I'm just kind of curious about the logistics.
I assume she just takes the rockets from the second boot and puts them on the first set. And that way you have 4 rockets per 2 boots.
Okay. I don't know why I'm asking so many lore questions about a game where you run down the desert, but I'm genuinely interested.
These items are bad. These items are bad. Hey, 3rd rocket boots. Strictly speaking, we should take that item. It's health loss, so I'm gonna avoid it here because I actually don't have much good healing. But normally you would take that because it does give you a ton of speed, and you're starting to see we're getting close to those Galaxy boots. We got neon white there, which I think is the last one before Galaxy. And here are the dodecahedrons of Doom.
Okay, we got to see them. I'm not going to gloss over the fact it sounded like you said neon white, which is an entirely different game. Also a great speedrunning game, but...
You can see it there. She lights up for us every time we pop all 3 boots. Neon white is a really cool game.
Yeah, chat made an interesting point. Is she kind of landing on her hands, or she's doing a roll? I'm curious how this works.
She seems like she's doing a forward tuck and roll, kind of a somersault to break her fall. If I get any bad landings, she'll land with her head, you know.
Yeah, hopefully we don't see any of those.
Okay, things are getting Kaiji speedrun without one.
These are getting a little bit more dangerous, a little bit more lasers here.
Yeah, these are most people's not least favorite. Some of the other ones are more annoying, but these are definitely up there because they make it really hard to gain any speed. They kind of keep you low to the ground, so you don't get to do any of the super big jumps that you really want to be doing. If you see me get close to something and you're like, man, that definitely should have hit him, don't worry, I'm in the same boat as you. I'm also wondering how I got away with it.
To be fair, for like developers, something like this would be really hard, like at these speeds and like to code all of this stuff and all the interactions with the items and the hazards and doing all of it at the speeds and the processing. Like a few glitches here or there, wonky hitboxes, like I would think that'd be totally expected. But we got convoy again. We gotta try again.
We'll go for it once and see what we can do.
We get one shot at every convoy. Oh!
That is what it looks like. I unfortunately did not manage to stay in, so we're gonna have to do this the hard way anyway. But that is convoy clip, at least the most basic slam your face into it and hope it works version of it.
Hey, it still saves time because you cut one of the cycles down on the back end, but we did get it.
Yeah, I'm glad I at least got to show that off, as rudimentary as mine is. What kind of might be a problem is we healed up. We're good. I was worried that I was low health after that, and I wasn't going to be able to take this hit. But We should be able to cleanly.
Now you mentioned setups. Like, what is it that triggers that? Are you trying to hit a specific place? I know you mentioned speed at one point. Like, do we have a firm grasp on the variables that make that happen, or we just kind of YOLO our face into the thing and hope for the best?
I YOLO my face into it because the whole community, and this is my hill to die on. The whole community swears to me that if you're below 65 speed, you'll go through it every single time. Does not work for me. I have recordings where I'm 60 speed and I bounce off that wall and die. But the setups people are doing now, where they go over very specific hills based on which way convoy has spawned, are pretty consistent. I'd say probably 80% of the time they're able to go through at reasonably high speed, or at least set up to get in front of convoy where they can slow down to that 65 and go under.
I'm kind of curious about the lore of some of these worlds. I'm seeing giant hands, giant swords. Like, I don't know if that's covered at all in the game, but like, seems like we have a whole different race of aliens or something going on. Most of our characters seem to be human-based so far, but yeah, I'm kind of curious if we know anything about the giant. I guess these look like Xenoblades almost.
Yeah, it's honestly one of the lore people would have to tell you. Even in my casual playthrough, I'm not a strong reader, so ironically enough, I'll go to the campfire levels and I'll talk to the people and get their personal interactions, and I still won't grasp any of what's happening.
Oh, chat's saying maybe they don't really cover it.
So this is an 8-node shard 6, which is decent, pretty reasonable, nothing too crazy. Overall, I think our node count is pretty good. A decent node count is somewhere between 80 and 83 total across the run. I'd say we're probably on pace, if things keep up kind of how they are, to be around an 81, pretty average, which beats my practice runs where I saw an 86 node, and I was very sad about it.
And what you might consider average, or what a speedrunner might consider average, is still, top 0.1% of runs, right? So give yourself a little bit of credit. You're making this look easy.
Yeah, hopefully I can make Convoy 3 and Snake 3 look easy. One of the big changes, and the reason Convoy 3 is now my mortal enemy, where previously it was Jumper 3, is they added more lasers inside of Convoy 3, and those lasers make staying inside and actually getting to the head a lot more difficult.
It's like cowbell. When in doubt, more lasers. I don't know if that reference is too old for people, but Google it if you're young.
I get that one at least. I heard in the last run y'all were talking about like pushing 30 and back hurting, and I'm like, dude, I'm getting there.
Dude, I'm almost 40. 30's nothing.
I literally, like 2 months ago, my username changed. It was previously Kid Kaiju. My little PNG tuber's name is Kid, in honor of that, and it's very much because I sat down one day. I was like, dude, I'm 28. Like, I can't keep Kid in my name forever.
It's like when rappers are like Little Bow Wow or something. It's like, at what point are you no longer little? Chat says, I'm sorry for your age. Don't worry, chat. If you're lucky, you'll get there yourself. That sounded like a threat. That was not a threat.
If you're lucky.
So I also see what looks like, we haven't talked about it, I don't think. You have an S. It's a prismatic. It's always been S, I think, every level, because of course it is. You're amazing at the game. But is there like a style rating or scoring system, a Devil May Cry thing that's going on in the top left there? Are we trying to maintain that S? Is it important to routing, anything like that?
So the S is somewhat important. It's not the worst thing in the world if you do happen to get an A. Admittedly, on chill difficulty, it's not too hard to get an S rank. Basically what that entails is your distance from the void behind you when you complete the level. So if you are pretty far ahead of the void, like we are here and we usually are, nice 50% health loss for free. you'll get an S rank every single time, and then if you have the void creeping up on you, starting to catch up, you get 1 or 2 bad landings. You'll get all the way down to, I believe it's D. The big thing that does is it determines how many sparks you get at the end of the level. They give you bonus based on your rank. Obviously, since we want to go fast, we need items, and the more sparks you have, the more items you get to buy. So.
And then somebody in chat said, I don't know how to act my age because I've never been this old before. I like that. I'm going to remember that one.
That's good. My favorite quote recently is, for context, we called it the Kaiju Cup because I hosted twice a week to do any percent races of this. And we, for whatever reason, would have at least 3 or 4 boss wipes and like 1 or 2 DNFs. Just every single Kaiju Cup for one reason or another. So I was streaming practice runs, and one of the other moderators for the game, I was talking about being a little nervous about like getting a run and putting it out there. He was like, "Don't worry, dude. A DNF is still a good representation of our community." And I thought that was just the best thing. It really helped me kind of chill out.
Okay, I don't know. We have a dancing fox with cheerleader pom-poms in chat, and it's gigantic. It's like the size on my screen. It's like the size of my thumb. I don't know what's going on there, but I love it. It's just... I'm getting sidetracked. We are back into purple lasers.
Yeah, we are back on the carousel. I had a really weird save off the side of the map, and then a really weird bounce off of a rock. Just not a standard challenge level by any means. I don't know why it's being funky for me here, but we're gonna get through it without too much issue. The big scary moments are yet to come, unfortunately for me, as Jumper 3, Convoy 3, and Snake 3 are all terrifying, and then Shard 10 has just usually a lot going on that kind of pick up the difficulty, make you pay attention, keep you on your toes.
And it's a roguelike, so naturally they want you to die at least a little bit. Otherwise, it's, not really a roguelike. But I did notice you just picked up a giant pumpkin, and I'm curious what the pumpkin does. And we're not too Halloween yet, but the local Costco has put out a giant skeleton, so we're in that kind of season, I guess. But what's going on with the pumpkin? I'm curious.
The pumpkin is probably one of the simplest items in the game. It is 40 extra health. Nice, easy to understand. In our Discord for this game Speedrun, we do have an ongoing war outside of the cowls and the javelins against each other, which is Team Pumpkin or Team Squash. The Squash is an identical item that somewhere some math nerd has done some numbers and says it's better in very specific circumstances, but it's also way rarer than the pumpkin to see. So.
Okay, so it's in theory slightly better and rarer. Does that not by default make it better, other than the fact that pumpkins are objectively better in real life? I will put that out there. I'm a big fan of pumpkin, especially curries, hollowing them out, jack-o'-lanterns. You can do a lot with pumpkin. But does that not theoretically make it better in-game? Or is there a con to it, a negative to the squash?
There definitely isn't a negative, other than the fact that if you looked at the leaderboards right now, I would bet that almost 50% of those players have not seen a squash in a run. It's very
that rare.
Yeah, it's not something you come across too often. So, to be honest, when we first put those roles in, I didn't know what Team Squash was, and I'd been running the game for like a month at the time because I had never seen one.
I mean, people are saying that pumpkin is technically a squash, but then someone else does mention there is pumpkin pie, and you don't really have a squash pie. So, I don't know. I just know I eat pumpkin and not squash, so for the most part. Now, we did talk a lot earlier, chat, if you've been here for as long as we have, about Oreos. We had a whole thing on Oreos. They do make pumpkin Oreos, not year-round, I assume, but we can combine our love of multiple speedruns, and when we see pumpkin Oreos, think of Perilous Paths, because reasons, I guess. I don't know. I'm getting tired. It's getting weird. I'm sorry, what's going on with the run? We're talking to people.
We're just making our way to Snake. This will be our last shop, and then we'll be on Snake 2, which is Snake 1, but with more lasers. and even more turning. So, again, everybody's favorite boss. We all love Snake. One of our lovely moderators is named Sneck, and we joke that he controls it on our runs to make sure
there's
we
a
can't
lot
get
of
good times.
lasers.
Which way did you turn? That way. I got trolled. And that's kind of exactly what we're talking about, why this boss is really mean sometimes. Right as I go in for the hit, it ducks me, and now it's going crazy with... Yeah, I gotta go. Cool. So if I had continued on that straight path, I would have died for sure. That big blast is basically guaranteed death, because every time you come out of it, you're pretty much going to slam right into a bad time. Another laser, or the snake itself will, on occasion, do a 180 just to slap you one extra time and make sure you die.
And is there, I know we talked about the void chasing you. Is there anything chasing you or a timer on this boss fight? Let's say hypothetically it won't happen in a speedrun, surely, but hypothetically it went really badly. Is there anything that will eventually auto kill you or end it?
Not to my knowledge. Snake has a couple of really funny, quirky things he does every now and then. My favorite of which is he can occasionally just go out of bounds. He can go underneath the death plane on the outside of the arena, and if you're running along his back or anything like that, you will just run into him and have a bad time. But no, there's nothing that forces you out of that boss. So with enough practice, you can ultimately just kind of take it slow and force your way through it, especially if you have a lot of healing. But he does have a tendency to, like I said, I've had several runs where he whips a 180 out of nowhere right as I get hit by a laser and just punches me in the face and I die. And that boss takes about a minute if you get just beautiful RNG and get lucky. And if you get die on the second hit, you can just say goodbye to 2-3 minutes of your time. So this is going to be our last pure grass level, our last jumper visits at the end here, and also the most dangerous of the bunch. This is the only boss I was unable to prepare any kind of safety save or anything for, so I'm going to look for health items and try to keep myself safe, because Jumper 3 is so notorious for being either completely free, no problems at all, or trolling you for all 3 lives with the craziest, most nonsense hits possible. For a long time, there was actually a bug where he would occasionally just decide to throw an invisible damage check against you. So you would dodge the laser, and the actual hitbox was 30 feet behind the laser, and you would just die. There was also an invisible rock in front of him that you could hit and die to. That claimed more than a few runs. And yeah, this boss is kind of notorious within the community, to the point that we even would call it, a lot of people would say they got Jumper 3'd if their run died on Shard 7.
Well, I guess it's a good thing that's where I put the break. I just randomly guessed, but it sounds like I picked a good spot. Is it just me, or are the maps getting longer? That looked like a much longer trail selection than we've seen previously.
So it kind of depends. The shortest possible maps run between 25 to 30 seconds, and the longer ones can be up to a minute. It really depends kind of on the level generation and how many obstacles are kind of being put in and how much space they require. Ironically, some of the longest levels, despite it not seeming like it, are kind of the train levels. A lot of newer runners will get themselves into trouble. Nice black and white filter.
Oh, very cool.
Pure black and white. This is a grayscale. I'm not sure. There is a pure black and white. This isn't quite it. But yeah, a lot of newer runners will kind of fall for the trap on train levels of committing too hard to staying on the rails, like sprinting through the cars and stuff like that, which can be fast, or if you have a better path on the ground where you can maintain your speed, it could just be better to get off the trains and stop slowing yourself down with getting hit.
Now, someone in chat, I don't know if I'm being trolled, asked when is Perilous Paths. It sounds like a good time. It's right now. We are live. This is Perilous Paths. And we are every 2 weeks, every other Monday, 7 to 10 Eastern normally. This is a special 6-hour double episode, so double whammy of Perilous Paths. But yes, we are Perilous Paths. It's a good time. Thank you for being here.
I'm not sure if this is the first time we've seen these in the run. These are another weird spot where you can lose a ton of speed, these kind of large chasms. There's more than a few funny clips of people deciding they were going to dive down into the chasm to try and get their speed off that ramp and finding out that there's actually just a hole at the bottom, just slam dunking right into it. Those can get you every now and then if you're not moving fast enough and get stuck down there, it can be kind of messy trying to get out.
Well, speaking of falling into or getting stuck places, something that we haven't really talked about other than maybe like just jump off the edge, other than like with the board and the cal, is like how locked in are you to your momentum, to your jump, to your angle? Obviously it seems like you can control it a decent bit, but like is there ever a point where you leave a hill or you leave an obstacle or you leave something and then you're just like, oh, there's nothing I can do, and you're just going off a cliff or you're going into a fireball or something? Or do you feel like you always have an option where if you are good enough, react fast enough, have the right items, whatever, that you're basically safe?
I think when you're playing Cal, you have a lot more options available. One of the big reasons people kind of flock to Cal, it's considered the lower skill floor and kind of equal skill ceiling, is because it's a better get out of jail free card than Grapple Hook is in a lot of scenarios. Grapple Hook has a longer cooldown. It kind of requires more energy. So I would say it's pretty rare you end up in kind of a no-win situation. Even earlier, that death I took on Shard 3 or 4 was probably the closer thing you get to a no-win, where you just don't have any energy. The wall is too high and you don't have a way to get up, and you're just kind of bounce off of it all the way down. But likewise, there's one or two funny bugs that still happen even on current patch. Those arenas that you see, the bowls that I dip into every now and then with all the columns around them, if you hit those at just the right angle on the edge, you will just clip straight through them and fall to your death. And it's very funny every time it happens. There's not much you can do about it other than make sure you have enough height.
And it seems like you don't really go out of your way to collect these shards. Is money ever a concern, or you just kind of get whatever comes naturally and you're not too bothered by it?
So the big thing is you kind of naturally earn 75, 80 sparks throughout a level, just naturally. They kind of follow the path. And then you do get around 300 for every level you complete with an S rank. So you kind of naturally accrue the money. It's not as important. This is the bowl I was talking about. You can clip through, and I might be on pace for it.
That is like, you're awfully close.
Close to the angle. That looks suspiciously like I was going to phase through. There's one of those holes I was talking about that get people.
Here's another chance for it.
But no, the sparks aren't as important unless you're on a spark build. There are items like Spark Propeller, which give you 1% boost per spark you collect for a couple seconds. Spark Furnace, which we've seen a couple times, that gives you a ton of energy. And there's really kind of two camps. Definitely we have two different kinds of runners. There's one who try for the most optimal route regardless of where the sparks are, and that's kind of where I fall. And then there's those who try to route for sparks and get a ton of items. The shop is not being kind to me. And as I say that, it gives me the two best items in the game. So 4 rerolls, but we got another Pluto coin.
Okay, have we seen Blood Engine yet? I'm still waiting on that.
Unfortunately not. It's pretty likely we haven't unlocked it yet. It's usually a Shard 7, 8, 9, or 10 unlock.
Okay.
It is random, but it seems like it tends to happen closer to the end of the run. It's kind of... Blood Engine is such a ridiculous item that it's warped some of the metas of this game. ILs for the shards are split between Blood Engine-less and not. Because no matter how good your build is, you can't compete.
Now, what does it... I know we don't have it, so it might be sort of pointless to talk about it, but I'm curious, and it's called Blood Engine. What does it do? Like, does it take your health and it makes you go faster, or what?
Exactly. So it is an infinite use item. It's an active item that you can just spam as much as you feel is necessary. And it essentially dings you for a tiny bit of health and gives you a tiny bit of boost. What happens is it is pretty notorious for comboing, I guess in like magic terms, with a ham sandwich. Aromatic herbs, that super common item I see almost every shard, lets you blood engine a ton. The best one, though, is there is an item, and I forget the name of it. It looks like a trident. So forgive me, community. That's my bad. I don't know any items other than rocket boots and Pluto coin. But what it does is every time you take damage, you gain boost. Or every time you take damage, you heal. So essentially, you damage yourself, you get some boost, and then you instantly heal the damage. And now you can just spam right-click and go infinitely fast.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of games and mechanics where like the lower health you have translates to being, it's that risk reward translates to being, doing more damage, being faster, whatever. So it's always an interesting dynamic. And of course, in speedruns, anything that makes you go faster is going to be good.
Yeah, in our case, energy is the big thing, especially for Cal. The really interesting thing that happens in our kind of normal speedruns is the grapple players prioritize lives and rest points a lot heavier than Cal players do, because they have a bug that they use called death grapple, where they go off the side of the map, they grapple the wall as they die, and then the grapple persists as they respawn, and then they launch it 300 meters a second into the sky and crash down like a meteor and keep that speed through the level. Rests give you a life back, so the more rests they path for on that map, the more times they can get away with death grappling levels. And that's kind of how they stay competitive with the Cal, which is just consistent speed with the Cal pumping and the 10% boost.
And so the cowl is the little ghost angel thing we see, right? That's you activating the cowl?
Yep. Every time you see me gain some height and the kind of parachute come out, the ghost there, that is, I forget her name, the grandma character, kind of helping you out. It looks a lot like Breath of the Wild when Rivali helps you fly.
Okay, well, we're in Jumper 3. I don't want to ignore that. I know we're a little scared of Jumper 3.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm nervous about. Let's see if we can recover. All right, first lasers are not too bad. So far, he's being relatively kind. This is another spot where we're kind of jealous of grapple players, because what they can do is grapple to those really high ones and just fly over this whole thing and not even worry. They get some cool stuff, and then we get cow pumping, and that's our big contribution. This is kind of where I'm bringing in what I was talking about before with staying close to the edges of the lasers. I find personally this is sketchy. I find personally that staying close leads to a decent outcome. They don't tend to bunch too close together. Every now and then you'll get two in a row where they'll kind of just jump you and you can't do much about it. Hopefully not here though. We're doing it blind. I have nothing. We can't get over this. We can. All right. Super sketchy Jumper 3. Everything about that was bad, and I was not happy, and we hit a rock.
I was trying to be really quiet. I was like, I'm not going to jinx anything.
Dude. That's exactly the kind of thing we're talking about when we say the most random thing possible will get you on Jumper 3 every now and then. And there's just not a ton you can do. It's all like self-fault. Like I hit a couple of different things there I didn't need to, and but man, it just happens. A couple of times you end up in those blind spots like I was once or twice there, and you just kind of have to go, all right, well, I hope the laser's not flying past this tree I can't see.
I mean, I am vibing with the gigantic purple pink laser things going on. Like there's just so much on the screen that it's pretty sweet. And also, if you didn't die at least a couple of times, you're on the wrong show. Like this is where people come. Well, I mean, Game Over is where people come to die the most. But we're probably number 2.
All right, took a really funky route there because I knew the wave was coming. I could kind of see that there wasn't a safe spot. I will say I have lost where Jumper is. He might jump away from me here. He is. Okay. So that's going to be a bonus hit with even more lava on the ground. So we're going to have to kind of go for it.
So the lava is persistent. It stays there each time they jump.
Yes, for a set period of time, usually about the length of the fight. It does eventually go away. If you had something like I had, he jumped once or twice, it would become unplayable. Nice tree, thank you. So it does eventually go away. You can see there are some kind of free spots where I haven't been yet, but yeah, the lava does get complicated. A nice corridor for me here. Game decided to say sorry for messing with me earlier. And we didn't lose Jumper. Cool, we'll be through it without too much issue.
I feel like there should be some sort of indicator being like over here, because it definitely seems like you could get lost.
So the indicator is actually the smokestack coming off of the top of them. It's a lot easier to see in Jumper 1 and 2 than it is in Jumper 3 because there's so many vines and so much stuff going on.
As a quick reminder, we are going to take a break here, so you might want to just kind of sit there in the grass for a second. We do take a break. Anytime a run is about over an hour 20, hour 30, anything like that, we try to take a break about every hour. That's so that everybody has a chance to get up, stretch, grab some water, decompress, get some food, whatever it is you need to do. And make sure that obviously the runners, especially if you're doing longer runs, 3 hours, 4 hours, if you're RBG, whatever, we want to make sure you have a break. So we're going to be back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. I know all the hardest, most difficult, most funnest, that's not a word, stuff is coming up after the break. So you'll want to stick around and see how this one concludes. We'll be right back. Hello everyone, welcome back to Perilous Paths here on GDQ Hotfix. As a reminder, we are live, but we will be back to the SGDQ replays after the end of this run. Before we get back into the run, I have one last announcement for y'all, which is that Games Done Quick is hiring. That is right, we have an open position. We're looking for new showrunners for the fall 2025 Hotfix season. So if you want to do something like this, you have a great show idea, you want to host, you want to do all the fun stuff that you're seeing right now, and if you have experience in planning and hosting events, shows, etc., we'd love to hear from you. So visit gamesdonequick.com/jobs for more information, and applications close on June 20th. That is in about a week or so. So if that's something you're interested in, start thinking about games, start thinking about show ideas, and let us know. We'll be on the lookout. That's how I got here, and I'm excited to see who else is going to be joining us. But back over to Kaiju Kaze. We're finishing Haste. This is where all the hard stuff comes in. I'm excited. Whenever you're ready, give us a countdown and we'll start back into it.
Yeah, let's get at it. We'll start up in 3, 2, 1, go.
Awesome.
So I am going to take one detour we don't normally do in the run here because marathon safety is a thing. I'm going to swing by the shop. Normally we would only swing back by in 10, right before we go into the final level. I'm going to do a nice fun thing here, and I'm going to pick up an extra life and a little bit of extra health. Just to be safe and make sure that this next boss, who has been kicking my butt in practice, does not send me on a 15-minute time loss.
I mean, I'm still waiting for the pixel filter. That's all I've got going on. Pixel filter and Blood Engine. Maybe both at the same time. I don't know.
This and the next one are the best two pixel filters. Desert and Glacier are the ones that you just can't see anything. It's not too bad in the forest. It's green, but it's different shades, so you at least have some semblance of where the ground is.
Well, this is interesting. We're mining emeralds, or I'm sure that maybe they're not emeralds. I don't know gems that well, but it looks like we're mining emeralds.
Yeah, these as far as obstacle goes, these are definitely on the low end. They're not too scary. They're pretty slow, and it's only very rare one will get you. The cactuses are actually somewhat more dangerous. But like that is one of the weird instances where you might get tagged. Not a too big deal. They're not too bad. We haven't seen the erupting earth yet, which is my personal favorite.
The what?
Yeah, there's a effect I call erupting earth. Again, I make up my own names for most stuff. Where giant pillars of ice or rock will explode from the ground and shake your screen just ridiculously, it's super fun because it makes it really hard to tell where you're going.
And it's interesting that these filters seem to be hitting relatively at a low percentage, maybe 5% or something, because we've only seen, I think, 2 at this point. And it's a cool way to kind of spice things up. It's a roguelike, you're meant to play it several times. And so as you start getting into the rhythm and you're like, oh, I know what this is going to be. It's going to be a desert level, whatever. And then bam, hits you with a filter and you're like, oh, that's really cool. This is a whole different way to look at it.
Yeah, and kind of like earlier, they add some challenge sometimes. Getting the cotton candy filter on a level that happens to have bombs can make them a little hard to see. The pixel filter just makes life hard in general. Even black and white can sometimes get you on any levels that have some of the other bombs that slow you down or do the gravity well. We'll just take a necklace here for some boosts. All right, Weebos are running wild. These are little friendly rat guys. You might have seen 1 or 2 of them in the world. One of them flew past us there. We're going to let them run wild.
Are there any special events, for lack of a better term, or any of these random occurrences that you're looking for that are positive, that give you a special trade or benefit or item or anything like that? Is there something you're hoping for when those pop up, or they're just all bad, immediately kill yourself?
So the occurrences can be one of 2 things. They're technically called encounters. They can be those levels where they, there's an objective to catch Weebos or chase somebody down or paint the world a different color. And we want to die on all of those because those levels are very slow. We very notably don't want to see big rings, large land, I think is the name of it. It's definitely big rings. It takes like 10 seconds to die. Because it's what it sounds like. It's a big area. As far as other events go, we do have random events that are give you random items. Some of them are equivalent to plutonium coins. You can get stuff like Blood Engine from those. These are all terrible.
Is the color one basically Splatoon?
Yes. So I believe it's 95% of that you have to hit by touching the area or at least getting close. I have, even in a casual playthrough, never successfully done that. I always end up thinking I've covered 100% of the map and there's some dark corner somewhere that is taunting me until time runs out.
Isn't that always the case?
So one of the big things you can probably see is we're getting a lot more sparks and shards because we did take that additional kind of upgrade. So we're starting to see a lot more sparks flying around. This is kind of the point from this Shard 9 and Shard 10 that we'll start seeing, multiple obstacles at once, the lasers and the bombs, as well as we'll start seeing builds that have 6, 7, 8 items in them potentially versus the kind of 4 or 5 that we've had up until this point. And then Shard 10 is, with any luck, somewhere we'll see a build that has 10 plus items and just goes crazy. I've had runs that have what I affectionately call Fighter Jet Zoe, where you just stop touching the ground. And you get to fly through the entire final boss. That's kind of where you get your Blood Engine build and some stupid stuff happens. It looks a lot closer to breaking the game than these earlier shards have been.
That feels like a hallmark of a good roguelike, right? Like if we're thinking about something like Balatro, there are builds where you just get obscene scores with like E27 or whatever, where it has so many zeros it's basically impossible to calculate. And that feels like where you get rewarded in a roguelike is when you get one of those like 1 in 100 builds. I know Balatro players can be really good and do it better than that, but like one of those really like amazing combinations where you're just like completely broken the game. That feels like one of the rare pleasures with roguelikes of when everything lines up just right.
Yeah, I just made a decision I immediately regret because it's going to make things very scary for me. I got greedy and I just took a deal with the devil, basically, where I now have 50% boost, which is awesome. We're going to go super fast. But I have 50% reduced health, which, considering we're coming up on Convoy 3, may not be in my favor. We'll have to see if that one works out for me.
Okay, so no clip this time.
Yeah, definitely not. I want to hold on to all 4 lives because this boss has been kicking my butt in practice. It really shouldn't be hard, but it's one of those things where my brain just can't seem to process the lasers for whatever reason. Something I haven't talked about for most of the run is in the top right, you can see a bunch of white text. That is actually another mod that we use when we run this game. I forget the name of it. It's like more information, basically. All it does is it's customizable for all different kinds of our runs. It shows you the seed you're on, so you can make sure you're on the correct set seed. It shows you if you've taken a hit this shard, if you've bought an item or received an item for hitless and itemless. It shows you how many perfect landings you've done in a row, or if you've missed any perfect landings for that category, as well as the achievements that require you to get like all perfect landings all the way through. And then for most of us, what it does that's really useful is it tells us how many fragments are left in the shard we're in and what the next one is. So currently it's showing I'm on 14 out of 19, meaning there's 5 levels ahead of me before the boss. And then the next level is one of the challenge levels. So that lets me prep and kind of play more dangerous with health if I know a rest is coming up and I'm going to get healed, or know that a shop is coming up, so I need to grab sparks if I'm close to hitting a point where I could buy 2 items instead of 1. So just kind of a constant reminder up there on what we're looking for and kind of what we need to be prepping for coming up immediately.
And is that, you mentioned that there was one mod that was mandatory for the speedrunning community. Is that part of the mandatory one, or is that an optional one that not everybody necessarily uses?
That is an optional one. I think just about every runner who starts to compete and work on getting their time down does use it, as it doesn't seem that huge knowing that a shop's coming up, but it definitely does kind of open up a lot of opportunities to increase your pace and know that you need to farm up some more sparks, or a rest is coming up so you don't have to worry about health as much and you could buy a non-health item in a shop, etc. We did take a death there, unfortunately, as we have half of our health. May come to regret that come Convoy 3. We did make a backup just in case, because that boss has been kicking our butts, but we could also just do another run of the shard, because having a good time at least.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting a little hungry, not gonna lie, but I am having a great time.
We do get the rest, so we'll get that life back.
Like I said, there's no way I'd rather be spending, especially on Monday, but pretty much any day, than chilling with some of the best gamers in the world, hanging out, chatting, mostly talking about stupid stuff, occasionally talking about video games. Like, yeah, nothing I'd rather be doing. So I'm all for an extra 5 or 10 minutes if that's what we need. And now we need pumpkin. Yes, chat.
We do need pumpkin. And squash, preferably.
Can you get pumpkin and squash?
Yeah, they are separate items. You can also get multiple pumpkins, multiple squashes. Nothing is like locked out when you receive one.
It's like the Nightmare Before Christmas build or something. You end up with all the different pumpkins.
I think there is a Santa hat item somewhere in the game. You can put it together.
There we go. I'm coming up with a new category. It's Nightmare Before Christmas any %. You got to get the Santa hat and at least one pumpkin.
We'll have to add it to the bingo card.
Hey, if I can have a bingo category in my honor, I would be thrilled. If you can make that happen. Multiple blood engines. Is it possible to get multiple blood engines?
It is. They don't necessarily do too much. I'm just going to take a death here because with this level of health, I'm never going to succeed. So that's one of our 4 lives immediately gone.
It's okay. We're only going to need 1. This looks ridiculous, by the way.
Yeah, this when I said they had more lasers, I wasn't just talking about the ones inside. They did just add more lasers. So yeah, these vertical lasers didn't used to exist, and they are now the bane of my existence because my brain does not comprehend them, and we get tagged. That's 2. Let's see if we can get there with full health, because that would be massively helpful. Basically, because we halved our health without thinking, we are now going to have to do this without taking any big hits, which is definitely harder. We usually have some kind of healing item, some kind of help And now we're kind of trying to finagle our way through this one. We are still going to go for this because it is still better, and we're going to get punished. Staying inside is still better than trying to go through that whole thing 2 more times. We're going to try and play safe here, but this might be a death and a shard wipe, which
that's
not
okay.
uncommon for us, but see if we can clutch up here. All right, we cannot do the skip with that kind of health. We're going to try and run to recover health with our 1 health item. And we're not going to get it. That will be a shard wipe.
Was it just me, or were there more lasers after you came outside? It feels like the lasers like doubled.
Yeah, that fight does amp up as you kind of go along. There are more lasers, and it kind of takes them a second to get started. Luckily enough, this is still not where the shards get stupidly long, so it should only be about 10 minutes that this will add on, assuming no more bad luck. I think if we do get a second really bad convoy, I can go ahead and pull up the safety save, knock out shard 9 and 10, and kind of finish out strong.
Oh, no worries. We all know the risks when we come to a show like Perilous Paths. Believe me, I have seen worse things. We had a Returnal run wipe, also a roguelike. I have run a Castlevania that could have gone a little bit smoother, where I died a few times. So, like, trust me, this is nothing new for the channel.
Oh, it's super common to take a death on 8, 9, or 10. Obviously, normal runs, it's going to be a reset, which, I mean, an hour and some change into the run is a little rough, but it's really bad where I think we had twice where our current world record holder just beat the sub 125 barrier like a day or 2 ago. And absolutely slammed it, by the way. He had like 2 runs that were really close to being sub 125 before that, or sub 130, one of the 2, and he on the final boss ended up choking both of them pretty badly, and it was like, he's gonna get it. We knew he would, but I was there for both of them, and it was tough to watch. It's like, man, that just happens, but you wanted the 125.
And what is lowering the barrier? Like, what's leading to it? Is it RNG luck on the seeds? Is it a better understanding of builds and game mechanics? Is there a fun new mechanic or glitch? I know we've talked about death grappling and stuff a few times. Like, is there something that's helping drive the barrier down, or anything? As this is still a relatively new game and new community, so obviously work is still very active. But I'm curious what's been driving the time down.
Yeah, I mean, just since I picked up the game, which was not until 2 or 3 weeks after it came out. At the time, I think sub 135 was the push, and then sub 130 and sub 125 has now been broken. The biggest thing, I haven't had a chance to look at that run yet. He's a grapple player, so there's not too much that I could speak on like in depth. I do know grapple has a glitch called wakeboarding. That is not quite frame perfect, but it's a very tight window that is massively improved for speed. And then they have death grappling, and those are kind of their 2 big techs. My understanding is that the change that kind of created this 122 run that he put out a day or 2 ago is that they figured out they can do the 2 of them together and kind of combine the glitches to make something really crazy. So we have been discovering new glitches. Convoy skip wasn't part of the run when I started. As far as I'm concerned, it's not part of the run, but so convoy skip got implemented. We did learn, we don't see it in this run because I'm on the newer patch, but there is some time saved to be had in abandoning the shard right after you kill the boss. Saves a second or 2. We figured out the save and quit to buy us like 20 or 30 seconds across the run. But really the biggest thing is itemization. For the longest time, the meme in the community was the only 2 items I know are plutonium coin and rocket boots. And we kind of began to figure out that blood engine is super crazy and ridiculously broken with most things. That shot up tier lists. People started getting used to building things other than plutonium coin and putting together nice solid builds that kind of are just cohesive to consistently get through shards rather than gambling for plutonium coin over and over again. And then kind of just like any other game, I think the natural skill level of the community has kind of risen as we've done races and competed. That big sub 125 push definitely had kind of our two biggest European runners going head to head for a while. So yeah, I mean, it's constant. We even have little achievements in the Discord, little roles we give people as they achieve certain things, like sub 135, sub 130, sub 125 now has one person who has that role. So yeah, I mean, the game has done an incredible job of kind of naturally creating competition. It's like you introduced it. It seems almost built for speedrunning. So when people kind of sit down and start comparing strats and getting better and more fluid movement, it really started to come down quickly.
And do we think that there will be a co-op speedrunning community as well? Does that introduce any extra variables around like how you do item management or how you run the same level together? I'm not familiar with the co-op mode, but I'm kind of curious, like, has that introduced any new wrinkles or fun things? Like, would you have two top 10 runners do a co-op run together and stuff like that? Or how is that shaping up so far?
So prior to the multiplayer update, we did do like tag team runs and stuff like that, and that's something we're definitely interested in doing again. I know the co-op is a little weird because it's more cooperative than anything. It's not really head to head. You race in the same level, it records your times, and you get separate items in the shop, but you still more or less have to wait on the other person to complete the level. There's some really cool concepts though of two people running and, the race being kind of sharing items and creating builds together is a really interesting concept we've looked at. Nobody's pioneered anything quite yet since the update's pretty new, but I do think there's definitely some potential to put together some kind of interesting runs of, we're kind of tied together almost, and we can only finish a level as fast as the slower of the two of us. So let's share items. Let's kind of put together builds and between the two of us, see if we can create a fast any % run.
Yeah, I'm always super personally interested in stuff like that. Like the Souls community often does like relay races where you have two teams and they do the whole Dark Souls trilogy in a row, and you only start the second game when the first one's done or whatever. And you kind of divide the teams up based on PVs and things like that. I'd be curious, like, if there's, you mentioned bingo, which is kind of what got me thinking about it, like the kind of category extensions or different things you could do with this. I could see a lot of really fun, interesting things. You mentioned races and tournaments and all of that. And I know like Balatro has different things where you're all on the same seed and then you add scores up and stuff like that. So like, I think it'd be a really interesting dynamic. I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye on. And if you're ever thinking about, or the community is thinking about trying to get this in a main event, if there's something really interesting like that, like a tag team or a bingo or something, that might also be something that the community could consider submitting to make it really interesting.
Yeah, one of the run ideas we played around with for a bit, we would need one of our wonderful modding community to help us out, but there was a lot of excitement around the idea of doing an any % run with a mod that lets you keep items and trying to build this like continuous build across all 10 shards, just to kind of amplify how quickly you build up to the excitement and getting the crazy builds and doing 200 through levels.
And I know we're meeting a bunch of characters and stuff. We never get other playable characters or anything. There's no progression system in that sense where you could run as a different character or anything like that, right?
No. So all these characters that we meet kind of throughout the run were originally playable characters in the Battle Royale with their own unique abilities and stuff like that. And then the Battle Royale kind of got scrapped because they realized that the multiplayer wasn't working out quite as well as they wanted it to. And so we ended up with those characters becoming the NPCs. It's kind of why we get Javelin from Niata and the Cowl from the Grand Maul character, as that was their abilities in the Battle Royale. And then likewise, there is something of a way to change your character. a lot of people in the community use the approved Recolor Zoe mod, which has all the various prides as presets, and then also lets you customize on an RGB scale your own Zoe. And then likewise, the game with the multiplayer updates, or the update right before it, added a bunch of costumes for various achievements in the game. So when I beat Jumper 3, you might have actually seen I got a Weebo costume. I would have to go back to the camp to equip it, but there are now costumes for Zoe based on kind of the various things you've done in the game.
Yeah, unlockable costumes, titles, things like that is always a great way to track achievements or accomplishments. I love when games include like some sort of reward. It doesn't have to be a big reward, but like something to just kind of recognize that you did whatever the cool thing is or whatever the accomplishment is. And you mentioned doing that on the Discord with like the status rolls or the flares and different things. So like I always like a little touch like that.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not even just your PB, because if it was just PB, like there's not too much to show off. It's already up on Speedrun. But one of the big funny ones we do is like number of resets for people who do IL. So there's like a 1,000 reset badge and stuff like that, just to kind of acknowledge that they've put a lot of time into trying to nail down the ILs, Blood Engine or not, and really master some of the cool builds. We do Seed of the Week, and that's kind of done through the main Discord, where a seed is pushed out and people kind of compete to optimize that specific seed. It's normally one shard, and then it has, they usually do a cool build of like there's some weird items in certain places and you can make some cool stuff happen.
See, now that we've gotten you
slightly better.
I was gonna say, now that we've gotten you talking and vibing and just relaxing, it's going a lot smoother.
Yeah, we got through that one without too much trouble. It got a little sketchy on one of those. Convoy has a really funky thing he does where he's 2 convoys in a top hat. He's kind of layered over himself, and if you hit the wall at just the right angle, kind of dead on, you can clip through the first wall and not clip through the second wall and just kind of instantly die. I got kind of nervous about that on the second hit. It was real close to pushing me through the wall and just letting me take a death there, but we got lucky.
Now,
that's the scariest boss down.
The text went really fast there, but did I see something flash across the screen that said fragile taco?
I believe so. There is a taco item in the game. It is a healing item. It's not very good.
I just like that it's fragile. It's not just a taco, which are, I guess a soft taco maybe isn't that fragile, but it's specifically a breakable taco.
If I remember offhand, I think it's if your last landing was perfect, you heal. Might be misremembering. People are going to meme me in the Discord for just saying different item descriptions that don't apply. I fully commit, as someone who's been here since like week 2 of the game, I only know Pluto Coin and Boots.
That's the funny thing. This is a universal fact for most. I can't say universal because obviously lots of people out there, but for speedrunners, there's a certain point where you've played the game a lot more as a runner, whatever that entails in a given game, than you did as a casual. And so like not remembering the story of a game that you have 1,000 hours in is not uncommon. Not remembering items or fights or things that you haven't seen in 100 hours is not uncommon. So like, yeah, if you're not using the taco a lot during the runs, totally understandable you don't know what the taco does.
That is a 9-node shard 9. Pretty good. Definitely
9 for 9.
Something I'm not too bummed about. I've definitely seen as high as like an 11 on shard 9 and gotten kind of reamed for it. The big thing we're hoping for shard 10, with that being our last map coming up, is we could see anything from 10 on the very, very low end to like 15 on the high end. Anything lower than 12, which is I think the average, is a super big win. I notoriously see 14s every day of the week, it feels like. So hopefully it's nice to me today.
So it sounds like if it's 9 for 9 and 10 on 10, is it basically like going up 1 on each level? Like you want 4 out of 4? Is there any sort of pacing to that?
There is. It's we have a whole chart that somebody mapped out for us. Basically, it's Shard 1 is one of our best examples. Shard 1 can be a 4, 5, or 6. For it to be a 4 is like a 0.1 chance. I've never seen one, despite how many runs I've put in on this game, and I think most people haven't. 5 is fairly common at like 20%, and then 6 is like 60% or something ridiculous. So you tend to see a higher number.
Who is in space shooting at you?
Yeah, these are the missiles, and they go pretty crazy sometimes, especially when you're going fast. There's a set number of them, and if you're going really quick and it's trying to get them all out before the trigger ends, you will just see half the ground light up sometimes.
Yeah, I know that maybe the lore doesn't cover this, but it's just interesting where like suddenly there's missiles from space, and I have no idea. You don't see anyone shooting at them. They're just coming down. They're just there. And obviously, it makes sense to just shoot them at one individual girl who's running down the the sidewalk here. Here's more of them.
Yeah, we're going to see mortars this time, and you can kind of start to see them bouncing to try and troll you. More than a few of us would swear that those are hard-coded to just jump in your way. Like, wherever you're trying to land or whatever the best hill is, that's where it's going to go. Because, man, it feels like it sometimes. Like, you'll watch right where I'm trying to go. They seem to be there. They're real good at keeping within a couple inches of you, and if you try to adjust too much, you'll get hit.
There are some games that do definitely have input reading, so if you have a suspicion, I'm not going to say that it's a thing, but some developers do use techniques like that, let's say. Missiles just naturally occur in space. Comets and things are essentially just magic missiles.
We'll be a little safe here and take some health. We could have re-rolled that shop one more time for potentially another boost item, but Snake 3, much like its predecessors, is very random and also kind of mean. So we had one shard wipe. I can recover that socially. A second one I might take some flack in the Discord for, so let's play it safe. So we're back on dodecahedrons, and we've got a couple of the dropping mortars rather than the full-blown crazy ones. These things, I don't really feel like they're a threat. Even in a casual playthrough, I don't think I've hit one of those. So they're technically an obstacle. They count as our second one, but for the most part, they're not bad.
Yeah, they're not really
a Thursday hat here.
I was waiting for it to like open up and explode or shoot lasers or something, because it's essentially the same size as the rocks you were seeing like in Shard 1 or Shard 2. They're not that big, and so I was kind of always waiting for a little bit more, but I wasn't sure if like, are we running too fast and I'm not seeing it? Like, is a little alien gonna pop out? Like, I expected something out of it.
No, those are probably the least dangerous obstacle, other than probably lasers when you've played the game for a bit. They really just drop, and that's a spot you can't land anymore, but there's usually more than enough room to kind of keep it moving. We did get the Thursday hat from our event there, which is probably one of the better events to get. It's a free golden necklace, essentially a 10% boost. Just kind of a free item, no downside.
I will say, if some of these items made a cosmetic difference, like you picked up a hat, but it's not on your head, like I wouldn't mind if she was slowly accumulating these goods, and so like the hat goes on the head and the necklace goes on, something like that. That would be kind of a cool addition.
So kind of Binding of Isaac it a little bit.
Yeah.
Also,
I realize that's work, but... Oh, we got pumpkins. We have a hat and we have pumpkins, but not the right hat. Not yet.
We're pretty close to a witch's brew. We got a mortar and pestle, 2 pumpkins. Like we're getting there.
Oh, I was talking about Nightmare Before Christmas, but okay, we got a different bingo card here.
My all-time favorite build was a terrible one that I just called Generational Wealth, because I did not get a single boost or health or speed item in any way, but I got every shop was just like triple items that give you sparks. So I was going into every shop with like 4,000 sparks, re-rolling 5 times and not getting anything.
Well, I mean, we did have Batman on for 2 runs, and he's kind of the definition of generational wealth, so it's very show appropriate.
That's kind of what it felt like. Is we one of our bingo goals is like 4,000 shards at once, and I don't think anybody's grabbed it in a single bingo run yet. It's very doable. It's just you have to get lucky with the build, and unfortunately, some of the other bingo goals are a lot easier, so it ends up working out. But
so in the bingo rule set, I'm kind of curious about this now. Is it that you have to hit bingo and finish the game, or is it just whoever gets bingo first and you just keep going until someone gets to bingo?
So we're still refining bingo. We keep adding more items as we go to the card. I think we've got like 160 or something things on the bingo card. We've done it both ways. I don't think we have an official kind of ruling on how we're wanting to do it going forward. We've done where we start a full-blown any percent run from the tutorial, just like we saw earlier, and that's where we start bingo from. We've done it kind of full save and see what happens. Booster Pog I can't buy. That was a really cool item that unfortunately I'm not able to afford.
This isn't the generational wealth run here.
Yes, this is not generational wealth. We're struggling a little bit. That was Booster Pog. All it does is give you boost for every 100 sparks you have. But it's very, very funny with another item called Greed Machine, which gives you just every positive benefit in the game every time you collect 25 sparks. So it's a super fun item. It's always worth buying. Gonna get a little dicey here. Fine. But yeah, like that's kind of the mission, especially in these later levels, is once we get to Shard 10 and I have full upgrades more or less, you'll see that every shop I'm going to have a good 1600 usually, and be able to buy some cool stuff and try to put together a really neat build to carry us through the end here. This run has been relatively tame. We haven't seen like general relativity, booster pog, too many plutonium coins.
And so how much does the in roguelikes, a lot of the times they're reset heavy. How much does what you're seeing in the shop and otherwise, like how often would you reset a run? Would you tend to go through it the whole way hoping that maybe shard 8, 9, 10 is really kind to you, or is there what kind of like goes through your head when you're doing the random elements of this?
So it's very dependent runner to runner. Everybody kind of has their own tolerance on this game as far as what they consider good or bad. I know our top runners will reset every single time for a 5-node shard 1, just to get a run started off right, because it's 45 seconds to a minute of time loss guaranteed otherwise. Items are a little less so. Likewise, people are kind of hit or miss on whether or not they will ever reroll an item, or if you're like me, you reroll every shop as much as you possibly can, because I'm super greedy and I want stuff now. So a lot of this game and its randomness comes down to runner tolerance. If you feel like you can gamble your sparks and go crazy and look for the best possible item, go for it. If you want to save your sparks and just kind of bet on your last shop being really good, a lot of people do that. It's really cool in that there's a lot of I don't want to say like freedom, because stuff is kind of objectively good, but the playstyle of being a spark collector versus an optimal router kind of changes your decision making on the shop. What items you unlock run to run changes your decision making on the shop, and even just kind of how aggressive a player you are. Like I take aromatic herbs all the time. I always joke it's an S tier item, and any tier list you look at will have it in B tier, like reasonable but not worth buying 99% of the time, and that's just because I don't like taking deaths. Deaths are slow. So everybody has their own kind of way of going about it, which I think is one of the coolest things this game has, is everybody just approaches it differently.
And the other thing is that also, I imagine, changes over time. Like as you get better at it, or you get new styles or whatever, a lot of the focus, including when we have a big event like SGDQ, is on kind of pixel perfect, world records, everything has to be amazing all the time. But that's not what speedrunning has to be to everyone. And so you can start running a game like this and not be shooting for a 125 or something, and you can take health items until you get better and stuff like that. So like speedrunning can be a lot of lot of things to a lot of people. But I was kind of curious, like I know that I've run a couple of roguelikes and I tend to be a little bit reset heavy in the beginning as well, because I'm always like, if I've lost 30 seconds in the first 5 minutes, I'm just going to feel bad the whole time. So I reset pretty quickly. But I do know that that is kind of, like you said, a tolerance or a personal preference in terms of runners. But I know this is a longer roguelike, so I was kind of curious like how maybe people think about it.
It's really interesting too, because the shard counts add a lot to it. When you have times where your shard 6 could be 11 nodes or it could be 7, there's 2-3 minutes of variance there just naturally. So this is a weird game to run mentally, because there's a lot of times you'll know you had just the most insane 1% luck shard 3. You know, you got the 5 node shard 3 or whatever, and you get a 7 node because that's normal. And you'll lose a minute and a half out of nowhere, and you're staring at your timer like, no, I'm playing well. What's happening? Like, so that's one of the weirdest things. But for sure, it's there are node counts mathematically where you should re-roll the shard and try for a lower node count, and that kind of depends on the runner. I think most people prefer not to re-roll, but I think it's really cool, and that's one of the biggest reasons I decided to show off the newest patch of the game today. It's pretty universally agreed that the old patch is faster. Plutonium coin was a uncommon item in that patch, so you see way more of them. It's an objectively good item. You go fast. There weren't lasers in Convoy 3. The bosses were a little easier. Grappling's still a thing. But one of the big things I wanted to do is, this is the first time the game, to my knowledge at least, has been able to get shown off on a kind of bigger stage. I wanted to show people what kind of speedrun you can look at coming out of the box. You know, if you were to go buy the game after my run, boot it up, and start trying to learn the run, you can get like a 130, a 135. You can be, you know, top 10 competitive on the leaderboards. It's only really if you get to the really high end, I feel like that old patch starts to become a little more mandatory. But even then, like, I run this patch, I think it's more fun, and that's a big part of it.
And that's also a runner's preferences to what you find or feel is fun. Like, for example, like I mentioned Balatro just because I've been playing it a little bit recently. Like, some people will use, you know, certain decks or different decks, and, you know, everyone will have their preference as to what style they feel is more fun. And so this one, if it has, this patch has more item variety, and you're not just, oh, I didn't get a plutonium coin, I have to just give up or restart, like that might not be as fun to a lot of people. And like you said, it might not be as relevant either if you're not, you know, a top 10 runner or something like that. So, you know, I'm always pro variety, and first and foremost, like, we do this for fun, right? Speedrunners should be enjoying themselves, so that's always a big plus. And yes, Ray is pointing out, sorry to cut you off. You said Out of the Box. We do have a show actually called Out of the Box, which is easy to learn speedruns that don't have like advanced or super technical things or different things. So like, you accidentally shouted out one of our other shows, so thank you.
Let's go. It's really funny too. People, there's kind of a split on this game. I ran this game for a month before I heard somebody say, like, this is an intense speed game. And I remember at the time, I was like, what do you mean? This game's so chill. Because for me, this game is like Zen. It's all flow state. Like, once you get in a good rhythm, you can kind of just enjoy going up the hills, moving fast, and having a good time. And then I was digging into it a bit. I was like, what do you mean this game's tough? Like, I get in a flow state for 2 hours and then the run's over. And they're like, oh, that's the point. It's a 2-hour run with no breaks where you're constantly executing tech and moving and having to pay attention. I was like, huh, I guess, yeah, no, technically that is what's happening. You're totally right.
And also, you are quite literally playing on the chill setting, right? So the game is kind of designed to be, you know, vibing and stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, I have no idea how loud it is on stream, but some of the music in this game is amazing. I have one track in particular that plays on some of the train levels that I'm very fond of because it sounds like Kirby Air Ride to me. But I'm definitely one of the weirdos who just plays with like the default game music and just jams out and kind of vibes the whole way through. And it's I love this game, man. It's just such a good time, and I feel like every time I boot it up, 2 hours just flies by. Hopefully less than 2 hours, but
And this might be, we did have a run of blueprints on the show, but I was thinking this might be the chillest game that we've had on the show. You can die in this game, obviously, we've seen it. You can't die in blueprints, but it's pretty laid back. It's a lot of colorful things. That's why I'm also thankful that you could put it at the end of the show, because I think this is a great way after 6 hours to just kind of wrap up, to vibe, hang out with really colorful stuff. Like, I know that I'm starting to cool down, which is good. And especially anyone on the East Coast where it's like almost 1 a.m. or actually no, after 1 a.m. Yes, doing math. So hopefully everybody's like kind of chilling and like, yeah, I'm super excited that we were able to have this on. And also we glossed over the fact that you made Snake 3 like after all that talk just look super easy. So
that boss is rough. Okay, well, missiles decided I didn't get to live there.
Yeah, it looked like almost every missile hit you like all at once.
Yeah, I took some weird hits from the trees and bounced around too, that's haste. But I don't know, a level or two ago, I did dodge one of the infamous death holes that we've got a couple of really funny clips running around where there's just a tiny hole in the ground and it's impossible to see it before you land. It looks like a hill and then you land in it and it's just a hole straight through the map. There was one of those like a level or two ago that I had to jerk to not hit. I don't think there's enough missiles. Can we have more? Or are we done? Cool. Yeah, this I can't recommend it enough to anyone who enjoys just getting into a flow state. Like, this is the run. It's 2 hours and it feels like 20 minutes. We're about halfway through Shard 10, so we'll get to see the final machine, who is one of the most interesting bosses ever.
Okay.
I guess to preface it, because I will be focusing up a little bit, everybody has a route for the final machine. I am extremely confident. I have seen 6 different Microsoft Paint drawings of how people approach that machine, and not a single one of them looked the same. Somewhere out there, there's an optimal route, and I'm sure one of us has it. I like my route the best, so I'm going to be doing my way through it.
Is that the default battle planning software is MS Paint?
You would be amazed how much of our speedrunning strats, if you come in the Discord, amount to a Microsoft Paint that says go here. It's a lot like setting up for a raid in WoW or Final Fantasy. You just kind of draw X's and O's and go, you're here. And I think Convoy Skip, when we have it explained, has a video and then has an MS Paint diagram to accompany the video.
Now, I know we've talked about races. Is there ever, like, it's not a competitive race, but, like, everybody decides, hey, we're going to meet at 6 p.m. and 200 of us are going to start a run at the same time and we're all just going to vibe together. Like, does that ever happen?
Yeah, people will hop in the Discord and race together and just kind of do any percent side by side. It's been a little weird since we split the patches up with the old patch runners, because some people are grapple players, so organized races got a little chaotic. I have previously regularly hosted what we called the Kaiju Cup. It was every Monday and Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, where we would just have however many people want to hop in a race time together and, have at it. And then that was done with actual like elo on the line. So we have a nice we use race time just like everybody else. We do races for keeps, and we have an elo system, and 3 people DNF and mess the whole thing up, and it's a good time. So
how am I just now hearing about an elo system? Like, what? This community is wild. You have a lot going on. Bingos and elos and everything else. This is... How active is this community? Is it like hundreds and hundreds of people? I know the game was very active, especially when it first came out, but like it's sounding quite impressive.
Yeah, so the game, kind of when I started and for a month or two after, was super active. It's cooled off a little bit here recently. The patch that kind of got rid of Death Grapple was a little bit of blow to momentum, and then because of the patch differences, races fell off a little bit and things got a little messy. Like I said, even a day ago, we had a new multi-minute barrier broken. So runners are still super active. Things are still moving along, and we'd love to see more runners, man. More racers, more bingo players. We have me hosting 2 times a week. Sneck, one of our other moderators, was previously hosting like a full-blown streamed race every weekend. So we're a fairly active community that's cooled off just a bit. We are kind of hoping that, showing up on Hotfix, we'll get some new runners interested and hopefully bring some old runners who have taken a break to check out some other stuff back in the game and checking things out again.
Chat has been very active. A lot of people saying that they love the look of the game, the style of the game. It seems super fun. I'm hoping some of you will take it up. I haven't heard of a community this active outside of a couple of major games, like obviously like Soten or something has a randomizer and tournaments and all kinds of things. But like this a community like this doing all these kinds of events, 2 weekly races, all that stuff is definitely above average. So if anyone is looking to get into speedrunning, loves to look at this game, looking for a community, maybe check that out. I don't know. Maybe I'll check that out, although I am terrible at this game, so I don't think you want me in the community, but for anyone else who might be better at this type of game, take a look.
So we have a weird kind of build happening here. We have been building around our very first item we got in hopes that we would get more healing, and it sort of worked. We're doing 160 meters per second on average. Our very first item there, I could not tell you the name of off the top of my head, but it's every time you heal, you get 10% boost, and it lasts 2 seconds. To compensate for that, we've taken a whole lot of aromatic herbs that are triggering at different times to hopefully trigger a whole lot of boost. So we have 2 aromatic herbs, we have rocket boots because they're good, we have 2 spark furnaces to give us as much energy as we could really want, and then everything else is just kind of some additional boost. Not the flashiest build ever, but I mean, about as functional as you can get.
Is there a limit in your item structure, or is it just as much as you can afford? Like, could you theoretically go and collect, obviously you can't go sideways, but like collect as many sparks as possible, have tons of money, and just stack up tons of items, or is there a cap and you're trying to keep space open for later items and stuff like that?
To my knowledge, there is not a cap. There is actually an infinite mode in this game where people will play for hours and put together some ridiculous 38,000 meters per second insta-finish to level builds and post some really cool clips. But if there's a cap, you're probably not going to hit it running through a shard. So like, go nuts, pick as many items as you can get your hands on and try to make, fighter jet Zoe or 4 plutonium coins. I've had personally 4 plutonium coins going into final boss, which lets me just fly through the arena. Hey, we got erupting earth right towards the end here.
There we go.
I hope you guys like screen shake because it's going to be that.
Doesn't seem like there's a good way to predict where it's going to come up either. Like, I'm watching the ground, you get like a little bit of notice, but not tons.
No, there's no real way to predict this, and it's super cool because this is an obstacle that in a casual playthrough or even a low-level speedrun is a complete non-issue. This seems completely useless. It's not going to hurt you. It's whatever. When you start getting to about 160 where I'm at and 170, 200, they come out of nowhere, and it starts becoming a real difficult obstacle to actually avoid.
And so
to wrap up here.
How often do runs, for lack of a better term, suffer from something like that, like getting a bad filter, getting a bad random encounter where like it just really meaningfully impacts the run? Is that a common thing? And then we can of course focus on the boss.
Yeah, you'll get at least one bad thing per shard. Basically, it's expected that you'll get negative effects in this game. But for the most part, it's like everything can be played around, which is the really enjoyable thing. Oh, that's the first time that's happened in a very long time. All good.
But it has happened, so we don't have the thing.
Yep.
But
it's been a while. So this is the final boss. This is the machine. The way this machine works is you got to hit all of these nodes. You can see each one of them has like a nice little tick at the top of your screen. That's going to give you a countdown. When the last one is hit is time. So my route is I go to the right beforehand and hit that one node on the far right. The reason I do that is because it lines up my last 3 nodes to be kind of all in a row. So I get a nice, easy, straight line to finish out my run through this. The big challenge of the machine is Cal is the only item that's even remotely usable here. Grapple players will argue with me about that. I firmly disagree with everything they have to say. The ground is constantly shifting and changing, and these spikes are coming through. and not having the verticality that Cal offers makes things really, really tough. A lot of people don't play Cal and kind of end up suffering, and time will be coming up in 3, 2, 1. Time. GG's. So yeah, Cal makes that relatively easy. Every other item makes that really hard.
Well, that's a good way to explain it. When in doubt, just Cal. And also, this is secretly then a Batman run, because what is Batman famous for having? A Cal. No one needed me to say that, but it is now a thing. Zoe is officially Batman. As we watch this ending cutscene and we're working on wrapping up, why don't you tell all the wonderful people where they can learn about this community, maybe where they can follow you, watch you stream, anything and everything, any shout outs. Now's a great time. We don't really know any of these characters, but I'm sure some amazing stuff is happening.
Yeah, so I do stream pretty regularly, speedruns of this, and I'm actually looking at picking up a few new speedruns. Peak is on my radar. My name here, Kaijikaze, is my Twitch channel, and I'm there 4 or 5 times a week. Like to shout out the Haste Discord if you're interested in the game and want to get into races, want to learn the any percent run, or get into ILs. It's an amazing game for that. We have our Discord server posted up on the Speedrun website. So as long as you head there and you check our posts, you'll see the Discord and you can hop in. Likewise, shout outs to everyone from that community. I know a bunch of them stayed up super late, woke up super early to catch this run. Same goes for all my family and friends that tuned in. Super excited to have had this opportunity to show up. And again, I just want to say, if you're interested in the game, you think it looks cool, come around. We'll have a chat and we'll get you in and start running.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate it. We are running a little bit over schedule, so I'm going to do a super fast wrap up. We will have replays of SGDQ, our main event, on the Twitch channel right after this. We will be doing that pretty much all week, maybe 2 weeks. I'm not quite sure how long we're going to do it, but Hotfix is going to continue to run. So we will be back with more Hotfix tomorrow, same time, same channel, around 7 p.m. Eastern. And that is going to be our normally scheduled program. If you want more Perilous Paths, we are every other Monday, 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern. We don't normally do a 6-hour block, but I do want to say thank you to all of our runners. We didn't have any commentators. So if we did, I would thank them too. And then most especially my production partner, Ray, who has been here even longer than me. This has been a long stream. But wherever you are, whenever you are, I'm wishing you all the best of the rest of your week. And thank you so much for tuning in, for hanging out with us, for being a part of SGDQ, all the wonderful things. But take care. We will catch you in the next one.